What's up, everybody? Welcome to the 112th episode. This shit goes on forever. Obviously, let me go through my quick little intro. Tonight, what I want to talk about is obviously people throwing out things that are being said are racist, misogyny in the FGC, of course, Gamergate, which a lot of people aren't really that familiar with, but hopefully by the end of the night, at least a decent amount of members of the FGC will be more familiar with what's going on with Gamergate. I don't know. I look at the gaming world, and I don't think women being brought into it is what's bringing it down. I just think a lot of people are kind of using some things as crutches. Journalism in the gaming universe has been kind of on the take since day one, but obviously that's something that's taking off more now than ever before, especially with the big money that's involved with this. But before I really start getting into it and start bringing guys in, I just want to go through sponsors quick. As you see, I don't know where Natus is. He's MIA again. But we got Combat Network, Ultra Spec Cables, Kick Punch Block, VXG, Big E Gaming, and Final Round. Keep in mind, good luck to all you guys out there going next week, or this weekend, should I say, to the Fall Classic down in the Carolinas. It pretty much looks to be a pretty kick-ass event with a lot of top players from around the world coming down. So if you're going there, good luck to all of you. Obviously, TFC, Ultra Arcade out in Texas. Distartica, who's the band who does the intro song for the show. Final Round Bats, which is Scott Popular over in Japan. Triforce with Empire, Arcadia, and Arthur as well. Wtih, Put That Back, MKU, Mad Cats, Dynamic Beadwork. Those are the guys that do all that 8-bit bead stuff as far as characters at all those events that you go to. And Notifuro, of course, Notifuro, if you put in the coupon code ONBLAST, go check them out at notifuro.com. Hot looking Asian girl wearing kick-ass gamer gear. Corey and Carlos have been putting this together for quite some time. They've been big supporters of the FGC. So definitely, guys, if you get a chance, go out there and check them out. You're not under EMP. Don't start complaining, Beefoo. But, you know, guys...
What?
Wrong button. So, needless to say, guys... I'm going to give a quick, brief synopsis of what I know Gamergate to be. Gamergate actually started out, which was a game developer, a woman by the name of Zoe Quinn, who was an indie game developer, was basically trying to make independent games more educational, and she had a boyfriend who apparently got mad or accused her. I don't know the truth to it, so I'm not going to just put it out there. But basically accused her of screwing around with the guys who happened to be giving her game a good review. Somehow from that, journalists got on board, as did feminists. And they basically said the way that the reason she's being treated the way she's being treated is the fact that she's a woman, which I disagree with. If she's a cheater, a cheat's a cheat. But the fact of the matter is, after that, this woman who's, I guess she is a feminist. She runs a group called, I believe it's Feminist something. I can't remember it off the top of my head. But her name is Anita Sarkeesian. And, you know, people are attacking her now. What it really comes down to is, yeah, women in the gaming industry, maybe they get shit on or they get treated bad in certain areas. And it needs to change. But, one of the things that people are quick to do are, A, they're quick to dismiss, but they're also, B, they're quick to automatically use anything as a crutch to, perhaps she actually did do wrong. I don't know. That's basically what it comes down to. So what I wanted to do tonight for the show is I wanted to bring on people that had close to good knowledge. I don't want some guy coming on here being a jerk off and saying, fuck women, and hang up. I really want to get to the heart of this. One of the things I can state, being that I have been involved with the journalist side, both in paper and online media for, unfortunately, a couple of decades. Wow, my phone just told me not to curse. You believe that? Wow. That's kind of creepy. My fucking iPhone just turned around and told me not to curse. But it's one thing to label the gaming community as a bunch of male chauvinist pigs that want to keep women down, when reality is gamers as a whole has been a group of people that have been kept down on their own and by others. I mean, the fact of the matter is, if you're a gamer, you're a geek, and that's just the reality of it. Yes, it was Siri. Siri told me to stop cursing. But it's sad, because what it comes down to in the end is nothing's getting resolved. I see, people saying, the gamers are idiots, and I'm seeing the journalists who have absolutely zero integrity from what I'm seeing, especially the ones that are attacking these guys. Look, if somebody's going to go out on their show, or they're going to go out and on the 4chans and the Reddits and tell girls they're going to beat them and rape them and stuff like that, you're a scumbag. I mean, I got no other word for you besides scumbag. But it's not going to resolve the issue, which one of the issues is obviously journalist integrity. Every journalist, and this includes when I was doing journalism as well, has a pay-to-play mentality. The pay-to-play mentality is, if you fly me out somewhere, or if you put $10,000 a month into advertisement on my magazine, odds are I'm never going to give you a shitty review. Now, in the end of the day, who's getting screwed on that? Well, obviously, the people that are getting screwed are the consumers. You're going to go out and you're going to buy that game, and you're going to go under the assumption that some journalist out there played this game and said, you know what, this is the game that type of people A, B, and C would love. But reality is, they're giving that game a good review no matter what. But what do we got here? Female person. I don't need no man unless I'm lying on my back with my legs in the air. See, now that's trolly, but hey, to each is his own. But, I listened to a couple of videos from Anita Sarkeesian, and I don't know what to make. I'm not, as she likes to say, I'm not a tinfoil hat wearing dude. I'm pretty conservative, ironically, in my beliefs, but I do want to see games developed, and maybe they have women's interest involved in it. But the problem is this: in a male-dominated market, and when I say that, I do mean it's dominated predominantly male. She likes to get into male white, this. I'm just saying male across the board. Obviously, as a business, I am going to gear my game towards the demographic that is going to be more willing to buy my product. Now, I seen Zoe, she made a game that was based on depression. I cannot fathom in my life buying a game that's based on depression. It just, to be honest, it has nowhere in my gaming library. Now, that's just me. Now, had the game helped somebody, okay, I'm all for it. But, you know, again, my whole thing is I want to get other people's perspectives on this and to see where this, or to see where you think it's going to give give me a Versace shout out. Fuck out of here, Sal. But you know, I agree. Life does have enough depression, but maybe, hey, listen, let me tell you something. If a game about depression helped one or two people, then the game's all right in my eyes. And you know, there's not a lot of reason to make a game no target to men. I agree, Lord Winter. You know, in fact, you know what? Let me add you in here. Where are you? All right. Where are you, Rappy Raptor? Answer the phone.
All right, there we go.
There you go. What's up, sir?
Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. You hear me? Do you hear me?
I just picked it up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
I can't hear you on my end on Skype.
On Skype, you can't hear me, which I don't understand why. Let me see. Let's see. Let me add Natus in here. Let's see if it's me or it's you. Yo.
Alright, I can hear Nick, but I can't hear James.
Why can't you hear me? Let's see. You hear me now?
Yeah, I got you.
There you go. Alright.
There you go.
So, Natus, you hear me?
Hello, yeah.
Yeah. What the fuck, man? Where were you all night?
Dude, I literally got home like almost fucking 10 o'clock.
That's not my fucking fault. Quit your job.
Right,
Quit your job. Quit your job because you got a shitty mic anyway.
Oh, sorry.
So I needed to use you as a guinea pig because he couldn't hear me. So anyway, Lord Rappy, introduce yourself to everybody so people know who you are, and I want to start to get your perspective on this whole thing.
My name's Ian Patterson. I've been in the FGC for like almost 10 years now, I think. Close to that. Most people know me by Hotkeff or like Lord Rap. I've mainly been an anime player for the past couple years. And like on the subject of like Gamergate and all this stuff, like I'm not pro Gamergate or anything like that. Like I disagree with a lot of things that are going on. I just want to come on and so, like try to like represent things and like get my perspective on it.
All right. So where do you, as far as people labeling gamers basically as Mr. Misogyny, you know, women haters, and especially coming from the FGC and the anime scene, the feminists have labeled the anime guys the biggest.
Oh wait, hold on. Sorry, I just want to interrupt you real quick. That tweet, the Anita Sarkeesian one. Yeah, that's Photoshop. That was
Photoshop.
Yeah, just look at it. It's way over 140 characters. And the person who tweeted it, she's from an MRA, MRA stands for Men's Right Activist Site, where they do whatever they can to take the piss out of like feminists or anyone who's like pro-feminist, anything like that. The character count's way over 140. She admitted that it's not real because she said it seems like something Anita would say.
So now, from that, I'm getting your stance a little bit. So
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
I told you to read up on this.
I told you I hate no fucking time, man.
So now, are you as far as, where do you sit as far as the whole thing, how it unfolded as far, I mean, it seems like it was initialized from the Zoe Quinn drama. And then from there, it just took off.
Yeah, it started from there because people saw what they thought of as like corruption due to Zoe Quinn because like her boyfriend, Aaron Granji, I think is how you say his last name. I can't remember. Yeah, something like that. He released that blog post where he talked about how like he was in what he felt was an abusive relationship and Zoe had cheated on him. And my opinion on both of them, they both suck. Like he shouldn't have released like all the information. She shouldn't have cheated on him and stuff like that. But he drew parallels between that and like her working on games, her being involved in journalism, as like, you know, because she was hooking up with someone that worked for a website and like, well, who was her boss at the time at Kotaku. But the thing is, like, looking at the timeline and everything, like for Depression Quest, none of it lined. Like people say that Nathan Grayson, who was one of the people that she had a relationship with, say that, oh, she did it so she could get a good review for her game. But the thing is, he never reviewed it for Kotaku, and the only time he even brought up Depression Quest was on, I think it might have been Rock Paper Shotgun. I can't remember because it's been a while since it came back up. That was like months before the relationship even started. Like all the relationships she had, none of it, like when it comes to like the cheating, none of it had any benefit for her, like for her games and getting noticed and stuff like that.
So now I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say, look, it's going to sound pretty raw, but a slut's a slut. It had nothing to do with making the money. If she was with this guy and she was fucking around, the guy took it to that level of revenge that, you know, of, hey, fuck you, you know, you're gonna embarrass me, whether it was internally, externally, however his emotions got all stirred up. He said, fuck you, I'm gonna lash out and I'm gonna do this.
Yeah.
Now, from that, are these two even a part of the picture anymore?
For all intents and purposes, no.
You know, so
the thing is though, like some people say in Gamergate say that they're not in the picture anymore. Some people say they are, but that's kind of like a whole big problem with it. There's no organization in like the Gamergate movement, which is something they want, but it also has like problems because, you know, like any idiot can come out and say like, oh, I'm a part of this and make it look bad and just do whatever they want with it.
Now, how, and from what you've seen, how did it spin from Zoe and Aaron to all of a sudden all gamers are women haters?
It went from that because like Zoe, she is friends with like a lot of journalists and stuff like that, and there were a good amount of people that respected her, and they saw just like ginormous, humongous like mob of people like going in on like Zoe mad hard, like sending her like death threats, rape threats, just like all kinds of stuff, like finding her phone number and everything, and they just dogpile on her. And like this is like the first time this has happened to like a woman that's been involved in like the game industry. It's probably sadly not going to be the last. So a lot of them like struck back out and started writing everything about like how there's like a pervasive like undertone of like misogyny and sexism in the gaming community. And so they wrote articles on that. They wrote articles in support of her. And people were like, well, why are these people like writing all these articles in support of this person? There's got to be some type of corruption in game journalism. The SJWs, you know, social justice warriors, have to be like trying to like push an agenda.
Is that the term that is coined? White knights and now the SJWs?
Yeah, the SJWs, social justice warriors. It got started because of like Tumblr and stuff like that.
So now, you know, I've written for EGM, GamePro, Wired, Tips and Tricks. I mean, I've written for a plethora of magazines. I've written books. I've dealt on the journalist side. Reality is they are kind of on the take. Yeah, that's been, and that's one of the problems that I see. I personally, I mean, not for nothing, a blowjob isn't going to get you a good write-up. That's just reality. A good lay is not getting you a good write-up for your game. I like cold cash. You want to wine and dine me before you 69 me? Fly my ass out to Paris, and I'll say your game is the greatest thing since sliced bread. You know, but the fact of the matter is, it's been going on for a long time. And
Yeah.
you know, when people say, well, that's bullshit, I say, how many products have you bought because of a review only to get it home to go, this is ass? And you said, but, you know, Sushi X from EGM said this is the greatest fighting game of all time. And you get home and it's trash. But then you go and you open up that magazine and you see, you know, I'm going to use them as an example. Tecmo has 35 pages of advertisement in there, which they pay for.
Yeah.
Are you going to give them a bad write-up and jeopardize that money that's coming in? I know your head editor, your senior editor is not going to allow it to go through.
Yeah, look at like GameSpot with Jeff I think, was it Gertzman? I can't remember, and the Kane and Lynch stuff.
Mm-hmm. Now, I've known Gertzman for, almost 20 years.
I'm just trying to remember, was it Gertzman, or am I getting my names mixed up?
I think it was Gertzman. Right. You know, I've known him for 20 years, and I don't, what is Nate saying? I'm supposed to be rating right now? What are you rating?
He's talking about Destiny.
Oh, who plays that? I don't have time to play games. But no,
everybody does.
I wish I did. I wouldn't buy an Xbox One. I'm sorry, or
I'm mad I got time to play games.
Or a PlayStation 4. I won't buy either because I know Natus likes to get on my ass thinking I'm a Sony fanboy or something. I like their TVs though.
I don't like the TVs.
Really, I don't like the TVs either.
I like Samsung better.
All right, I gotta kick you two off the show. Fuck you.
Yeah.
But no, you know, and this is something that and it's ironic. Because I've gotten labeled homophobic and racist many, many moons ago. Not that many, but I don't know, maybe 100 episodes ago for having a video and it was a little fucking, but it was tongue-in-cheek.
That's racist.
Yeah, like I remember that when like all that stuff dropped because like I myself I'm bisexual, and when people drop the video. I was a big fan of it for like a lot of reasons, but I was like, James himself, he's not homosexual. You know, Tyson himself.
But now, wait. Now, here's the other thing.
I mean, homophobic.
But I'm saying that's another thing I'm going to put out there, and I'm just going to leave it to Tom Cruise mode. Does anybody know my sexuality?
You're gay.
Does anybody know my sexuality? I'm just asking. I'm not putting it out there. This ain't me coming out in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying nobody knows. So,
I'll be right back. I gotta go do something real quick.
I just said you're gay. You're homeboy Tyson's best friend.
Maybe I am. What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just you asked what your sexuality was. I said you're gay.
Just remember this. I'd be the gay guy that could kick the piss and shit out of you and make you run to your gun. But, you know, we're in a situation right now, and right now this is not touching or affecting the FGC per se, but it affects gamers every day. You're all being labeled. You know, they're grouping the majority of gamers in, basically saying you're a bunch of male chauvinists that got nothing to do except basically get online and threaten and harass women. Now, we've had women on this show, and we've had transgenders on this show, we've had straight, we've had gay. I don't give a shit what color you are, but the point is, as the FGC is kind of considered the ghetto of the gaming community, and I use the gaming community as a wide blanket of all types of games, and we argue with each other, we bitch at each other, we call each other assholes, we say we hate each other, but we're actually unified and the most diverse and accepted of any community that's out there. You know, what I was basically saying is, as far as the FGC goes, you know, and this is where the majority of the guys that come to this show are from, is with all this controversy going on, this is eventually going to trickle towards us. And the one ironic thing that I find about this whole thing is that we are like the ghetto of the gaming community overall. We are the Harlem / Washington Heights. Oh, you don't want to go up there at night. You don't want to go into the FGC. They're crazy. But we're the one community that's out there that's accepting of everything. Now, we have our infighting that goes on, obviously, like anywhere else. Like any other household, we have our infighting. But our infighting is between gay, straight, bisexual, black, white, green, blue, purple. I don't give a shit if you're from fucking planet Mars. It don't matter. As a community, we're really more united, including women. Now, you know, one of the things that we've done in the past is, you know, the FGC tried having it all women's torn. We're trying to say, hey, you know what? You don't get that special treatment. Now, you know, when I see like Anita, you know, and what Anita talks about in a lot of her videos, look, you know, if more women would buy games, I would expect more games to be directed towards women. But unfortunately, in a male-driven market, you know, you can't have, and let's be real, you know, I'll use 16-bit from the NRS community. I guarantee you he would not use Katana if Katana wasn't his. He looks at her and goes, wow, that's my dream girl. Same thing with Catwoman. He wouldn't use her. You know, why not use Shiva? She's a woman. She got 4 arms and 4 tits, but she's a woman. You know.
The thing about the whole, like, if there were more women, like, gaming and stuff like that, there'd be more games directed towards them and everything like that. Like, I'm not sure about the validity of the stats, but a lot of stats saying that, like, women gamers are, like, on the rise and everything like that. Like, they account for a little under half of, like, all gamers out there. But the thing is, if there are more female gamers out there, more games to be catered to them, I think it kind of makes sense. But the problem is, it's kind of like something the comic book industry is going through right now. If you don't already have something there to, like, hook them in that can appeal to them, it's kind of hard for them to want to get into it in the first place.
But now let me ask you this. Would you be willing to dump $14 million into making a game that's catered around women? And this is the chance that people are asking, you know, these companies to make. Are you willing to take a chance on hurting your own company's stock in hopes that it would bring? Because you got to remember now, if that game doesn't bring both the male and the woman to the table, it's a lose.
Yeah.
Now, a woman will pick up the game right now. Out of that half that's saying of the woman's side that's picking up, if half of that picks up plus the male group, it's a success. But when you reverse that table in that role, now you're taking a 50-50 shot. And I don't know if companies are willing to do that. You know, I mean, I look at anime games. Okay, maybe, you know, like that with that whole, you know, the anime communities. You know, fucking whatever that penguin dude was saying. The anime communities all, you know, got to be shot. I mean, I'm like, wow, that's going to the extreme.
Yeah, that guy was a little out there.
You know, but hey, look, you're not going to change the Japanese culture.
Yeah.
You know, and that's just the way it is. And, you know, when you got fucking tentacles and fucking bukkake and all the other wacky shit that they're into, you know, it's not going to change. So, you know, they got to kind of lay away from that because that's a losing battle. You're not going to change a culture. You know, you got a better chance of anything else, but you're not going to flip that culture into a culture where all of a sudden they're going to start drawing Hanna-Barbera cartoons and, you know, with everybody being metrosexual / one sex across the board where nobody gets offended. Everybody's always going to get offended by something. Now, you know, I mean, I personally, I would like to see if a girl character could be appealing to me. I wouldn't mind it. I have no qualms with it. But unfortunately for me, I'm a type that I like, you know, I like guy. When it comes to fighting games especially, I say, I'm sorry, women going to hate it. Predominantly women are the weaker sex. Not all the time, because I can't push a fucking car out my fucking penis hole. A woman could push a kid out hers, you know. So, I mean, at that point I go, listen, you got me by the balls there. I can't do that. And it takes a lot of fucking guts and power. But in a fight in the land of fantasy, I choose guy characters. No matter how good looking the character is. Some people like to use girl characters. But, you know, when you start going after the way they're dressed, oh, they're too scantily dressed, that's also a factor in trying to attract people to those characters.
Yeah.
Now,
go
ahead.
Like, when it comes to that, like, I know, like, a lot of times people think that, like, people are like with a feminist bent, stuff like that. They want like no sexy characters, stuff like that. That's not it. Most of them, they just want better representation. Like sexy characters are fine, but could we have like ones that like sex is like less of a focus and stuff like that?
But now, you're going to make... I mean, look, the anime community, they try to do that. But it's portrayed in negative ways. It's like, oh, no, they got a transgender character. So?
Why? When was there like a transgender character that got flack? I'm trying to think of one off like the top of my head.
Well, it's not that they get flack. It's kind of it's in there. That's why, like I'm saying, it's like it's in there, but at the same time, it's looked at as, well, why would you do that? Well, why not? You're trying to appeal to other people. You can.
I can't think of many that's really gotten the why would you do that reaction or anything like that.
You know what? In the anime community as a whole, no. Somebody outside looking in, yeah, they're gonna go, well, why would you do that? It's supposed to be guy versus girl, and that's it. No, it could be. To me, that's the part of fantasy that you got to kind of look at and say, look, everything in a video game is not going to be reality. It isn't. It's supposed to be entertainment and escape from reality. Now, we could say, well, how come there's not more transgender roles in movies? Because let's be real, most of the transgender roles that you ever see in movies end in either a scene like The Crying Game or a serial killer.
Which is why I'm happy about things like Orange is the New Black and stuff like that. That has like more positive representation.
That's a nice show. I like it.
Yeah.
But now, at what point, like, again, if somebody out there says, look, I understand that, but it's just not my cup of tea. Are they really being narrow-minded? Are they being, hateful? If somebody just says, look, hey, two guys, you want to go get married, knock yourselves out. You make the same mistake that a heterosexual couple does, all the power to you. But when you get people that are offended by it, all of a sudden it becomes attack them. And if they don't want to understand your perspective, at that point you got to just walk away and say, hey, look, you know what? You can't get everybody to feel the way you want. And that's one of the things that I think that's been blowing up with the whole Gamergate, and it's on both sides. It's like, if you don't believe the way, if you're not with us, you're against us.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest problems right now, because who's suffering? Everybody. Now Intel's pulling sponsorships. You got journalists now that are sitting here going, I don't know what the future holds. You got gamers that are suffering because, it's bad enough. I'm predicting a game system collapse again.
Like, one question though, like, what gamers are really suffering, like, due to the whole, like, Gamergate situation, everything like that? Because, like, for the most part, there have been a few people that have been negatively affected, like, career-wise, stuff like that, due to Gamergate. But for the most part, it's been on, like, people that are against it. Like, some journalists, they had to leave their houses because the threats and everything were getting so bad.
I mean,
Janitor, like, one of my favorite, like, writers, she stepped away from writing and gaming, like, period. She's done with it because of everything that happened, because she wrote an article, like, to show support and everything for Zoe Quinn, and people just automatically assumed, oh, there's corruption in this. Like, she has to be doing this because of, like, some monetary gain and stuff like that. And people are like, oh, she snuck this in.
Who knows? Maybe she did. Never know that.
She didn't.
But now you got to understand.
Like they researched it, they looked into it, and there was nothing there. It was just like one friend trying to support another friend.
With that, I'm fine. I had no problem with that. But now you got to remember, the way things have been unfolding, you can't blame people for thinking it as well. I mean, especially when this whole thing began based on the premise that this girl was screwing around to get favors. I don't know if she was. I don't know if she wasn't. I don't give a shit how much Kickstarter money she raised. It's, at the end of the day, it's none of my business. But where it does become something that I get concerned about is when it's something that can potentially cause backlash, especially to corporations that are public companies, where investors don't give a shit if their game is good or bad. They just give a shit about the numbers. And those numbers are what keep companies open. when I worked for Acclaim Entertainment, we closed our door. I sold my stock at 35 a share. They ended at fucking 6 cents a share before they closed their door. And it was because of the fact that bad publicity. Their thing was what is his name? Mark McGrath, is it the fucking bike dude? They had some strippers that were riding on bikes, and I got a lawsuit for that. Little things like that caused that company, and mismanagement of money, of course, and just making shitty games. Those were kind of all three factors. But, for a corporation, all they were concerned is as long as we make the traders happy, our stock will keep going up. And with stuff like this is going to scare people away, like it did with Intel advertising. It's like you get to a point where you don't want to know why, you don't want to know how, you just want it gone.
Yeah, like the fucked up thing about the Intel situation is that like that one got really bad due to an article written by Leigh Alexander about like how it was one of the gamers are dead type articles and stuff like that. And the thing is, like, the people got really mad. You can tell most of them didn't read it because it wasn't necessarily targeted at like gamers per se, but like the marketed ideal of gamers and everything like that. Like Mountain Dew, Doritos, blah blah blah, and stuff like that. And then another thing is this: that Gamasutra, the website, it's not targeted towards gamers. It's not.
No.
Like, gamers are not the demographic for the site. The people that got mad, you are not the demographic. That site is for like developers and stuff like that.
But now, again, the assault is going to continue. And I mean, I don't see it going down anyway. Now, this is where I'm at a loss. What is going to be the end all here?
Yeah, that's the curious part. I'm all for like fixing games journalism, but like another big thing people want to do is that they want to take like all social aspects of like games journalism out of the journalism, which I don't know why anyone would ever want that. Like, a lot of these people say that like games are art, like games are beautiful, they should be held to like the same standards like movies, books, and all this stuff. But a big part of being considered art for like a form of media is that you have to be able to take criticism, for whether it be like feminist criticism or humanitarian criticism. You have to be able to take it.
When I first was developing games, the first thing I said to a couple of producers is I said, look, you may laugh your ass off at that joke, but it isn't if you think it's funny. It's a matter of if you can make the public think it's funny.
Exactly.
And just because you're laughing does not mean everybody else is going to laugh. Now, Big Tank asked, how do you feel about the Dell executive who compared Gamergate supporters to ISIS?
That guy's a fucking idiot.
He's a fucking moron. He's an absolute fucking moron. Anybody that would consider, again, and this is where, contrary to belief, I agree with Anita to a degree. I listened to one of her speeches that she gave at that XOXOXO thingamajiggy. And of course, it's all her supporters, which it's fine by me, but the point is, she said it's like, there's a truther mentality here. And I'll tell everybody out there, 9/11 happened. Stop saying it was fucking America that did it. I was there the day it happened. No bombs went off. That's all a crock of shit. 2 planes hit the building. Why did they collapse the way they did? Because they did. That's it. At the end of the day, that's it. They did. I stood about 150 feet away as the first building came down. So anybody going to tell me a bomb did it? Trust me, I wasn't in shock. I wasn't walking around like an idiot. I heard it. I saw it. That's it. The same mentality here, that she has some grand scheme. I saw the thing with her $1,000 shoes or whatever the hell they were, and I'm going, come on. Do you want to resolve the issue? First of all, issue number 1. Zoe and fucking Enron or whatever the fuck his name is, go in a room somewhere, beat each other up, and hash out your problems. You're no longer part of what Gamergate really has morphed into. Now what it is, it's journalism as far as having integrity versus gamers. Now, I don't know what the gamers want. Do you want to wipe out all the journalists?
Like, that's the really confusing part, because like they say they want like the corruption to end, but they're not really going after like where the corruption is. Like like the big publishing companies sending out like all these gift packages with like the games for like early reviews, flying people out to like these huge like development parties and everything like that, and stuff like the E3, all these lavish parties. Like none of that's being addressed, but instead they're focusing on indie game development.
Which is
And
the
I don't
ironic
know,
part, because indie people don't have any fucking money to start.
that's the thing. I'm like, you say you want to make all these changes, stuff like that, but you live in this fantasy world where you think indie game development and people that write like articles that have more of a social justice bent about video games think they have all the power. They don't.
They got nothing. They're broke motherfuckers trying to make $1. That's what it comes down to. You know, and that's why, like, listen, if this Zoe girl was out screwing guys, she wasn't doing it for good reviews. She was doing it probably because her fucking man couldn't give it to her right, I guess. I don't know. You know, but again, it comes down to that's none of my business. But where it does concern me is, like I said, this is going to have a trickle across effect, because it's going to affect gamers in general. Because as the paintbrush went across already and said gamers are all fucking misogynistic fucking women haters, you know, it's not felt in the FGC. Now, we have our moments. You know, we got more cat fights than any other group inside the gaming community.
Yeah, like a good example would be you remember Danya Hosey, right? You had her on the show before.
Yeah.
Like she made like a tweet towards like Total Biscuit, who was like trying to tie like the Gamergate stuff going on right now with happening in the FGC a while back with Eris.
Okay.
And he was saying that there's no like real controversy or anything going on in the FGC, which it was over exaggerated back then, but there was a problem. There still is and continues to be, but it's at least being worked on and addressed, kind of.
I mean,
but he tried to say
this.
there was none. And hold on, sorry, I just want to wrap this up real quick. There was none, and she talked about like how there is, what happens, and like the harassment she gets for being a female is different from the harassment he gets despite while being a male. There's a big difference between like being something and getting harassment and because you are like something. Like in her case, she's female. And then you go to like Art Kappa and there's this huge thread where it's just like people saying like, oh, there's no real misogyny in FGC, but yo, fuck this bitch cunt. Like, you know, I hope she gets raped and stuff like that.
See, look,
it's just like,
this is the part that I don't understand. And this is why, you know, again, every girl in every community, look, even Anita, and even if, and I'm going to use it in my fucking derog, even if Zoe wants to act like a hoe, including her as well. I'm just saying as if.
Yeah.
Whatever they want to do is up to them. But just remember this. Every one of these girls is somebody's daughter and somebody's sister. And how would all you people that like to say, oh, I'm going to rape you, I'm going to do this. God forbid you find out something happens to your mother or your sister. It's easy to, and it's a word that, as fucked up as I've always gotten on my show, I don't use. I don't use it unless I'm really fucking drunk and pilled out and dusted out of my mind, which don't happen too often. But the point is, it's not. I don't know where that became less of a threat than just saying I'm going to kick your ass. You know, it's a word that basically says I'm going to violate you.
Yeah.
You know, and it's unfortunate that, you know, the internet keyboard warriors, the keyboard Katies out there, you know, get their fucking panties all in a knot and they get a pair of balls on them and they can say it. But the fact of the matter is, say it to them in their face. You know, say it to me in my face. I go to tournaments. If you want to be a keyboard warrior, please bring your keyboard to the next event that I'm at and show me how much of a keyboard warrior you really don't think you are. Because 90% of these fucking guys are pussies that hide in their fucking mom's basements eating Hot Pockets.
What if they smash the keyboard over your head?
Then trust me, I'm still going to knock them the fuck out.
Probably.
But the point is, that's one of the things. If you're trying to convey a message, if you're trying to get resolution, no matter what it is, what are you going to do? Kill all the women? Is that what the plan of Gamergate guys are? Is kill all the women? Kick all the women out of the gaming community? I mean, I don't know what their end game is. Kick out all the journalists? What do they want?
Yeah, that. Like I said, that's the thing. Because like Gamergate, there's no organization to it. This is something they've purposely done. They don't like a leader. They don't want like fully organized goals, which has like led to problems. Because there have been people that like they're pro Gamergate, but they don't like certain aspects of it, and they end up getting chased out because they catch so much shit that they're like, all right, fuck it, I'm out of this. I'm no longer helping you guys. Like there was a female game developer just recently. She left Gamergate because there's like one of their big, like I guess you say figureheads right now, Milo Numa. I can never pronounce his name. He goes by Nero on Twitter, and like he's complete and total scumbag. Like he's extremely transphobic, really racist, and like he himself is homosexual, but like he has a lot of anti-homos. He's self-hating in a sense. And a lot of people like try to call this out, and they try to say that we can't say that Gamergate is an inclusive movement that wants to have like everybody be able to come in, game, talk about games, and be free of corruption if we're having people like this represent us. And anytime someone brought that up, despite being pro Gamergate, they were chased out.
See, that's why, like I said, I didn't try to like jump in there with like wholeheartedly, because I was kind of like, you know what, this is like such a dysfunctional movement.
Yeah, like you've probably seen it because like we follow each other on Twitter and everything like that. And I'm like talk about a lot of my timeline, and like I ask people that are pro Gamergate specifically, like, what do a lot of you really even want? Like, you say you want complete and total objectivity in like game reviews, but do you realize why that's impossible and why you wouldn't really want that in the first place? You talk about how you don't want like feminist like ideals and stuff like that in games writings at all, or you don't want like anything focusing on like social issues. I'm like, well, you love Last of Us, and that game is full of it.
Ranch Dressing 89 said it best. They're calling it a movement. It's about fucking video games. You're
Like
a consumer. You're at the end of the day, you're consumers. Now, granted, this sounds narrow-minded. I don't want the feminist movement to shove down my throat what I should have to play, or what is going to be available for me to play, where everything's got to be centered around it. Now, I have no problem if people want to make games that are more catered to. Listen,
I'll be right back.
Go ahead. I don't care if you want to make a game that's catered to hardcore gamers that has nothing to do with like in-depth messages as far as depression and all this other shit, then fine, make those games. If they succeed, that will tell you to make depression too. If it does not succeed, there's no reason to make a second version of it. And the problem is when people feel like it's getting shoved down their throats. And that part of the movement, I kind of do agree with, where it's like, don't tell me what I have to accept. Now, granted, people should accept whatever. But to dictate and say, this is the way it has to be, that's the message that a lot of these people, including myself at times, get. Because once you hear a feminist movement, it's like, oh my God, here comes a bunch of girls that don't shave their armpits wearing flannel telling me I gotta fucking let them make out in front of me and I shouldn't be upset. And that's something where there's a problem. It's when you're telling me this is what has to happen.
Yeah, like they saw like the Gamers Are Dead articles, and they felt that it was targeted towards them. They were unprofessional articles of like the journalists to do. But the thing is, like like X like group of like consumers or whatever is dead. That's a common thing in journalism. Happens all the time, and a lot of people took it to heart. Like, oh man, you're saying that like this thing that I identify with is dead. Here's the thing: gamers, the identity of gamers, that was cooked up all for marketing and everything like that. Like it wasn't an organic like identity that just like happened to just show up and get popular. And it was talking about like the negative aspects of like gamer culture and stuff like that, which there are. Like, look at any comment page or like a lot of videos based around like, oh, I have problems like this in gaming because so and so like disagrees with me on anything, and it gets extremely toxic. And I hate using that word because it's overused so much.
Yeah, no, it definitely it does build up. It builds up after a while. Hold on a second. It builds up after a while where, what could have started off as quote unquote a constructive conversation, one inflammatory thing, and the next thing you know, the whole thread gets derailed and everybody's saying go fuck your mother.
Yeah.
And it's sad. I don't think that will ever change. I don't think that'll ever change. But the fact that you want, if people aren't going to accept it, then that's just the way it is. You can push for it until you're blue in the face. To start building games a certain way, it's got to come from the indie companies. Now, if they don't come well, I don't know, what's her game called? Depression Quest or something?
Yeah, Depression Quest.
Okay, well, odds are there ain't going to be a Depression Quest 2. If it didn't do well, the first one didn't do well, there's not going to be a 2.
That sucks.
And that's what is just the nature of the business. James, the whole want to make Oh shit.
Hey, what's up?
No, I was somebody because my mother's going in for mastectomy, whatever, double or some shit like that.
Yeah.
So somebody was just messaging me about that. But I don't know what the answer is because I can't even figure out what Gamergate pro Gamergate guys want. Is it just journalist integrity? You're not going to get it as long as companies are willing to pay people for good reviews.
They just want to get laid, man.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. Like, why are they not getting organized and going after like I said earlier, the publishing companies like sending these lavish gift like packages that are basically saying, hey, give our game a good review, we'll send you more of this stuff, and we'll give you early access to games so you can get like the earliest review and get more hits for your site. Like, none of that is actually being going after. And yeah, Grow 87, tranny is an extremely offensive term to people that are transsexual. So yeah, learn something.
But see, that's the whole point also. I want guys to understand, look, I mean, I guess, I don't know, as far as tranny goes, is that a word that, quote unquote, like, if you're with your boys, kind of like I'm a white dude that I can get away with, yo, you my nigga? Like, if I'm friends with a bunch of transgender people, can I be like, yo, tranny? I mean, or is it a word that's actually, poof, no good?
It's pretty much poof, no good.
All right, I see.
I learned something.
Yeah. It's a word.
Well, that's the thing. Like, even things that are just a word to marginalized groups, like I'm black, and like N-word. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, between friends, yeah, I say it. I say it a good bit. And like, even some of my white friends, I'm like, when you're between us, go ahead. We're cool. I know you. I know it's not going to be used in like a derogatory way or anything like that. But when you're around people you don't know, people who you don't know what they've gone through in their life and how they feel about it, you probably shouldn't be saying like, the N-word, tranny, any of that shit.
Yeah, we kind of had that happen in the MK community this past weekend.
Yeah, and the second you do, like, you have no right to get mad when someone calls you out for it, especially if you are not a part of that marginalized group. And people can say this bullshit about like we've gotten like super soft as like a people and whatever, blah blah blah. I got no problem with us getting softer as a people when it comes to like showing like a group of people fucking respect, especially a group that's been ran through the mud for so long, like people on like the transgender spectrum. My bad.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I am, contrary to what people want to think, I do have a to each his own. It does not mean I accept everything. I am against gay marriage. And I'll publicly say it. Not because of religious reasons, just because I look at them and go, if only a sucker wants to get married. I did it once and it was a big fucking mistake. Enjoy your freedom while you can keep it.
Yo, James, I hate to do this to you, but I got a dip for a little bit.
All right.
It looks like a big black dragon. He wants to come on to like give like pro side to it.
Okay.
Like, I'll get back on later, and hopefully he'll still be around, and like me and him can like discuss things for, like, because I feel kind of iffy with it just being my side being represented right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be back on in a little bit.
You got it.
All right, man.
All right. So, Big Black Dragon, if you want to hit me up, it's JamessMK. Here you go. But, again, I'm trying to come to the conclusion of what does the Gamergate people want? Is it just journalist integrity? Is it, do they want women gone out of the gaming world? I mean, I just saw a gaming team. I just read today on Twitter that a gaming team of all girls was disqualified for apparently having, who's this? Alright, boom. We'll get you in there. We'll add you in here too while we're at it. Alright.
What's up, James?
What's
so
up, sir?
disqualified for what?
Hold on. Let me. Somebody feeding back. Who's that? Probably you, Natus.
That's not me.
I know. Alright, hold on. Let me get one more in here. Javon. Add the group. Boom. Javon, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. I'm assuming you're a Black Dragon?
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know what your name is. Mo-Am?
No, it's Noah.
So we'll
It's
just call
just
you
like
Noah.
a sponsorship thing.
Okay. So, alright. We're going to start with Noah. What's your take on this? And first of all, introduce yourself so everybody knows who you are.
I'm Noah. I've been in the Melee community, and I've been focusing on this show since like the whole Triforce thing.
Oh, wow. You're going way back.
Yeah.
Triforce been gone a while. You've been MIA playing that FIFA. Taking care of the island, man.
Yeah.
And Javon, and let Javon intro himself.
Yeah, I'm Big Black Dragon. I'm a nobody in the community, but I have been following Gamergate since pretty much the Zoe Quinn stuff, and I kind of wanted to. You guys were saying a bunch of stuff, and I kind of wanted to give the pro Gamergate side,
Okay.
the not crazy pro Gamergate side.
Okay, yeah, don't give me the tin foil version.
The watching this, I don't know, man.
Oh shit, I forgot about that picture. Where is that? Now that he said they're watching us, it just reminded me.
Yeah, I'm a long-time fan of the show.
All right, so give me your take on it as a pro Gamergate person.
Yeah, so pretty much like the whole thing is we want all of the crimes, not crimes, but all of this corruption to be punished, and it's like there's no code of ethics in games journalism, even though they call themselves journalists. Like, can you imagine this happening in a major, newspaper or other site, like CNN? People would be fired. We'd see reprimandation. But since gaming, like they're pretty much bloggers, like glorified bloggers using the. Oh, I love that.
I had to throw that one up there.
Wow.
But since they're like glorified bloggers using journalism, like claiming they're journalists, we just want them to have the same journalism. We want them to have the same integrity as actual journalists. So like, what's her name? Zoe. I can't remember the last name.
Quinn.
Yeah, Zoe Quinn. Like, when you guys were saying you don't know if she's cheated. People have found Facebook posts with her talking to her boyfriend that pretty much confirmed that she cheated. And a big thing with her is like, she's a huge feminist. And one of her things was before all of the Zoe Quinn stuff came out, she dropped an article saying that cheating is pretty much rape because you are doing something behind your partner's back. And you're not, telling them everything up front. So if you cheat on someone, you're raping them. So a lot of the criticism
What
was
the
like,
fucking logic is that?
I don't know about that logic.
This is, you can look it up. This is on the internet.
Whoa.
And yeah, and we don't like hypocrisy on this level. We don't want people like this being the voice of gaming. People who self-proclaim raped their own boyfriend. And there's so many things you said. I want to touch on all of them. So I'm going to go off at the top of my head. We're talking about the Gamers Are Dead articles. The reason why us on the Pro Gamergate side believed that it was a targeted attack was because there was, I think, about 10 articles within the span of 24 hours saying that gamers are dead on a bunch of different websites. So, it's kind of like, I don't want to bring up Fox News, but it's kind of like, in Fox News, when they see, when they think Obama's doing something, every show they have it on, they'll have that same talking point.
Yeah.
So it just felt like, all of these websites were coming together and saying like, hey guys, they caught us, instead of, coming out, we're going to instead lessen their argument by saying gamers are dead, don't listen to gamers are awful, gamers are horrible, and and it's like I've been a gamer for most of my life. I've been playing games since I was a kid. I don't take it so seriously. Like gamers in my life, I'm gonna make money playing games somehow. That's ridiculous. But it's something I definitely identify with, and I don't like these people who call themselves journalists that don't have any integrity apparently. Like it's not just sleeping. It's just being friends. Like some of these people are giving Patreon money to these indie game developers, and that's kind of fucked up if you think about it. Like you have people writing articles, giving money to people to make games so they can write articles about them. Like, isn't that? Don't you think
it is a little bit hypocritical? But at the same time, if you're going to put money towards a project in hopes that that project gets developed, it's kind of a choice at that time. Now, if you turn around and I tell you, dude, make me a pair of shoes, and I give you $100 and you make me a pair of shoes, I paid for them, so I'm obviously gonna, especially if I'm gonna be getting a mass production of it, and I'm obviously gonna say, yo, these are the best fucking shoes I ever had in my life, even if they suck ass, because I put money in.
But are you a shoe journalist? That's the problem.
No,
if you're a shoe enthusiast, then that's different.
But now,
obviously,
as a journalist, integrity in the video game community has never, and I do repeat, ever been there.
Yeah.
And it's not going to change because even what Raptor said is it's bigger than the journalists. It's these journalists, the companies they work for versus the developers. I know firsthand, I've seen developers fly journalists out to France just to review a game in hopes that since I flew you out to France, you're going to give it a good review because I did fly you out to France.
Yeah, on that point, I think it's the company's jobs to do that. Like these are $1 million companies, do anything to succeed. That's free market, we're all capitalists here. It's the journalist's jobs to keep the integrity, just because...
But now let me ask you this again. If I turn around and I don't know, I don't want to use a company that's still existing. I'm Acclaim Entertainment. And I just made Krusty's Funhouse. This game sucks ass, and I know it sucks ass because I fucking worked on the piece of crap. But I do know this. I need this game to sell. So I'm going to fly out somebody from EGM. I'm going to fly out somebody from GamePro. I'm going to fly somebody out from Wired. I'm going to fly out Brady Games, Prima Books. I'm going to bring all these guys out. I'm going to show them what a great game this is. And by the way, I'm giving you $10,000 to run an ad in your paper this month, in your magazine this month.
Yeah, that's like one of the great fallacies of video game journalism is that all of the ad money comes from the people they're reviewing. So it's kind of like, and on your point, it always
doesn't. But the money that comes to the magazine is coming direct from the game company. They are paying that kind of money.
Yeah, exactly. And it's CNN, doesn't have parties paying them money to run articles on the parties, and that's what we're saying. It's like when you say it's always been there, we didn't realize how deep the corruption was until Gamergate, and we believe if we let Gamergate just we let them sweep it under the rug, we won't get any changes. It'll just be the same exact thing.
Yeah, but now don't you fear this? As a backlash, you're going to lose out because it's going to... Inevitably, it also can backfire and hurt a lot of these corporations as far as, their sales. Because now you're going to get the legit sales. Where a game sold 3 million copies, now all of a sudden it only sells 200,000 because instead of an 8.9, it got a 1.2. Which I agree with you 100% on that. It sucks that they get away with that, but the fear is when people realize, and this is especially in the fighting game community, when people realize how shitty a games you're really playing, because if everybody's saying it's an 8 to a 10, you're going in with a mindset already, this is a great game. And now it becomes word of mouth after that point that continues to make the game grow or die. But that initial burst, those 1.4 billion in sales for Call of Duty, I mean, really, guys, did you really think Call of Duty Ghost was that great of a game?
Nope.
Exactly. you know. But you want to know something? The marketing campaign and everything that went behind it made $1.4 billion for a game. And then after that, it fizzled out. Destiny, I hear good things about it out the gate. Not Destiny, the other one. What was the other game that came out?
Titanfall, I think.
Titanfall.
Yeah.
Titanfall. This is the best thing since sliced bread. There's nothing better than this game. It's the end all. Call of Duty. What? Oh man, fuck that. Halo who? This is it. I don't hear nobody talk shit about that game no more. It was a fizzle. And it's all about the marketing campaign. So all of that's getting pushed towards the media and towards the journalists. Do you want to lose your job? You know, if you're writing an article and they say, hey, we need you to do a write-up on Titanfall, and you take it home and you play it, and you're like, this is the biggest piece of trash I ever played in my life. Do you not think your head publisher is going to editor's going to say, I think you got to rewrite this?
Well, on that perspective, I honestly, personally believe there shouldn't be so many gaming websites. How many gaming websites do we need to give the same exact news? All this is press releases and then previews.
I agree with that.
So on that, I don't care. I don't care if like Kotaku and everyone shuts down tomorrow and it's only like a handful. To me, that'd be awesome. Get a real job.
I said that on Twitter the other day to a bunch of people.
But on that note, like, you know, and also on the whole, you know, now games are going to have less money put into them. I think that's great. I'd love to go back to the days where developers had to come up with new ideas to make us play the games and not just shove a shitload of money into cutscenes and try to entice us and pay off people. So I honestly think that would be good on both fronts.
Come on, did you play Maximum Carnage?
Yeah, I did.
I came up with the red cartridge idea. That was mine. Woo! That was a sales point right there. That in itself, a glowing red cartridge. You can't top that. To make up for the shitty ass game. But
it wasn't that bad. It was
pretty. We made the end so hard. You're feeding back, Noah. We made the game so hard that you couldn't. I mean, a very few actually came back to me and said, "I finished that," and I actually had to pat them on the back and go, "Good fucking job," because there ain't many people that can finish it. But you know. As far as, so I understand the journalist integrity. Now, as far as the women's side with the misogyny and all the other shit, how does that fall into this?
Okay, so let's talk about Anita Sarkeesian. So in the beginning when she started doing things, I had no problems with her. But later, like upon her later videos, she started to really change, like really Fox News, you know, change the facts, you know, very put a lot of spin, like I believe on her last video, I can't remember if it's like women sexualizations. I guess all of them were that, but she specifically put in this one part with I think the game was Hitman Absolution, and she just repeatedly showed this this scene where the main character was like just murdering these two
the two strippers that you're supposed to sneak past.
Exactly, like, you know, I don't have a problem. Like, I agree that, you know, we need better representation for everyone. But I don't think we need to lie to get it. I think we could, you know, tell the truth and still get the same thing. I just don't like the dishonesty from the feminist side coming in. You know, it makes us all look bad. You know, what if you're a fan of that game? You know, and then all of a sudden, you know, you have people like Joss Whedon. You know, people. You know, Joss Whedon made The Avengers. You know, that movie made how much money? Yeah. And he's saying, you know, and he's on the bandwagon on her side. So we have the big name people seeing this shit, and they're seeing games, you know, shown in the worst light possible, in like ways that, you know, that aren't real. She's making up a problem, and that's why we think it's a scam. You know, how much money did she make? Like $20,000, and she hasn't even finished the video series. She said she was going to be done in a year. She's been, you know, getting paid to talk to, you know, in all of these different places. That's why we think it's a scam. We don't think she's in it to actually help gaming grow. We think she's in it to make women victims so they can give her money so she can tell them they're victims.
See, I mean, I agree with the victim mentality. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't happen because I'd be lying. It does happen, you know, but to attribute sneaking past two girls dressed up as strippers, you know, did not make some guy go out and tell some girl who's playing a game she's fucking less than him.
Exactly.
You know, you play a game. I mean, look, hey, if you can make a transgender character and put her in Grand Theft Auto, I'll fucking play it. The fuck do I care?
You can. It's called Saints Row.
Yeah.
It already exists.
You know, but you know, my thing is, it's like, on the flip side, I don't know what they want. Do they want, like, you know, Mortal Kombat to come out with a chick in fucking a flannel shirt who happens to be a lesbian?
Exactly.
I mean, you can't force developers to make what you want. If you're and this is just the rule on the block. If I beat your ass, I'm taking your wallet. I'm probably gonna piss on you, but I'll be nice enough to leave your ID with you because I'm taking the money. I'm checking your social security because I need the last 4 digits because that's probably what your ATM pin is or your birthday. And then I'll leave your wallet with you, and I'm gonna go rob you. That's called survival of the fittest. If the majority rule is in effect until that mentality or that balance changes, then all the power to you. Like I said, if depression is a good game, then why isn't everybody buying it?
Exactly. And to my point is, like, I'm a DOA player, you know? And it's like, you know, if you took out all of, you know, the bouncing titties and the ass and all the bikinis, would women start buying it en masse to make up for all of the lost men sales?
Absolutely not.
Like, I don't buy any of the bikini DLC, but I thank God it's there so they can put money back into the community.
I mean, look, not for nothing, guys probably rope out to that shit. And whatever floats their boat and tickles their pickle, it ain't my deal. But I will say, it actually stopped me from buying it. Not because I'm all pro-feminist movement, but I was like, yo, there's a bunch of girls with their titties hanging out. How good of a fighting game could that be?
Exactly. And, you know, it's like we're weighing your lost sales against, you know, added sales. You know, this is marketing. This is, you know, and I think that there are more, you know, teenagers roping out to the game than there are people like you who are turned off to the game and are willing to buy it. You know, like, I just like the fact that they're taking this money and they're putting it into, I guess, Sonic Fox's pocket now. But, you know.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Well, he didn't win the last one, I don't think, did he? He didn't win.
Oh no, it was his brother. He lost to his brother. Yeah.
So they're keeping it in the family. What can I say? But you know, I mean, it's something's got to change because right now it's at a standstill of nothing but shit talking, and that shit's been trending. I don't know how long that's been trending now. I mean, I just look and it's like literally every second that goes by on Twitter, I follow that hashtag. And every second there's 20 new tweets. Every second. I can't even keep up with them.
And the problem is, like, they're right. There's no group. There's no, like, I think there's figureheads that talk for us. But the problem is we can't stop someone from saying, fuck you, you cunt. Like, that brings us back. But we can't stop that. We can't stop someone from using a hashtag. Well, all we can do is find the people who are sane on both sides and try to talk it out.
I mean, now look, and you seem pretty reasonable, so, I mean, I really don't think you condone rape.
No.
You know, and when I see Anita getting up on stage saying she was threatened with rape, listen, I was threatened with rape. So what? I mean, it sucks that it happens, but again, and this is unfortunate, the mentality of the keyboard Katies out there, that, you know, it's easy to say it from the other side of a wire on the other side of the planet. And now I obviously don't condone it. In fact, I'm probably the biggest proponent against rape. But the point being that you can't live your life with every troll out there saying it. Now, granted, they've gotten their numbers, they've gotten stuff. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, you know, well, she probably has a stool doing it for her just to garner up sympathy. I really don't think. I'd like to think I don't think that way.
No, it's the internet. Someone is doing it.
What is it? Oh, okay. But you know, I don't want to see that happen. you can't threaten rape with me. I mean, if I hear 10 guys say they're going to rape me, guess what it means? I'm getting the cock in the ass. I mean, that's it, plain and simple, guys. I mean, sodomized rape, whatever you want to call it. Somebody tells me they want to fuck me, that's how I'm looking at it. But I also look at it as an empty threat. But now as a woman, it doesn't seem to be as let go as I would.
Yeah,
and I can understand it. But now I hear her going out there saying they're all running from their homes and they're hiding out.
I don't believe that.
And that's where I'm like, come on.
Because if you actually feel threatened for your life, you call the FBI. That's what they do.
That's what you should do.
How come none of them are under protection and all of them are always in these public speaking events?
That's the thing. I'm like, how come? I'm thinking to myself, wow, you know what? Not for nothing. She's at an event with no police with her, no protection, no security.
Exactly. From these dozens of rapists who keep on saying it.
But I mean, I'm sorry again. If I was a girl and somebody told me they were going to rape me, and I actually genuinely believe that somebody's out there stalking to rape me, I'd pay 10 guys to walk with me every day to make sure I don't. Yo, Noah, you roping one out?
Sorry. I've been just listening in. I've been researching this since the time. Yeah, my perspective on it is basically, so what I've read is, I understand that some chick was making a game and her ex-boyfriend, exposed something.
Yeah, she supposedly cheated on him a bunch of times, and he got mad.
See, that sounds really shady. And whoever believes that is either a troll or, well, trolls don't believe it, they just get entertained, or just someone who's completely ignorant. That's how I feel about it.
Now, when you say believe it, that she cheated, or
believe that that actually happened.
I don't know.
I agree.
It's been confirmed, and Kotaku has dropped an article about it. Sorry, keep talking.
Yeah, I agree that game reviews and stuff sometimes, those are probably rigged, quote unquote, but that's different. And then they turn it into a whole feminism thing, and then trolls are obviously just going to get on board. That turned into a situation that it didn't need to be turned into.
I mean, I think on both sides have gotten hijacked.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I think both sides have gotten hijacked. The feminist movement became a staple of the antis, and the pros got basically infiltrated with the stream monsters / trolls that really got nothing better to do than cause as much chaos as they could. And unfortunately, it's hard to decipher who's who anymore. I read some of the tweets, and I'm like, I just read 35 of this motherfucker's tweets, and are you pro or anti it? I don't even know. Because you can't decipher what he's saying. You cannot, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not educated into the internet so properly anymore, but you cannot display cynicism or what's the other word I'm looking for? When you're trying to be a wise ass.
Sarcasm?
Sarcasm. In 140 character tweet. It's really hard to do. So you'll see something fuck Anita, fuck Gamergate, and I'm like, well, who are you fucking? You're fucking everybody now. What are you trying to say? Dude, Noah, you roping out over there?
Huh? Sorry, this is really weird. My computer's messed up.
It sounds like you're jerking off.
Really?
Yeah, it sounds like you got a fleshlight going on or something over there.
What the fuck?
All we hear is...
That is?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm about to fix my mic. I'm on a laptop.
Okay. Anyway, so... I can't figure out the pros and the pro Gamergates versus the anti-Gamergates anymore, because the only ones you kind of sort of have a clear and cut call with is fuck all the journalists versus fuck all men, and I'm like, wow, that's what I'm seeing on both sides now. It's fuck the men and fuck the journalists, and I'm like, well, that's not going to resolve anything, and this has been going on how long now?
About a month and a half, maybe.
and nobody's actually gotten any leeway. I mean, nobody's bending. Nobody's saying, "Hey, let's talk this out." Is anybody?
I think that's the problem. Is that at least the pro Gamergate side can't talk it out. Talk about Gamergate has been banned on 4chan, Reddit, like 4chan. Like this is we all know who 4chan is.
Yeah, Trollchan.
You can't even talk about it on the like. Pro is being censored on so many sites. Like there's a very small select sites we can use to talk about it and gather, and that's why we feel like it's kind of like this war against gamers. Like they're stopping us from talking, they're stopping us from gathering together. It feels all coordinated. And I don't want to get too Triforce, they're watching us, but why can't we talk about it on 4chan, the place where you can see a decapitated human being if you push refresh long enough?
True. That doesn't make sense, really. You know why? Because they're based around video games in general.
It's because the founder, Moot, he has a relationship with all of these people. Like you can actually tie him to Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn. Like they go to, I can't remember what the con was. I'll go look it up. But yeah, they went to a conference together, and then all of a sudden you can't talk about it on 4chan. It's just banned.
Yeah, but I mean, granted, I've probably been to conventions and whatnot that Anita's been to. Just tying people that easily though, just for the fact that they are, and the fact that he just might not want to get. He might not just want to get involved. You know what I'm saying? Where he just doesn't want this messy situation to actually unfold on his site. I mean, I don't know. I'm not him. I'm taking a guess. But I really don't think, I mean, when you got somebody begging for 20 grand, I really don't see them having the ability to pay off websites to start banning words like fucking Gamergate.
We don't think it's paying off. It's just favors for people. Like they're friends. I don't think, they're in cahoots, making secret cabal, but I think they are friends. And we just want to get rid of that aspect of it, where someone can come and go like, you know what, don't talk about my game in a bad light. We're your consumers. We want to hear the truth from you. We trust you. That's why we go to your sites. We just don't want to be fucked around anymore.
But see, here's the thing. With that said, then what you really need to do is get all the Gamergate supporters, never go to 4chan again. Don't give them your business. Your traffic is their business, whether it's off of a paid membership or if it's paid or if it's off of ads. Don't give them your business, and that will make them have to react a certain way. But to turn around and just say, "Oh, the word's banned and ain't nothing we can do," but we still go there. It's like if I turn around and go, "Hey, Javon and fucking Cody and Noah, you're all cocksuckers, suck my dick. Oh, by the way, I need $10. When are you guys going to lend it to me?" No, you're all going to tell me to go fuck myself. Like, you just cursed us all out. Now you want us to give us money? Same exact thing. That's the great thing about capitalism. If they don't give you what you want, tell them to go fuck off with your money.
And that's what on the pro Gamergate side, that's what we've been trying to do. We've been trying to push people to the right direction, trying to, show people the information they need to make a informed decision. The problem is we're being silenced and being shut down, and now gamers are dead, and now, all of this shit. And it's kind of hard when, every which way you turn, you're getting shut out of here, told you're, a misogynist piece of shit, you're a racist, you're cisgender, whatever the fuck.
I don't even know, like I said, that whole genders thing, listen, I know transgender, but cis and this and miss and piss and shit, and I'm like, I don't know, everybody's a new gender. Can't anybody just be like, yo, I like to fuck chicks, I like to fuck dudes, I like to fuck both, boom, done, that's it. It doesn't have to be so. I mean, everybody needs such a term to identify. Just be you. Who the fuck cares? But it's like, if you turn them, if you turn it on them by saying, look, we won't come to your site no more. That's the clearest message that you're telling them. We don't like what you're doing. But
we've been trying to do that. We've been trying to reach out to the people who advertise on the site and say, these people are not, moral. They're not, working within the rules of journalism. We don't want, we like your products. We don't want you to be associated with them. We're trying to organize, and it's like the tyranny of the majority. They
Yeah.
have all of the quote unquote power. You know, it's gaming.
That's
But
worked so far, though.
yeah, and it's like
Intel pulled their ads from Gama Sutra, so I mean, we got somewhere already.
But the problem is like now we have Kotaku and Polygon, and like we have so many big targets to fight, and we're just like a small group of people.
Kotaku still exists?
Yeah,
How do they exist?
I don't.
Aren't those scrub ass motherfuckers that call me a racist?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean I hate them. I'm from Toronto, and Gawker tried to pay drug dealers like what $200,000 to show a video of a mayor smoking crack. No, way to go, fucking helping the drug trade in my city. You know, fucking dumbasses.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, exactly, right.
Wow, that's crazy.
These guys are journalists. Yeah.
You know what it is? Everybody's become TMZ.
Someone asked what Polygon did. There has been connections. We recently found out that there's a. I'm sorry.
Noah, are you typing now?
Yeah, I'm typing.
What,
I need the mute.
Wait, what porn website do you want?
I'm
Give
trying
me
to
some good links.
mute.
Hold on. Oh, you gotta hit mute if you're typing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with Polygon, there has been a Google Plus group called, I think, Game Journal
Game
Pro or
Journals
something like-
Pro.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been linking a whole bunch of these quote unquote journalists together, and we've seen the chat logs where they've been talking about how to defeat us, how to squash the Zoe Quinn stuff, how to they've been anytime someone talks up in the group, they get excluded from the group.
Really?
Like, all this cloak and dagger shit's going on, and people are acting like there isn't a problem. It's like, why do they act like they're fucking,
You write articles
of a
on
secrecy, then.
You write articles on video games. You're not even a
Exactly.
real. You're not even a real fucking journalist. You're not doing like editorials and on fucking world peace. You're writing about motherfucking games. Just
A
like
lot
what
of
I
people
tell-
don't even like consider themselves journalists. They just call themselves bloggers for that reason.
Yeah, it's no different. If you generate a paycheck for a company that has a website, all of a sudden you're a journalist. It's like, how does that fucking work? I mean, a journalist is just the easy way of saying, I want to get free stuff from companies, and I'll give you write-ups that are favorable to your product. That's what 90% of the journalists are. When I wrote for Game Fan Magazine, we were too busy getting fucking high and fucked up to worry about what even the article said. And that's just real talk. We were all getting fucked up, high, playing Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, and that's all we did. And come time for the deadline, 2 hours before the deadline, you hurried up and finished your article that you didn't start because you were too busy getting banged up. So anyway, Zelion, is it?
Yeah, it's on, or just Zell. I mean,
Introduce yourself so everybody knows who you are.
I'm actually a long-time fighting game and Smash community guy. I've been kind of active in my local circles where I am for a while. I haven't actually been following the Gamergate stuff too much, but there's a lot of things that it branches into, like feminism and games and like shit like that, that I have been following and talking about for a while. So I just kind of joined in and give my 2 cents.
And then we know Big Tank, but introduce yourself anyway.
I'm just in general a fighter in the fighting game community, and mainly in Smash, and I've just been following this Gamergate stuff since it started because I'm also trying to become like a blogger about gaming and whatnot, so it's been really interesting to see the different takes on what people have to say.
And last but not least, Seth, who just decided to barge in.
Hi,
Who are you?
I'm Seth.
From where?
I've been playing Melee. I'm from North Carolina. I've been playing Melee for like 4 years now, and I've been going to tournaments regularly and all that.
All right, so
Nothing.
let's start with you, Seth, and work our way back. So what's your stance on this? Okay, that's a stance that
I like it.
I like that stance. Zelion, so what's your stance on all this?
I mean, I think that the people that are pro Gamergate actually have a lot of good points when it comes to journalism and integrity, but I think a lot of it bleeds into a bunch of dumb shit that's completely unnecessary. And there are a lot of people out there who are expressing a lot of opinions and have a voice when they necessarily shouldn't, just because it's clogging up what the true message and what the true argument is. Especially like when I called in on the stream, there was stuff about like Anita and things like that, which I haven't actually watched any of her videos, but I do get the basic gist of what she says, and a lot of the stuff that she brings up are really good points. And the backlash that she gets, like, I believe it. Like, I just
I believe some, but I also do believe, and this just goes for everybody in general, everybody that says they're honest is usually full of shit to a degree. And it's not that I'm thinking she's bullshit, and I'm sure she gets shit, but I'm sure she puts a little gasoline in there as well to blow it up a little bit more. It's like if you turn around and say, Jimmy, I'm going to punch you. You told me you're going to punch me, but I'm going to go out there and go, Zellion said he's going to punch me, stab me in the chest, and maybe fucking kill my mother. Just to make it like, come on, everybody, you see what he's doing to me?
I see what you're saying, but like, I just got linked an article where a woman got shot because she wouldn't give her man her number, and like that shit happens. Now, granted, that was Detroit.
Okay, and I also saw a woman that shot a guy for a PlayStation 4 with a kid in the car.
Yeah, the Craigslist thing.
Yeah.
I think I heard about that.
Yeah.
But I think that feeling threatened, especially when you're in a community that you haven't been here long enough, or you haven't developed like the filter to be able to figure out like what's just bullshit and what's not. Like I think that you're justified in feeling threatened by a lot of the stuff that's said. Is it everybody that says they're gonna rape her? Like, of course not. But when people start calling your house, or when people post your address, or like shit like that, I mean, that's a pretty big violation.
I agree. That's crossing a line in a big way. But I mean, again, going back to the lovers' quarrel, which this began with, listen, the guy was pissed. I understand. People are like, oh, that was fucked up. Not in my eyes. It depends on how much he cared about her in his head. That justified what he did. Now, I'm not saying it was right to do, but it was a reaction to an action. And it might have been an extreme reaction. I don't think so, because you know what? She's here to talk about it. As you just said, some dude just got shot. Some girl got shot for not giving a number. This guy didn't do that, thank God. Thank God all the guy did is said, you know what? I'm going to make an article and call her a public whore for cheating on me. Now, granted, I don't know what everybody else's stances are on cheating. I had it happen to me. I sure as hell wasn't a happy fucking camper. I didn't go publicly put it out there and say, this girl's a whore. But given the circumstances of how the whole Zoe thing happened, I don't know if she was screwing around with a game guy that just so happened to be a game guy, or if it was for the for the money. I don't know. Now, Javon is saying that there's articles that do link them. But now, are those articles solid articles, or are they articles that are like fly-by-night, like, Big Tank wrote article tonight, I got proof?
I think if you're talking about that Kotaku guy, I think there was like Facebook chats or something that were leaked. I do remember seeing that.
I got to the point where Kotaku had to address it, and they said that they did have a relationship. Now, what they said was the timeline doesn't mix up, but what we're saying here is like, well, if you get caught, wouldn't you just lie to get yourself out of it?
Yeah.
Just be like, oh yeah, I didn't sleep with her until before. Don't worry.
I slept with her the day after she broke up with a man.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're saying. We just want more clarity.
But I think that both of them are kind of scumbags for what they did. But I think that when it comes to cheating, the guy might. I understand where he's coming from, but that's your business and that's her business, and that doesn't really need to be put out there.
But now here's the thing. As you said, it's their business. The fact that he did it still leaves it as vengeful, but their business. Now, the fact that everybody in the internets decided to grab onto this, that's what turned it into not their business no more because of what he said. But the fact that he put it out there because he was a bitter guy, which, if you've been cheated on, you know what the hell it's like to get pissed. And again, I'm not condoning what he did, but I'm just saying it is what it is. No movement is ever going to stop that from happening, where a guy's never going to put his girl on blast. Right. It just so happened to be this situation, in my opinion, was purely used on, and I have to go the journalist side, that after the backlash of it happened, they used it to push an agenda. which is kind of what sucks, because that agenda should have been pushed the way they were pushing it beforehand. I never heard about Anita before this. You know, I didn't hear about the feminist movement of making, you know, neutral characters or more female, you know, characters that women can adapt with more. I never heard about any of that in the gaming community, period, since this.
I just want to point out, I'm seeing in the chat, someone just said it. Yeah, about her cheating, has nothing to do with Gamergate. That was just like the thing that started
That was the
it.
catalyst moment that
Then
all
we
this.
started to dig deeper to see if there was actually anything about it. We don't give a I don't give a shit if she sleeps with 100
care
guys when she has a
about
boyfriend. I care about, you know, being able to go on a site and not be lied to. That's it. We don't care if she I don't care if she slept with anyone or didn't. That's not the point.
See, now once was saying, no, we shouldn't have Ray Riced her.
Oh my god.
I'm about to jump in here. I'm about to drop out of this call. Later, James. And
You don't want to. You done roping off and you splitting on us? That's fucked up. You didn't even buy me
Sorry.
You didn't even buy me dinner. What the fuck?
I
At
didn't
least
even
give me
have
the
time for the
links, man.
cigarette though.
You're welcome to stay if you want, man. You just got to speak up.
No, it's alright. I gotta go to bed anyway.
All right, brother.
If there's a topic that I know more about, I'll join in. I was kind of clueless in this one.
What do you want to talk about?
I knew just like FGC drama more than gaming drama.
You want FGC drama? Stick around and come back in a little bit when I bring out the 16-bit stuff. I'm sure you've seen that.
Oh man.
That stuff's always good.
Yeah, we'll go back into that in a little bit. It's
Yeah,
not going
I
to be
get-
it's not going to be as drama filled as everybody wants, but it's
Yeah.
still drama.
Yeah, later.
All right,
guys.
man. But you know, again, all this talk and all these tweets and everything going back and forth, you know, what has gotten beyond getting Intel to pull some ads? What has the Gamergate people actually accomplished?
That's the problem. We're a lot of people a lot of the sane people are kind of losing hope because they're not seeing the big changes, and then you have all of these, you know, flamers and freaking trolls on the other side making them look bad. So like we're trying to, you know, regroup everyone. People are making an effort. Here, let me give you a link to a YouTube channel that has like all of the information.
It actually kind of reminds me about the Occupy movement, where all of these people got so fucking hyped up and started standing in parks and doing all this shit, and it sounded great. But then when someone sat down and asked them, you know, what did they want to change? What's their true objective?
I
What
wanted
do you
to
want
get
do about it?
stoned. I wanted to get stoned
Like,
and shit
yeah.
in the park, dude.
There was nothing that happened, and then eventually, you know, the attention was moved to other things, and then, you know, you don't hear about it, and you stopped hearing about it for a while.
How long did the whole Occupy Wall Street thing go on? Like, how many
Months.
weeks was that?
Oh man,
Months.
in New York, I think it
Months.
was
Liberty
it was
Park,
wild,
it
like
was
over
months.
a year.
Okay, because I mean, it kind of dropped off the media, in my area at least, kind of quickly.
Listen, you know what happened? I'll tell you what happened with the whole thing. Two chicks got raped. There was human feces all over the park because people just shit where they wanted. You know, and again, the hippie movement proved once again that, you know, you're all for the environment, but then you fucking litter and leave your shit everywhere.
Right.
Which is like contradictory to what the whole thing's supposed to be about. The banks are still the banks, and a lot of people got arrested for fucking, you know, your usual things of debauchery, from fucking drinking in public and smoking weed and partying and all that other shit. So nothing got accomplished. Oh wait, no, the banks got regular monetized better. No, wait, no, that didn't happen. The banks had to hire one member from Occupy. No, that didn't happen either. Absolutely fucking nothing happened.
You know what happened?
It was a party.
Banks got better security, and they learned how to hide their shit better. Like
Exactly.
that's what happened.
Exactly.
And I think that, like, the general message being lost in the noise is a big problem that's gonna flood, like, the Gamergate users, because there's a lot of people out there that are just using it to perpetuate shit like hate speech, but then there's a handful of people out there that have a really solid message and want to see change. And I think that those are the people that need to be speaking. And I think that people need to communicate to those people so that you just don't have a clusterfuck of just angry-ass people who don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse for your movement than people who support their movement and then don't know why. And then they just sit around and just, like, point the blame at people. But if someone asks them to defend their point of view, they can't because they don't know anything about it.
Like, all these people who are, like, doxing everybody and, like, sending them random stuff in the mail, that's getting nothing done.
No.
It's starting conversations with both sides that need to happen, and they're trying to happen, but it's getting flooded by all this negative stuff.
I mean, even if the two parties do sit down, the assholes will continue to be assholes, even while their talks are going on. And if they draw up a truce and a handshake and all that other good shit, then it's still not going to change. They'll just go find something new to troll about. You know, a new thing to fuck with. And it's like, that's why, you know, you got to separate. But again, like I said earlier, just seeing some of the tweets that get out there, I'm like, I can't tell half the time who's with and who's for. You actually see a tweet, you got to actually click on it and follow the whole fucking 35 tweets before it back to get somebody say, I'm a fucking feminist and all men should die. That's what started. I had no idea. This guy's talking about fucking cleaning the toilet bowl. You know, and support. What's that other one? The other hashtag about the shield.
Not your shield.
Not your shield.
Now, what does that mean?
Oh,
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't follow Twitter, so.
Twitter's a bad place in general to have, like, big conversations about a topic this big.
So, Zelion, what the fuck does not your shield mean?
I don't know because I don't follow, but I don't consider myself on either side of the argument.
Yeah, I'll Google this shit.
You know, and it's like not your shield. I'm like, I don't need a fucking shield. I'm a warrior. We fight with swords, no shields. I mean, I don't know what a shield is. I'm assuming I'm assuming from reading it that somebody protecting somebody else is the only thing I could pull out of it from the way the tweets go. But I mean, I really wished that, you know, some of the so-called leaders of both sides of these revolutions would have come on, but you know, unfortunately, you know, they look at me, you know, as Marn quoted me years ago, you're low budget. All right, I'm low budget, but you want to know something? I talk directly to the FGC. I talk with experience, whether it be in life or games or even journalism. I've gone through the side of being shit on, and I've actually shit on people. No pun intended, not like figuratively, but you know, and it's like, I want to see that dialogue happen and this get resolved before it blows up. The reason I say that is because, and I keep saying this to everybody, and I get people saying, you're screaming the sky is falling. I am predicting the video game industry collapse again. Another collapse.
It's going to happen.
I think it's going to happen, but it's going to be the industry's fault. I mean, over the last 20 years, the industry's gotten so bloated that, like, if your game does not sell, you know, and make a certain amount of money over a couple of weeks, you're going to lose your fucking job. And yeah, that has to do with a lot of stuff when it comes to game journalism, but that's not anyone's particular fault except for like the industry itself.
Games are getting too hyped for their own good. I want to point out Titanfall, Watch Dogs, and in some aspects Destiny, because those games were incredibly highly marketed, and then they come out, mainly Titanfall and Watch Dogs, and just have mediocre scores, and then that causes the consumers whatnot to lose faith in those developers, and then that just starts like a snowball. And
even more than that, like, it causes people to lose their jobs. I mean, people have lost jobs over not so great Metacritic scores because making games is so fucking expensive. You know, Destiny took, what, like 10 years or some shit like that? The budget was ridiculous. And all of that goes to payroll to pay people. And then as soon as they don't make what they think they're going to make, you know, they're like, okay, how do we cut our losses? And they just start axing people left and right and start downsizing. So, I mean, I do understand the perspective of not having companies pay journalists to try their products or, like, fly them out and do shit like that. But at the same time, it's like, you know, they got to make money somehow. If Metacritic is so important that publishers will drop companies or they will close down, you know, a company full of 80 people and just take away their livelihood, they've got to do something to make sure that they have good scores. They can't always make a great game, which sucks to hear, but I mean, games are expensive and timelines and budgets are tight. And some of these game companies, and some of these game companies are spending like 4 or 5 weeks in crunch and putting their employees through inhuman working conditions just to make these games that are going to be mediocre at best.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of problems, and I think what it comes down to is, gaming journalism is kind of fucked up, but a lot of it has to do with the industry itself.
Of course, yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the biggest problems that I'm seeing now is the free-to-play. The free-to-play is hurting the industry. While it's catering to the casual/aspiring esports person, it's hurting the industry as a whole because they have all the time to put out something for free. A company like Riot, which, I mean, League of Legends is a great game. I cannot begrudge the game. But it doesn't help when you're competing with somebody who's putting out a game for free that, already has consumed the majority of the market, and you want to become the next guy, the next League of Legends type game to bring in there. Look at what happened. Warcraft got scrapped. When you look at games like Killer Instinct, it's been passed on now. It's getting passed across now. It's with Iron Galaxy, who is doing a good job so far. But again, they push this free-to-play, and at the same time, they're trying to push consoles. Now, throughout history, the consoles that did the best are the ones that had a plethora of titles at the release.
None of them have had that.
None of them, neither one of these systems have had, even in Wii U as well, had a great lineup of games. I remember buying my Nintendo, and the first thing I did is I had Rob the fucking retarded robot, which came with Duck Hunt and Gyromite. I got Super Mario Brothers, which wasn't sold with it, Excite Bike, 10-Yard Fight, and Ice Climber. Those were the first 5 games that I got. And there was already 25, 30 other games that were already out waiting.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a console with a strong launch since really the PS1, but maybe the PS2 if you just happen to really like the games that came with it.
Yeah, the PS2 had a somewhat decent, but, overall, like I said, it's like they just don't support. They don't support it, and hold on a second, let me add Mr. Fifth in here.
But I do think that, I mean, a lot of it boils down to the fact that the industry is just so fucking bloated that it allows for things like this to happen. And sometimes, there's no room for integrity, or there's no room for even artistic expression when you've got a bottom line to meet, and it fucking sucks. I mean, as a guy that does game development, it really fucking sucks, because the only market that you can actually make the games that you want to make now is the indie market, and even that is kind of, not even guaranteed.
That's getting worse even.
The indie market reminds me of amateur porn. Because you look at amateur porn, and it's like, yes, I'm bringing to you babysitting neighbors, and you're like, oh my god, this is going to be great, and then all of a sudden the door opens, you're like, I'm the babysitter, it's fucking Jasmine St. Clair. I'm like, this ain't amateur no more, it's fake amateur. I want fucking titty sprinkles, some chick you ain't never heard of. And the indie market is falling under that same thing, where it's this, we're indie but we're not. We don't have technically we don't have a full-blown company, but we have enough backers that we could do it as long as we don't have to take the risk.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a handful of publicly traded companies making games that are being pushed as indie games, and that's a thing that the everyday developer has to deal with too. So, is it a dirty business? Of course it's a dirty business. There's a lot of people that have easy access to make things that they want, and the first thing that a group of people are going to do is figure out how to maximize their monetary gain for it. The problem is how do we solve it?
Well, that's the problem.
Crash to happen.
That's the problem. You need and I'm going to bring y'all back. I'm going to bring you back to a time, and you're not going to like what I say, but he was right.
Kucha Force?
He says he said you have to let it burn.
Ooh.
As you see on the screen, They're watching. They're watching.
Watch it.
But the fact of the matter is, he was right.
No, he was.
It wasn't, he was speaking more on the FGC, but like any market out there, whether it be, commodities like like gold or stocks, there needs to be a correction. There needs to be a correction in this industry, which happens every every 15 years.
Yeah, I mean, my question is like, is there a right way to do it? The game industry is maybe about 10 to 15 years behind the animation industry, where everything is kind of made a certain way to appeal to certain markets, and the people up top make a lot of money, and then the people who are working, the animators, the riggers, the technical guys, like, they make shit, and they get their jobs cut as soon as projects are done. But then you hear stuff like price-fixing scandals and things like that are deliberately made to keep those people down, just because, from the higher-ups perspective, it's too expensive to do it otherwise. I think there was like a Disney guy actually that just got indicted from like some 2004 thing about price fixing with like Pixar and DreamWorks, and they had a whole system where if a company didn't work with their price fixing scandal, they would deliberately go out of their way to quash the hiring potential of that company, and that's a problem. It's a huge problem.
So now Galaxy asked the question, whoever is speaking and is a game designer, is it worth getting a degree that enables you to work in the gaming industry, or is it safer to look for a job? Listen, if you're going to get a job in the game development field, I would tell you this. Be specific of what you look to do and have a backup outlet. For example, if you're a programmer, learn a low-level programming language like assembly or something, that if the gaming world doesn't work out, you can go to another side of programming. If you're an art person, learn all the programs you're going to need to learn. Make sure you learn CAD. That way, if the gaming universe doesn't work out for you, maybe you decide to get into, marketing or advertisement as an artist, or maybe for a magazine. But something where you can go somewhere else. If you're a sound dude, that's a tough one. If you don't make it, unless you get into engineering and then do it, and you that's like maximizing your buck. But if you get into that, make sure you have an outlet where you're not going to go out and have to be a struggling band, if it doesn't work out. But definitely, there's nothing wrong with pursuing that. It's definitely a field, programming is definitely a field that has, so many avenues. 90% of game developers didn't get into game development out of the gate. They went to school for computer science and programming, and then landed in it, and then said, "Oh shit, this is great."
Yeah, I can't stress that enough. Like, I actually was one of those people that went to school for game development, and a lot of times when it comes to finding permanent placement, it's kind of difficult because of my degree. So learning how to do stuff, like, you can take a lot of skills and acclimate them towards game development, not a problem. But if you get a game development degree and then you expect to jump right in the field, you have a lot of competition for an industry that's honestly not so great. I've got plenty of friends that are working in the field, and all of them want to go indie, or they want to work with different companies, or they want to work with smaller companies, or this or that. So yeah, like James was saying, if you've got other skills, if you've got particular things that you want to do, learn how to market those for other industries that are a bit more stable, and then learn the skills that you want to do for game design separately, and see if you can get in with your experience that way, or work on your own projects and build a portfolio. But don't go to school and spend $40,000 a year for a game design degree, because there's a good chance that you're not going to get into the fields that you want to get into just because you went to school for it.
And now Ed said it great. He's multimedia, so he's doing more than one thing, and that's what you got to do. You can't limit yourself. Because look, outside of the American market, okay, being a game developer is like being a rock musician. Because everybody comes out of school and the first thing they do is computers. Whether it's networking side or game design side, they all come out and they all have, after 4 years of school, they all have the ability to do it. So getting a job in a market that's already saturated is almost impossible unless you have that extra niche. I mean, I'll use Mortal Kombat as an example. You know, Ed Boon was making pinballs first before he did this. You know, and then he branched into it as time went on. I don't know. I never asked him how he got his foot in the door. I mean, I know it's him and his brother, but you know, I never figured out how he got his foot in the door. I never bothered asking. But it's not easy. I got into it because my girlfriend at the time's, actually, this is kind of wacky. My girlfriend at the time, her sister was living out in L.A. and fucking the dude that owned Lee Press On Nails, who was best friends with the singer for the Steve Miller Band, whose lawyer was the CEO of Acclaim Entertainment. And that's how I got in.
That goes back so far.
And on top of that, I competed in the Nintendo World Championship with like a top 10 player, so that was like my icing on the cake. So that's how I got in, and that's how it all started.
As convoluted as it was for you to get in back then, it's even worse now.
Oh, it's hella worse.
Yeah.
Even with listen, you know, the saying, it ain't what you know, it's who you know, is so true, especially to an industry like that. You know, especially now that it's gotten to the point that it is the entertainment business. It's no different than thinking you're just going to walk on a set and become an X-Men. You know, it's not going to happen. You know, my sister, no, not my sister once, my ex-girlfriend's sister. My sister's still an MVP, though. Shout outs to my sister out in Oregon. But, you know, it's not an easy business to get into, but it's a very easy business to get kicked out of. And, you know, that kind of happened with me because, you know, as I tell everybody to suck my dick and cut my balls, I kind of shouldn't have did that to the CEO either. You know, but, you know, my biggest problem, you know, and it goes hand in hand with Gamergate. You know, my biggest problem with the company is, like I was saying, they don't care about the product. They care about the stock price going up. And it's sad, but, you know, I mean, if you look at, you know, I've made over 100 video games in a 10-year span. And the reason that was, you know, you got to consider, like, let's use Mortal Kombat, for example. We made Mortal Kombat for Game Boy, Game Gear, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Genesis, and then we went over to the Europe market, so it was, you know, the Famicom, it was the Mega Drive, Lynx, you know, every fucking system you could possibly think of. You had to do the PAL versions, you had to do the NTS versions, and they were all very different as far as the coding went. It's not a clean-cut translation from one to the other. Now, that's one title. That's one title across 10 SKUs that they want to get out on, you know, April 13th, Mortal Friday, or Fatality Friday, or Mortal Monday, whatever the hell they called it. Then, of course, there was, you know, at the same time we were working on that, I'm working on Terminator 2, the gun game. So that's also across all platforms. So that goes on for, like, your specific team. Each team would do 6 games a quarter. Who's going to get out a game in a quarter? It's almost impossible.
Fucking nobody.
Nobody. From inception to that. So what happens is they carry over. And then that's when you get your delays. And when you get your delays, they get livid. But they don't want to hear a can't. So they would say, you know what? We'll bring in outside development houses. So we would go to companies. You know, it was funny. We used the company Beam Software, who is out of Australia, to do Quarterback Club Challenge. Let me educate y'all. Do not ever ask a European company to make an American football game. It does not work out. When you see the field at 100 meters instead of 100 yards, and they're going, what? And they're like, dude, they don't fucking do metric here. Come on now. You know, and motherfuckers are running rugby scrums and shit, and you're like, dude, this ain't rugby. You know, so you get delays like that, you know, but, you know, again, for the people that want to get into it, you can get into a development house like that, you can make things happen. But, you know, as far as the quality versus quantity, I just would get so frustrated. You know, it's funny, one of the things that I pushed was, I did a game, George Foreman KO Boxing. It was one of the first games where you got to visually see the damage to the player of punching him in the face. You blacken his eye, you knock out his teeth. And I really wanted to put a lot more into it. At the time, Buster Douglas had just beaten Mike Tyson a couple years before. And it was, you know, George Foreman making his comebacks with his Buy My Grill type shit. And I really wanted to do something, and I don't know if anybody played Rocky for Sega Master System, but it was actually a really cool game, and I wanted to do something really deep, more of just punch, 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 make it like a Punch Out versus meets Rocky. All these great ideas laid on the table, and literally halfway through the game, halfway through the deadline, they say we got to push it back about a quarter of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know what you're saying? All right, I got to take this out. I got to take that out. I got to take this out. I can't do this. I can't do that. And you watch this game that you envision slowly go from being a flower blossoming backwards into a seed. And it's a constant back and forth. Nowadays, with the companies, they don't have that luxury, especially the amount of money that they're shelling out to make these games. You know, you see games with full cinematics and bringing in, you know, like fucking Mark Hamill and fucking, you know, big name actors into these things now. They're not cheap. So the money they got to recoup is pretty mighty.
It's fucking astronomical.
You know,
and it's not even guaranteed unless they sell a game at full price at like $200,000 copies, maybe at the very least.
So you can understand now where, as far as the market goes, where the free-to-play is kind of tipping these scales. Because here's a company that would normally say, yo, we're going to shell out all this money, we're going to go get Will Ferrell, and we're going to make him play Mike Tyson. Fuck it. You know, and we're going to make a boxing game with Will Ferrell and fucking, who's the other guy? The fucking, the guy he's always with. John C. Reilly. Riley or whatever his name is. And now you got to say, nah, you know what? Fuck that. Let's just get this shit out, because these guys keep putting out these free to plays, and we got to try and get some of that market. And they're already ahead. You know, Mortal Kombat X, to be quite honest, is carrying a torch that Street Fighter right now can't. You know, you keep giving us Omega Super Duper, you know, Nitro injected fucking Ryu's now fucking Dalsim, and Dalsim is fucking Kyle, and whatever else mix-ups they want to do. That's not enough to make these systems sell.
It's not, but I mean, Capcom's been in financial trouble for a couple of years, and it's way cheaper to update a game and sell it to like a target audience they know that's going to buy it than it is to invest in a new game and hope that it sells, depending on whether or not that same audience has the consoles necessary to run it.
But how much longer can that work, though?
For Capcom, I mean, they could keep putting out Street Fighter 4 updates for the next like 3 or 4 years, and people will still get on that shit.
Nah.
I mean,
you know
look
what?
at Ultra, though. Like, that was...
They're losing. They are, you know, number-wise, you know, again, I know, you know, the Capcom MK haters are going to be like, oh, fuck you, you don't know. The numbers don't lie. Mortal Kombat 9 outsold Street Fighter. Plain and simple. You know, and I like to see the competition of sales between them, but you're not giving the people what they want. Now, I don't know what it is, if it's, you know, a Japanese mindset as far as the company, or is it just they're fresh out of ideas? Fucking kill Ryu. Make him old. Turn him into the master already. But fucking put a goddamn pair of shoes on him and tell him, this is where you fucking walk to. Stop walking around aimlessly. You live in this fucking house.
Actually, like, I think
because they're supposed to be carrying on the story, Ken actually loses all of his money because he beat up DJ for sleeping with his wife.
Wait, what?
Wait.
Excuse me? Apparently, that's the story. I don't know if it's true.
So now I gotta go fuck up a DJ? That's fucked up. He fucking cheated. He fucked his wife?
Yeah, DJ banged out Ken's wife. Ken lost it, whooping DJ. DJ sued Ken.
I guess that's good. Oh, he sued him. I would have fucking pulled the goddamn fatality on his ass.
His wife couldn't resist that smile.
Any other stories I don't know about? Educate me.
I have never heard. As long as I've been following Street Fighter all my life, and I have never heard that. So I was.
So Alyssa went black, huh?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it's true. That'd be tight. I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
I feel like that's a bit too dirty of a story for Capcom, at least for Street Fighter. But if it's true, like I'm all for it, just to kind of see where it goes. But
hopefully in 15 years, Ken's got to fight a little black version of Alyssa, who became a fucking kickboxer or something, and whoops his old ass.
Well, he's got a son. He's got, I think his son is named Mel, right? So just like have Mel age and like get revenge or some shit.
Which is I understand. Like you want something new. Like Street Fighter Third Strike was amazing for the fact that it was so many new characters.
It was unique,
The soundtrack was new. It had more of a hip hop feel to it, and people vibe with it.
Yeah, I mean, even like the one that Iron Galaxy did was fucking. I thought it's fun.
Yeah.
I thought it was fun. I was like, yo, this is actually a good game. I know everybody thinks I hate Keats' guts, but apparently I really never hated him. But I mean, it's sad to see a franchise, an IP like that, going in the direction that it's going. You know, Soul Calibur's another one. It's going in that direction. You know,
nobody knows what the fuck Namco's doing with Soul Calibur.
Tekken 7? Like, I mean, come on, dude. I mean, I love Tekken. It looks the same as fucking the last one. Except now you're like, we're going to put in characters for idiots. Well, why don't you make me feel like I don't want to play this game? Because you just told me I got to play the idiot character because I'm not a top-level player. You know, what separates the idiot button masher from the top player? Or what separates the top player that wants to use the idiot character and not just mash buttons? You know, how good does that make them?
That goes like a lot into fighting games in general. They're trying to make the games appeal to casual people or new people, but then they shorten that gap that you cross as being a good fighting game player.
They make it so ridiculous that to the point where it's like not even fun to play.
Right, exactly.
Case in point, Marvel 3.
You know, but you know what? Again, and this is something that especially the FGC guys got to understand. These companies are not in business to make you happy.
Yeah, like they trying to make money.
You know, and if it comes to, you know, I hear people all the time, well, if I was working there, I would do this. I would put Predator in Mortal Kombat X. Well, I put motherfucking strawberry shortcake in it, and she'd kick the shit out of everybody. And she would have a fatality, and she'd have a fatality where she fucking throws your ass in an oven, and her and Peach Cobbler fuck you up. I mean, it's like, dudes, if you're aspiring, that means you ain't doing. So stop us being aspiring game developers and go out and do it. You know, there's a way to do it. Obviously, indie people are doing it. But again, going back to the indie thing, that market is getting kind of convoluted as well. You know, so it's like you really don't know, you know, what intents are. There's so many shysters out there. What was the game? I'll tell you the game right now. Hold on a second.
Destiny?
No. Where is it? Oh wait, it's on the terabytes of hard drive space. I gotta find something to Death Cargo. Death Cargo is the perfect example of an indie developer / 80s shitty Q-level fucking versions of horror movies.
Did you ever get your money back?
No, I never paid for that shit. I never paid for it. But, you know, and then the guy comes, the CEO comes out and says, ha ha ha, we played you all. He actually came out and said, ha ha ha, we played you all. We were just doing this to make some money for our next movie. And we're not giving you no products. You got a game. That's basically what he said.
Wow.
You know,
That is so dirty.
And he's hiding out in Italy somewhere like a cowardly bastard while he screwed over a whole bunch of unsuspecting people. You know, but, you know, it's an 80s cartoon fighting game would actually be pretty good, Autobot. You know, but I had Thundar the Barbarian. You'd have Black Star. You could have the Herculoids. You could do the whole Hanna-Barbera fighting game and shit. You could bring out fucking Yogi Bear if you want. Motherfucking Flintstones. And of course they gotta have fatalities and shit. Are you taking a piss? Really? Really?
I wonder what that was.
Really?
Oh,
or or you got a leaky ass?
It sounds like he's preparing drinks over there. There's like an ice maker and some shit.
Oh, nah, dog. My little brother's down here making something. I'm in the kitchen right now.
Uh-huh. Don't forget to flush the kitchen door.
Flush the kitchen door.
But, you know, it's another thing. Now, I'm going to play this video. It was an edited video real quick. I'm going to change it up a little bit for now. I got to add this guy Mariano from fucking, from Argentina, though, because he's been patient with me, and I haven't fucking added him. And I want to change this up a little bit. Mariano Fidel. Where are you? Let's see if he is.
So who here has Destiny and feel kinda different about how the game is now?
It.
If I've watched the old trailers of it, and you can definitely tell there's a lot missing in the game.
Hello?
Yo, Mariano, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
What's going on down in Argentina? I hope you got a whole bunch of women shoved away in the closet for when I come down there. Just keep them alive.
I have to speak in a low voice.
Oh, that's right. You got to be quiet. Shh. All right, hold on a second, guys. I want to play this video, and then I will explain it afterwards. And then while it's playing, I got to take a leak.
Why are you talking about Lex vs. Catwoman? You play neither character. You play neither character. But we get nose. Merc gets to Merc, who got bodied at final round,
and I wasn't spamming court charge.
Yeah, Merc gets to determine Catwoman's Lex.
Bendo, if Roy Helios gets bodied, what is that?
Excuses. You know it. Pig. Anyone, someone, Cowboy, any Revolver, like someone tell me if I'm being unreasonable.
Don't ask Revolver.
You know. Alright. Did the salt deliver this week? Did the salt deliver?
Laos boy, are you offended by that? What about you, homely? You're Chinese, right?
He needs to apologize. He's black. He's black. Guys, Merc is black. Merc is black.
He's a fucking Negro.
What?
You're a B-boy.
I don't think the game needs one more patch. It's pretty good.
I don't understand what. I like the second season. It was a different feel to it. I'll check that out. I've been slacking off my anime. I got a shitload to watch, dude.
Alright, anyway. My final thoughts are...
Don't want none unless you got buns, hun.
Bonchan.
Buns,
my final thoughts are... I have a headache.
Hammer.
I'm tired. I'm hungry.
Don't
I'm salty.
unless you got
but...
buns, hun.
But... Merc... In the morning, I'm going to get up and go play MKX all day. You got to hold that! I don't care if that match is 5-5, bitch. I'm playing MKX tomorrow, and I'm gonna get paid for it. Woo! Yeah! Turn off the stream.
Revolver.
Yo!
Revolver is gay.
Yeah, so, needless to say, some people thought this was offensive. And they did think it was a little, like Fifth said, man-childish.
60-bit just wants attention.
You know what?
What the hell is wrong with this dude? It seems like every time, like every week, this fool is doing something.
No, it takes a while. Like I think it's like a 5-week, 6-week gap.
It's a cooldown.
It's his cooldown period, and then he goes a little nuts. Now, this is what I want to stress out. Okay, for starters, I ain't calling for him to get fired. I heard people say fire him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no.
That's the dude's job.
It's just, don't take away. Look, we all understand. You know, he likes to ride the little school bus to school. Sometimes he licks the windows. Sometimes he picks the bugs off the windows and eats them. You know, when he doesn't wear his little safety helmet, he bangs his head into the wall. But he has his moments. But I heard people call him a racist. He's not a racist. You know, I mean, I've known him. We disagree on everything. He's a bleeding heart liberal. And me and him have had conversations about politics. But yes, Sakuro, it's correct. It's not very professional.
It isn't.
You know, but, and I don't care if you don't like it or not, but the fact of the matter is, I look at 16-bit, I won't say a man-child, but I will say you're putting somebody into the spotlight that was never in the spotlight. And I've told him a numerous amount of times, don't trust anybody on Test Your Might. Don't trust anybody anywhere. People will try to fuck you.
I left that site.
You know, yeah, I don't go there no more either. You know, but obviously there's something wrong with that. I mean, I'm not giving him a free pass on it. But I can't sit here and say fire him for it. You know, the people that he was talking to, they were mutually engaging in conversation. Now, you know, I've said to him also, I'm like, look, dude, you know, you got to remember something. You four might have been engaged in a conversation, but when you're on a stream, there's more than just you four. You know, and we brought up the whole, well, you know, you've said nigga. I said, I don't represent a company. I said, I don't represent a company. I don't have allegiance to anybody but myself. I said, and also back in 1982, these two black guys that I knew up in Harlem gave me a permission slip.
Oh no, they gave you a black card.
They gave me the black card. But
you know, I actually have like a cutout of that. If you want me to like send you one.
No, I already got mine. It's velvet actually. It's black velvet. It's not just. It's just not a business card. I hope it fits in your wallet for sticky situations. I've had to pull it out a couple of times.
Oh, I don't think he understands that he works for a big company.
He does understand, and he came out onto Test Your Might and he said that he reacted. You know, his problem is he's like Super Saiyan that doesn't know how to control it. Like he just goes into like fucking idiot mode and just like blurts out shit like he's got Tourette's. And it's because he gets so hyped up and hyped into it. Like when he was jumping up going, oh, I'm going to go play Mortal Kombat X tomorrow. It's like, wow, dude, really? You get that fucking...
That was kind of shitty.
You know, it was kind of, yeah. But again, you know, again, it's like you can't... I understand what they said was just not appropriate. But, guys, don't fucking sit here and try to get the guy fired. Call him an asshole.
No.
You know, call him an asshole, an idiot, a man boy. But don't take somebody's livelihood away from him, or don't even try to. because in the end, all it's going to do is hurt somebody. And, you know, I basically, I said the same thing to him that I said about with Eric, you know, with the boycott tournaments and all that other shit. I said, listen, Eric doesn't make $60,000 a tournament, contrary to what people want to say. You know, Eric's got to work 2 jobs, and this is another source of income so he could send his kids to college. So if you fuck with a man's income, there's usually repercussions. You know, and I said, now you're in that situation where you see it, and, you know, how much can these testers saying, how much can these testers keep saying and not get fired? You know what? I think this is it. If something else turned up again, I think this could possibly, you know, but I mean, he understands the severity to it, and, you know, he assured me that it's not going to happen.
I mean, it shouldn't take people calling him out for it, though, for him to understand the severity. I think that's the problem. Like, I've been in these communities long enough to hear the N-word said in every single way imaginable to people, to some people who, like, may not have a right to say it or whatever. And being black, you know, there's a lot of connotation that I just kind of go into it knowing that I've got to deal with it in some situations, and I can call it out, like, in some others. But there is a distinct difference between, like, just like you said, being around people that you are comfortable with and talking about it, and then being in a public space. And a stream is a public space. Anytime somebody can just click a button and just see what you are doing, you are in a fucking public space. So if you're going to say stuff that's controversial, you've got to understand that there are going to be repercussions to it. I don't think he should lose his job. I think that everybody has a choice as to what they want to watch and what they don't. And I do think that intent matters, especially in this case. I mean, if he was a racist asshole, like, that's one thing. And you would be able to tell just
Listen,
aside from
I'll say this. 16-bit is too big of a pussy to possibly be a racist. That's really what it comes down to. You know, I don't think he's a racist one bit. You know, and plus he's a bleeding heart liberal on top of it. I don't know too many liberal racists.
Yeah, I think he just got caught up and just said a lot of dumb shit that, like, a lot of people outside of the community will hear that and think that it's indicative of the community. Which happens a lot, like, with not only, like, with fighting games and with Smash and, like, with fucking League of Legends and, like, all that shit. People will take one isolated incident and then they will blow it into something that says, this is what represents this community. And while that event shouldn't happen, like, I love Eris to death, but, like, there's some shit that you don't say in a public space.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that, like, that is representative of what each individual in that community, you know, is about.
You know, the NRS community as a whole is you know, and it's, I hate calling it the NRS community, but, you know, the Injustice / MK community hurts itself every time. Every time. There's always something, and it's like, you know, they think, oh, this was nothing big. You know, and I'm like, wait a second. It's not nothing big in the aspect that somebody should get fired. But it's big that you guys are so counterproductive to themselves.
Right, and you have to ask, like, why does this shit keep happening? I mean, they've already got strikes against them where they're playing Mortal Kombat, which is perfectly fine, except to the outsiders, it's incredibly violent. Some think it's misogynistic. And then on top of all of that, you know, what people see is that they can't act like civilized adults.
You know,
so, like, how many more instances is gonna like, how many more times can they blame other people for misinterpreting what they do before they realize that, like, something's got to change, at least in a way that they portray themselves?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I see when the video came out, it pretty much went. All the other fighting game communities were, like, disgusting. The NRS community literally said, I don't see what the problem is. And I'm like, wait, Homeboy Tyson took it above and beyond when he put his song together for me. And you all thought it was horrendous. Now you're coming back saying this isn't. And it's like, you know, regardless to whether they were throwing racial slurs to each other or not, they got to keep in mind that, again, not everybody that pops on that stream knows who Galloping Ghost is. They just, hey, I stumbled across this. Oh, they're playing Injustice. Let me check it out. And then some Asian kid goes, wow, did you just say ching chong, ching chong? You know?
Yeah, PPJ can be really fucking bad about that.
You know, and it's, again, I think it's not a big deal that people had made or tried to make it out to be. Do they represent NRS? Yeah, they do. And they know that. And that's, you know, and that's why, like, after talking to 16-Bit for a couple of hours, I talked to him. You know, he realizes it, and he saw it afterwards, and he goes, look, it was stupid. We got caught up in a moment. But, you know, and me, like I said, me and him agree on just about nothing. But I agree with him in the sense that I know he's not a malicious guy that's out to hurt himself especially, or anybody else intentionally. And, you know, if somebody did get upset, he apologized. I mean, I'm not gonna turn around and drag him out here and say you got to apologize to the universe for the 80 people that saw the stream. You know, they shouldn't be offended. They know him by then. But it is again, it brings up flags as far as what is and what isn't acceptable.
And not to mention the fact that, like, at this point, he's kind of fucking with their money. I mean, how many people are going to see that and think that, yes, he does represent NRS, and yes, he does represent this franchise, and these are the type of things that we are supporting by giving the money.
Now, I explained to him this, okay? And I said it to him pretty clear. I said, look, you're working for a company that you want to have a future with. You're also a player. Why are you the only player that is in the company for the game he's developing that still competes? I said, all those people who are out there that say, oh, I'm your friend, they're going to be the first ones to fuck you because they're your internet buddies. And God forbid you lose your job over something stupid. Are they going to help you? Are they going to help you? Are they going to say, hey, I'll help you pay your rent? No. All they're saying is, yo, is fucking Baraka going to be an MKX? That's all they care about. Who's the next guy? Is their guy going to be an MKX? And the minute you do your job right, which is say, sorry, man, I can't talk about that stuff, that makes them mad and salty. And then that's what makes spiteful people that'll put a video like that together. Now, the NRS community, of course, spun it. Oh, it's not in the whole context. Just so everybody knows, because I don't just grab things and say, you know, this is what it is. I went and I watched that whole night footage unedited. And it was pretty fucked up, but it wasn't fucked up to the point like anybody should lose their job. It was a bunch of fucking little yellow school bus riding kids having fun in a rec center. You know, and there's a mix of people, so it's not like it's all, you know, they're why are you going to leave the call, Mariano? You can't talk? I can't talk. Alright, I'll let you go then. I'll hit you up next time. Sorry, brother. But, you know, nobody is saying, calm down. You know, you work for NRS. And again, that's something that, you know, GGA guys should recognize. You know, you got a job, your dream job. And like I said, as much as me and him don't agree on things, I don't hate the guy. I would hate to see him lose his job over something stupid.
He shouldn't.
And I don't want to see people turn around and start putting things out like that again, because it's just scumbagish. You know, it doesn't benefit nobody. You know, it's obviously somebody bitter. But That's all I really want to say on it, unless any of you guys want to add anything.
No, there's not much else you can say.
I just want to say that I really wish he understood the consequences before, he went on stream and allowed himself to do stuff like that. Because, I mean, that type of shit's going to follow him around for the rest of his life. And there are going to be opportunities that he's going to miss out on because of shit like this. So, it just kind of sucks to hear about it.
Yeah, it seems like he's, learned that, he still wants to, make jokes like that, and that's fine, but he knows that even though he doesn't want it, he is recognized as a leader in the scene. And he says that he's not going to get on the mic anymore after he loses. He's not going to get on the mic and do stuff like this anymore because it's finally hit him that it looks bad. It's a really bad look.
I think, because people are saying isn't this like the second or third time? I think this one hits a little bit harder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think this, between, quote unquote bracket rigging and I forgot what the other thing he did was, but
MLG thing.
Oh, and the MLG thing, yeah, that's another thing. But between those are minor. This is like his first official major penalty in hockey. He's sitting down for 8 minutes on this one because he actually got to think about it. But again, yeah, and that's the thing. Trey Pound said it. I told them already. I said, listen, you're not invincible, and that's what you got to get out of your head. Don't listen to the people in the NRS/MK injustice community tell you everything's okay. All it takes is one stupid thing like this, and it wrecks your dream career. In a nutshell. So, I mean, he thought about it. Pimpin' Jim, same thing. He said, I was acting the fool too. I'm like, if you guys want to ride the little yellow school bus, that's up to you, but you won't be doing it to NRS if you keep that up. So, with that, I'm going to drop that because I really don't want to sit and harp on that all night, but I just figured I'd put that out there. So, out of all you guys, anybody going to TFC?
Nah, I wish I was.
School, bruh.
School.
I wish I was. I actually just moved, so my finances are bodied until the foreseeable future, so...
Yeah,
I was hoping to make NEC, but that might not be happening, but I'm definitely going to be trying to make, final round.
I spent all my money on Backpage hookers, so...
Oh God, Backpage.
Unfortunately, I can't go nowhere.
You lose money just for clicking that site.
What are you talking about? It's great. I don't click the page. I got the app. Is there an app for it? Yo, I don't know why they don't have an app. That'd be pretty godlike.
I'm sure someone's made something that just aggregates their post or whatever. I mean, you can do it for Craigslist pretty easy. So
I gotta find one of those amps. Who knows what an amp is?
I'm talking app. Oh, app?
No, amp.
Oh, amp as in amp for guitar and everything?
Nope. Somebody in the stream, tell me what an amp is.
The fuck?
Anal movement.
A drink.
Somebody gotta know what an amp is besides me. Somebody's Googling it.
Ass, movies, and pussy.
No. Nobody knows what an amp is? Holy shit, I gotta educate the stream. It's an Asian massage parlor.
Oh.
You might just have stated your age there.
Honestly, I should have known that with all the fucking Asian massage parlor coupons they were handing out at Southtown Arcade for random tournaments.
Really?
Yeah, because there was one right next to us, and they'd be like, "Yo, man, you win this one, you get a random hookup."
Well, I don't know if it's a random hookup at that point when you're paying. It's not random.
Yeah. No. I mean, you just get in there, you get a discount on a massage.
These guys are saying amplifier? Guitar amp? Yeah, that's it. Asian massage parlor. And what's the other one? Hold on. Oh, shit. I had a friend that fucking lived on this fucking thing. And he told me the other one. Something everything. Fuck. It was another acronym. A GFE. A GFE. Yes. It's a girlfriend for everything. So basically, she'll let you do everything you would do with a girlfriend.
So you just talking about a down-ass girl, pretty much.
Pretty much, and at the end of the day, you pay her. But, I mean, hey, look, if you got a girlfriend or a boyfriend or whatever you got, you're going to pay either way. You either gotta take them out to dinner, wine them, dine them, the 16 item, or you just go, yo, here's $100. Can we do it?
Where I come from, we call that a ride or die chick.
So anyway, let's get back to Gamergate a little bit. So somebody in the chat was mentioning girlfriend experience. See, Beef Wtih knows. But I don't know if this is going to resolve in a good way or even worse. And that's the part of it that scares me, because it's, like I said, it's going to trickle across all the games.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to trickle across the developers. You're basically going to force game developers to take stances. Now, I'm all for the equality thing. I mean, look, I see the girls saying it, but I think there's not enough black characters in games. They're always, let's be real, what are the black characters usually doing in the games, besides basketball?
I won't state anything that I have worked on, but I have heard conversations where people higher up have deliberately told people, we want to make this character white. We don't want him this color.
Yeah.
We don't want him white. That is a thing that happens.
It's like with Remember Me, Capcom caught a lot of flack for wanting to do a black female character. They're like,
for real? That would have been good. She stayed black and female, but they really wanted her to change, at least become male.
Virgil said they're either dancing or twerking.
Yeah.
Or
if they're male, they're always turned up.
Stealing, boxing, wow,
boxing,
fighting games.
Yeah, like if you look at Street Fighter, all the black characters, like, they're either athletes or dancers. Like, what the fuck?
Or Jamaican.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on DJ in that new costume with the watermelon pants.
With what?
DJ is so blackface.
Yeah,
it's not even.
Wait. What is the costume? I didn't know about this one.
Look at his new costume. His pants, they're watermelon.
Have you ever seen Gullah Island?
Did they change his fireball?
DJ looks like a Gullah Island.
Did they change his fireball to he throws chicken at you?
Oh my god!
Wow, fucking Japanese fucking designers, man.
You guys know that Rufus is supposed to be black, right?
Yeah, he was going to be King Cobra.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought King Cobra was a completely different design, though.
Nah, King Cobra was going to have Rufus's fighting style, but they were like, we want to do something else with him.
Gotcha.
Well, this costume is great.
It looks like what's his name? Cheeto Brown from the Boondocks.
How many American?
Too similar to Sean.
How many American Indian characters? You got Nightwolf, Chief Thunder,
Connor from Assassin's Creed 3.
Connor.
It's pretty rough out there for Native American, First Nation characters.
Yeah, even T-Hawk doesn't count.
Better yet, how about this?
Mexican.
Let's not go that far. Let's go to East Indians.
Eastern.
Hello, my name is Punjab. I am here to kill you. No, you don't see that.
God knows them. I think actually with a lot of people who are making products, like developers who are making big budget projects, putting any sort of or Middle Eastern, close to Middle Eastern character in their game is automatically equated to terrorism here in the States, and it's terrible. It is absolutely fucking terrible.
Yeah.
At least they made the Sheva black in the Resident Evil 5 game.
And they never fucking brought her back. I waited all for 6 for Sheva to come back, and she never came back. They even took her off the cover when they released the Gold Edition. Yeah. I am still upset about that.
You know what makes me mad about Sheva? It's the same thing with Vanessa from Virtua Fighter. They lightened them up.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, look at Vanessa from Virtua Fighter 4 to 5. She was lightened up. She was darker than me.
She bleached.
Yeah, she got bleached.
She's on that Beyonce.
They do that for real life celebrities too. They'll take photo shoots of them and then they'll Photoshop them to be lighter because it makes them more
Beyonce especially. That's kind of why I like Nicki Minaj, because she refuses to do that shit.
Yuck. I don't like her at all.
I don't like her music, but I like her. I can't stand
I put music in quotations there.
Yeah, I had mixed feelings about her music, but Chirac was hot. So
Nah, but all right. Here's another thing. You notice that all black, like when you're able to create a black character, only black haircuts are braids,
Cornrows.
Cornrows. Those are the only two styles that you get. Maybe an afro, maybe.
Maybe an
Like,
afro. You
the
never
only-
see a fade. Like you never see a fade.
Yo, I want that high top fade with the slant, like Kid and Play style. Can I at least
Yo.
get that?
There's
Yeah,
no.
I want that like Fresh Prince Will Smith cut.
No,
I
I
mean,
want,
but I
like-
can never do it.
I want like some kind of Duran Duran or Flock of Seagull type shit for him.
Nah,
Have that
you know
shit
what I really
hanging
want?
down like the Cure.
I want that Ron Isley, like that flip back Jerry curl. But yo, like you said though, James, we don't even get like the Robert Smith, the Cure like haircut in games, man.
Nope.
I mean, it's really easy. All they have to do is like look at all of Prince's concerts and just put those hairstyles in their game, and they be set.
You get every one then.
They be fucking set.
Cover everything.
Yeah.
But now, as far as women characters in games, I mean, we got Laura Croft.
Ellie from Last of Us, that's another good one.
That's another good one.
That is a
Bayonetta.
great
Ellie's the homie.
You got Perfect Dark.
Surprisingly enough, like this actually surprised a lot of people. Most feminists actually really like Bayonetta. They love that character.
For real?
Yeah, I mean, she's like she's sexual, but I mean, she kind of owns her sexuality, and it's empowering in a way.
Yeah, she has agency with it, and like she's never like had to kowtow to anyone. Because let's face it, in a lot of games, like the sexual like women characters, they're usually pretty much always like villains and stuff like that. Like it comes off as like being in charge of your sexuality is a bad thing.
Which is something I never understood, because I'm like, listen, like the girls, the two strippers that you got to sneak by. It's like, are you mad that they look like that? So what?
I think it's just the fact that so many characters, like so many female characters that are scantily clad or where sexuality is the focus, are designed solely to play up to a male character or like the main male character, where it makes them completely dependent on like the desires of someone else. So that in itself, comes off kind of bad.
And we are sexual people by nature. So if that's what people like to look, I'm sorry. If you have a flat pancaked ass, you're probably going to get one look. If you got a lot of bump and junk in the fucking trunk, you're going to get 2-3 looks.
Which
that was the problem though. That he was saying that the problem was that like when they're like that, they're usually like beholden to like the main male character, something like that. They don't have agency. That's why a lot of them like Bayonetta, because she still has that.
Mm-hmm.
She's still her own character. She owns it.
Yeah, it's fine in a vacuum, like if you just take one character and analyze it. But the problem is that like 99% of female characters are that exact thing.
Yeah, but that's
and it
also
becomes a problem of
that comes from the companies trying to design characters. Look at Mortal Kombat as an example.
Sonya Blade.
Sonya Blade. Even Shiva got some big old titties.
Yeah. Don't get me started on Sonya, man. Like I like most of like the MK designs, but I look at Sonya and MK now, I'm just like, man, y'all could have at least tried.
They didn't have to make it that big.
Yeah, they didn't have to.
I don't know why, but this reminds me when people didn't know Samus was a female.
Yeah.
From Metroid.
Yeah. It's same thing with Zelda. When Zelda, we don't know what it is. Is Link a guy, a girl? What is he now? We don't know. It's stupid. I can understand where they're coming from, though. It's like, and I explained this a couple of months ago on the show. I had a friend of mine who happened to be black, and they were talking about casting Beyonce as Wonder Woman. And I said, that'd be stupid.
Nah, no, don't do that.
No.
And he's like, well, why? It's not real. It's comic book. I said, all right. So that matters? That whether it's real or not? I said, if the character's portrayed as a white woman, then she should be a white woman. No, that's not the way it works. I said, all right, so I'm going to make a Malcolm X and a fucking Martin Luther King movie, and I'm going to have William Shatner play Malcolm X and Robert De Niro and Robert De Niro play fucking Martin Luther King.
That shit, white people play minority characters all the fucking time in Hollywood. That is a thing
there's
that
some
happens.
really good examples of
And
that right
vice
now.
versa. What just came out? The Equalizer, a British guy played by Denzel.
But there are black British people.
But the character,
and that happens so rarely. That happens so rarely for like a minority portraying like a white person. It's like when they were. Wasn't the movie that Will Smith did, The Last Guy on the Planet, that was written based on a white guy as well?
Oh yeah, I Am Legend.
Yeah, I Am Legend. Yeah. But now let me ask you this: for example, Zellian, You got Charlie Brown there. Now, if I made Charlie Brown brown, people would be like, who the hell is it? Right?
Oh, yeah.
They wouldn't really be, because if something's being portrayed a certain way for X amount of years, you know, that to change it that way, it loses what it carried with it that long, that identifying thing. Whether it's the fact that he's white, or it's just how people are used to seeing it. You know, we can't rewrite every story to fit every race and every religion and every, you know, sexual orientation. We just kind of go, look, if this is the way it was at the beginning, I'm going to try and keep it this way at the end. Now, I heard good things about this Equalizer movie, but when I watched the show as a kid, it was this snobby British dude that went helping motherfuckers. Now I see Denzel doing it, and I'm like, I don't know. He doesn't look like he's got a British accent in it. I watched the trailer, so it
that movie looks like butt.
It kind of takes away from the story, in my opinion, from somebody that grew up watching the show weekly.
I get what you're saying. I think that there are a couple things, like, one, comics reboot and change their designs all the time, like including race and sexuality of the characters, sometimes their gender, like we all know about Thor, things like that. Mm-hmm. I don't think Beyonce would be a great Wonder Woman for a couple of different reasons, but it really has nothing to do with her race or how she's portrayed. I think that, like, the woman that they got to portray Wonder Woman doesn't make a good Wonder Woman because she's just not built for it, but, you know, whatever.
Yo, a good example. Sorry.
Oh, well, I think that the problem is that with the examples that you listed, and 9 times out of 10, what happens is that when they take a minority to represent a character that is typically portrayed as white, or where race is not an issue, it's always like a AAA fucking minority, like Will Smith or Denzel or somebody that has to be a household name in order for them to put them in there, because it's like, oh, look, yeah, he's not white, but also it's Denzel. When it comes to taking darker skinned characters or non-white characters and portraying them with white people, like, it's just a thing that happens. It doesn't matter who's portraying them. It's just a thing that is understood to happen in that industry, and it's just accepted as okay. And then those groups lose a lot of representation.
Yeah, like a good example is this Moses movie coming out. Christian Bale is playing Pharaoh. And then there's another one where I think it's Catherine Zeta-Jones. She's playing like a well-known figure in Mexican history. And it's just like, well, what are you doing? But to go back to
there are plenty of Latin actors and actresses who need fucking work.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, to go back to the comic book example, it was like when they were doing casting for The Amazing Spider-Man, Donald Glover, he tried to go for it. People were like, yo, that would be pretty cool, because, like, other than being black, he seems exactly like Peter Parker does. And the thing with, like, Parker is race is not important whatsoever.
So, like, Peter Parker, I mean, is the new Spider-Man Peter Parker, though?
Miles Morales.
Okay,
yeah,
so
that's in Ultimate, but this was talking about for, like, the new movie. Well, Amazing Spider-Man, yeah.
Right.
Where, like, it's still Peter Parker, where he's like, no, Peter's a white dude. But Donald, to me personally, would have been a lot better than the guy they got. Because, like, he seems more like he could carry himself as Peter with the guy.
T3, you said Jet Li should portray Captain America.
That'd be dope.
Yeah.
I'd watch it, though.
Yeah,
listen, I don't care who you throw me. If the movie's good, the movie's good.
Yeah, I think that what matters, like, the important thing is that when race is not an issue, the default is white. And I think that that's what a lot of people have a problem with. Like, Peter Parker doesn't necessarily have to be white. Him being white is not a crucial part of his identity. No. There's nothing about his story or the things that he does in his comics where it necessitates him being white. But the fact that no one can grasp the fact that he could possibly be non-white and people get upset over it, you know, I think that in itself is an issue.
Look, Samuel L. Jackson plays Nick Fury great. In the comics, Nick Fury's white.
Actually, he's
they
based
have a
off
black
Ultimate.
Nick Fury, yeah.
But original, I'm saying. The original Nick Fury was a white dude.
But they based him off the Ultimate design, which was basically just Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah.
Yeah, like, they used his image with permission, and then they decided to put him in the movie because it's Samuel L. Jackson, and we based it off him, so why the fuck not?
I don't know. I just kind of think like, just fucking. As long as you make the movies entertaining, I don't give a shit who's in it. You can make fucking William Shatner play Queen Elizabeth for all I give a fuck. Forrest Whitaker could play fucking Nancy Reagan. Nancy Reagan. What the fuck do I care?
Yeah, it's like that Dave Chappelle joke where it's like, the last nigga on Earth starring Tom Hanks. That happens all the time. It's like
exactly. I mean, I think that like James, like people like you aren't the problem. I think it's the people who like take to Twitter and Facebook and they start like criticizing black people because there's black representation in the movie with someone that's supposed to be white. Or they get mad that there's a female in a position that's like supposed to be male. Like the backlash for female Thor that hit Twitter and like all the social sites was fucking terrible. Was terrible.
Like, the funny thing about that is like somebody do something like I'm such a big fan of Thor. Thor, he's always been the son of Odin. He's always been this, he's always been that. And like, are you forgetting about Eric Masterson and Beta Ray Bill? You talking about how you a fan?
Oh, and like real talk, like none of those motherfuckers read the comics anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just like anytime like some form of media comes out and like there's like a black character, a gay character, trans, Arab, Mexican, whatever, you have all these people, usually white. Sorry, but it's true. Usually white, saying like, oh, they're just pandering to like minorities and yada yada yada. Like there was a good interview. I say good, really sarcastically, like came out of the dude who used to work for Nickelodeon, and he was talking about like how much like he loved Pete and Pete and how it was a good show and how he was able to connect with it because everyone was white. Then he started saying that Nickelodeon started like getting worse and started pandering to like everybody, and they had shows like Clarissa Explains It All because it started girl. Like nowadays, they have all these shows with like Arab characters and everything like that. He's like, just what happened to being like how hard a white guy being on a show now, and like I'm trying to be a comedian, and no one wants to listen to me talk about how hard it is to be a white guy, out here. And it's like, well, no shit, no one wants to listen to it because it's not that hard for you.
It's too hard to Britt, you're feeding back a little bit.
It's like
yeah, you're feeding. Hold on, guys. You're feeding back.
I don't know about you guys, but it's really hard for me to find white people in media.
Hold on.
What about now?
Now you sound better.
All right, there you go. It'd be like if they made a Luke Cage movie and all of a sudden it ain't Michael J. White, but it's like Michael J. Fox.
Michael Strahan.
Like, oh my god.
Jason Statham as Luke.
Part of me wants to say that would be good, but it'd be so bad.
Yeah, but like real talk, like if they made an Iron Fist movie, it's a coin toss whether or not he'd be white or Asian. As hard as it is for Asian males to land roles in television and in Hollywood, they could have like a definite like Asian character, which Iron Fist has been white and he's been Asian in different iterations, but like they would always opt towards going towards
the white.
You've seen him in Kickboxer and you've seen him in Shoot Fighter. Now Bolo Young is Luke Cage.
Bolo Young.
If they were to do it like a Heroes for Hire movie, man, get Matt Mullins to play Iron Fist. It'd be dope as shit.
So, all right, guys, I'm gonna change this topic up a little bit. So, Britton, you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right, introduce yourself to everybody, please, for me.
How you guys doing? I'm Britton, aka ATL Batman. I'm known for playing Mortal Kombat and Tekken in the ATL community. And I'm also the creator of the Mortal Kombat community group on Facebook.
So,
and I'm
go ahead.
Oh yeah, I've pretty much been in the scene for like since 2008 when I first moved to ATL. I originally started playing Tekken up here. Like I've been playing Mortal Kombat for years. I never really played it competitively until MK9 came out because there was really no type of competitive scene for MK until it was pretty much dead after all of that until 9 came out. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
There was a period of time where like a lot of Mortal Kombat games were just absolutely terrible.
Yeah, it's called the 3D. It's called the 3D era.
Yeah, man. All the way from Mortal Kombat 4 to Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Oh yeah, and DC.
And you hear guys all the time like justifying these games. I'm like, no, it was ass.
Games were so bad.
Like, you just hate.
I love them, but just talk to Tom Brady about that.
Yeah, they were horrible. 3D games were horrible. I mean, there's some people that try to justify their existence. I just blocked that time out in my life. I did a lot of drugs during that period. So 3D games didn't appeal as bad when you're high.
What's the one where like you could sidestep? Is that 4? Where you can like pick up skulls and shit and throw it?
Yeah, 4. Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
beginning. That was the beginning of the 3D nightmare.
Yeah,
I remember playing that shit for Nintendo 64. Man, I liked it, but it was so bad.
Did you buy my book?
I didn't own it. I didn't own the game, so I didn't own it.
Who made Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero?
I did the guide.
We bought the guide. That guide did.
That guy what?
It was so hard.
I've played that game.
So mad about that game. You know what makes me so mad about it? The story is actually pretty legit, but that game is so bad.
Yeah,
no, Mythologies wasn't. No,
has so much
Mythologies wasn't bad.
James,
I don't think
come on, man.
Special Forces. Special Forces. Special Forces was ass.
That was awful.
But I actually kind of, I mean, working on the book made me hate the game. But I actually enjoy it. Like, I'm like, yo, I gotta go get the fucking emulator and play it, because I don't have it no more, obviously. Actually, I might have burnt copies of it somewhere. But, I kind of liked it. For the time.
Know, man.
For the time.
Saying that the game's not shitty compared to literal shit doesn't really say
Now, once again, let's go back to who we blame for that.
Oh yeah, like I'm not implying anyone's fault at all.
No. I am. I'm putting blame on the journalists that go out there and say, this game is awesome. And then you open it up and it's like Mortal Kombat ad on page 2. Then you go to page 6. Mythology ad. You go to page 12. Oh, look at this. Jackie Chan Stuntmaster. How did this get at an 8 out of 10? This game was horrendous. And you notice they're all Midway games in the ads. That's how the reviews are happening.
To be honest with you, every game they ever made off of a martial artist that came out of the game, like was it Jet Li Rise to Honor, Jackie Chan Stuntmaster, and freaking No, I like the look.
There's always one in the crowd.
No, Jet Li Rise to Honor was okay. The only made me hate that game so much was the fact that you had to use the fucking analog stick the whole entire time.
Oh yeah. Hey, but that one game, that Stranglehold game, that wasn't too bad for a PS3. It was like a launch title.
Stranglehold.
Yeah.
That was the John Woo
thing.
Oh, John Woo. Oh.
It was kind of like the people I think the creators that made like the Wheelman games and shit like that. I think they made that game also. Like, they put it out on the PS3 and stuff like that.
They had War Gods.
I don't remember that.
So let's. What I wanted to talk about is one thing that I've noticed with the, I'm always picking on Test Your Might for being trash. I gotta say, and it's not just beholden to the Mortal Kombat group. It's the Mortal Kombat X group, the real Mortal Kombat X group, the fake Mortal Kombat 2 group, this group. Facebook motherfuckers got to get their heads out their ass. How many times do I got to hear Strawberry Shortcake could be an MKX and fucking The Predator and Aliens and fucking Charlie Brown and fucking,
Charlie Brown.
We might as well put in Jasmine St. Clair and, I mean, you name it. I'm like, listen, I'm cool with everybody's opinions. But it's like when you go in a room and it's like, what do you think is going through Sub-Zero's mind when he's pulling off his fatality? It's a fucking video game, you idiots. Nothing's going through his mind. He wasn't programmed to think. You put the inputs in. That's what went through his mind. He said, oh, shit, the guy did the right move. I got to rip this guy's fucking head and spine out. I mean, it's like... And then it's like the trolling, the porn. Oh, my God. Who would you do? Jade, Katana, or Melina? Yo, dumbass. It's all the same fucking girl.
It's the same character model. They're not even different colors usually.
I'll answer the question though. I'd fuck them all, but I wouldn't let Melina suck my dick.
Not Melina. I'm not.
I'd fuck her. I'd be like, yo, we're going doggy style. We're going doggy style. Take your two sides and pale those into the ground. Get down on your knees and we're going for a ride.
Melina can get left alone. I'm not doing that one.
Nope.
Yeah. It's just
this fucking YouTube video. It was popular for a while called "Blowjob Girl." Like that. That's what. I'm gonna do this thing with my teeth, and then you like run away.
Oh man, I haven't seen that one yet.
Try my out. Is this what guys like? No. That is not
exactly. What book are you reading that from? Like,
now again, going to what I just threw out there to now. Okay, I'm a pig. I'm a pig. To the feminist, I'm a pig, if that's what you think. I like girls. I like to have sex with girls. I like pretty girls. I like skinny girls, fat girls, black girls, white girls. Motherfucker, if I could find a goddamn green bitch, I'd fuck her too.
Yes, indeed.
She looks like Zoe Saldana. I'm all about it.
Would I tap Scarlett? I tap her, but it can't be that time of the month, and I ain't earning my wings.
I know that's right.
But it's like the whole thing with and this is the part of the feminist movement coming into the gaming market. Yeah, there are a lot of people out there that are fucking just assholes, but there's obviously room for growth as far as putting more women characters into games, but where it has to happen is it has to happen in a way that it's not ripping the Band-Aid off. And it sounds fucked up to compare it to, say, the civil rights movement, but the fact of the matter is, it happened in steps. It didn't go, Martin Luther King didn't come out, give his speech, and then they were like, okay, everything's changed. And let's be real, it still hasn't changed.
Nope.
So with that said, in order to do this transition, and it's got to be proven, because you're not dealing with civil rights for women. What you're dealing with is you're dealing with people just creating games. Was Mona Lisa a lesbian? I don't know. I don't give a shit. But, you're going to tell an artist, well, you got to paint more pictures that are neutral towards, cisgender or transgender. You can't do that to an artist. And when you look at video games, the DVD that it's burnt on is their canvas. What they create.
Yeah,
it isn't the CEOs that are sitting in an office somewhere making $30 million a year. It's, a team of people that this is the idea of what they want to do. Now, if they want to say, you know what, hey, fuck it, let's just make everybody in the game transgender. I would do that because I know it would sell. If I did it, I know it would sell.
I think that just like how the fighting game community isn't made up 100% of assholes, despite what people who aren't in the community think, the feminist movement isn't made up of 100% people who just want everything to be feminist-based all the time. I think there are people who understand that and who want the same compromise that you do, but like I was saying earlier, there are a lot of voices that don't matter, that express a lot of stuff, and then the real message gets lost. And there's not really a way to solve that because of the internet, except telling people not to go to Tumblr. But I think that what you're saying is reasonable, and I think that a lot of people out there want that same goal. I don't think that's anything that's too abstract.
I mean, it's again, you're gonna get the extremes on all sides, no matter how you cut it.
Fuck.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Playing Destiny.
You got dusted? So, we're joined by Lilith. What's up?
Hey.
You sound like you're a bazillion miles away.
Fucking piece of shit.
Hello?
You don't have to call me a piece of shit.
Oh, I'm sorry, dog.
No, you would be the first, so.
Man, that nigga is going in that game.
Yeah, man. I just hear you button mashing. It sounds like you're playing Street Fighter.
I know, right?
Hey, did you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
So what say you on all this conversation, my dear?
Well, my computer's really laggy and it was behind, but I know you were talking about, I'm sorry, I'm really sick right now. That's not funny. But I know you were talking about, female characters in games.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you were talking about how it's, kind of hard to have to fit into, every culture, every, sexuality and I'm thinking okay, well, where's maybe there's one or two Arabic main female characters I could think of. Like, what the hell is that one with the genie chick?
Oh, Shantae.
Shantae.
Yeah, but then they have to put her as a fucking genie or something.
Yeah. The only other one I can think of is Safina Arabic in Tekken?
No, Safina's
She's Egyptian.
Yeah.
She's like
Oh, she's
super light-skinned Egyptian. Yeah.
Light-skinned Egyptian.
They come pick a dark one though.
Out of all the Africans, you pick a white South African.
Hey, I mean, but she's godlike though. Like, don't get me wrong. But
Yeah, but she's
One
not a
thing
main. I'm talking like main characters wise. Main character, you don't see a Latina main character or anything like that. But I know it's really hard to, try to cater to everyone. But I mean, like, what about, if you think about it, it is all white chicks. Blood Rain, Lollipop Chainsaw,
Wet.
Bayonetta.
yeah.
yeah,
Bayonetta.
I mean, if they're not white, they're Asian because they're made by Japanese companies.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like the only not white female main character I can think of off the top of my head is once again the girl from Remember Me.
Yeah.
I mean,
What about that other chick? Was she white? What is it? Heavenly Sword? Is that what it's
She
called?
was she was like she looked Filipino or something like that.
I mean, her name is Nariko though, because I would assume she's Japanese.
I know a very successful Latina character. Consuela from Family Guy. Get free stuff.
No.
I don't clean your window.
There's somewhat
Wait,
successful black character.
Is there a Dora the Explorer video game?
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Hey.
And again, it probably sold as well as Depression Quest.
Oh. No.
I mean, sorry. I mean, listen. Here's the problem, and I am all for educational games if they are appealing. Like, I mean, like, think about it. The only way that game is going to sell is if some mother sees signs that their child is depressed, not depressing them, but
It's free.
and it's free, and they need something to keep them occupied in the car. And it sucks to say, but again, who wants to play an educational game?
Yo,
Yeah, like
hold on,
nobody.
hold on. I used to play when I was younger. Don't laugh at me. I used to play Rita Rabbit and the fucking Magic School.
Hey, that's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, those.
Yo, look, what about that Frog Fresh sequel though, man? It made so much money on Kickstarter.
Yo,
Oh,
I used to play. Oh my god,
No.
what about Math Blast? I used to play all these terrible ass games. They're terrible.
What?
Yo, who remembers Leapfrog?
I remember.
Oh,
I remember
yeah.
Leap
Of
Frog.
course,
No,
of course.
the main one I played was Mavis Beacon Teachers Typing, so I could do the.
Hey!
Oh, I remember that.
Yes.
The only
Hey, what
thing
was the name of like that dog? I think it was like Number Munch or something. You played as this dog and you went into like these caves and you had these math problems and shit to solve. I'm a 90s kid, so like maybe it's just me, but it was this game and I swear like they had it all over my school, but you played as like this dog and you had to like solve math problems to get to the next level. You had to find the cave and like find an item or something. I can't remember what the fuck it is called.
But I do understand the point. I do understand the concept of what James is trying to say with the whole learning game thing. I mean, yeah, he's right. I mean, like, because to be honest with you, they around here making video games for like at least 3-year-olds, and then we all know as a child's point of mind, a child, like what's it called? A child attention span is not going to last that long. For them even trying to figure out what to do in the game, let alone know what the hell they're doing in the game in the first place. Only thing they're going to see, and then all that they're going to see on the game is like different colors and shapes and animals and birds. They don't even damn what the hell all of that. It just look nice to them. They just want to play with it.
There was a game for the NES called Noah's Ark.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, there was. It was like
Yeah.
And really, who is going to sit there and say, "Oh, I want to play a game where I just gather 2 of every animal"? That fucking sucks.
Kids will play it, man.
It sucks. It's boring. Now, again, here's the problem. All this feminist movement is talking about all this, and the educational games and all this, but yet the demographic, contrary to what she wants to say or anybody out there wants to say, is adolescents. I'm not going guys, white males, like they were saying, like Anita said. I'm saying even if you're older, who wants to play a fucking educational game at 30 years old? Who wants to play a game about getting depressed?
If it was an educational, and okay, this is gonna sound really bad, but I really don't give a fuck. If it was an educational game, there better be like some porn at the end, like to reward me for this shit.
Oh man.
I mean, I think that as long as the game is entertaining and appealing, it can be as educational as it wants to be. It's up to the designer. Like it's the designer's responsibility to, despite it being educational, make it something that other people want to play.
See, but here's the thing. That's a choice of them. But then they can't come back and say male misogyny when you made a shitty game. You put shit in, you get shit out.
Text-based adventure.
What's that?
It's a text-based adventure game. No, just text.
I
don't know what
used
kid
to
wants
learn.
to read the entire video game.
All right. Well, let me tell you something. Not
Yeah,
for
that-
nothing.
plus that wasn't like marketed.
I'll go play. I'll go play Zork.
Hey, I used to play RPGs and learn. I used to learn words from them. Like when I was really young, I played Legend of Dragoon, and I think at one point they put lackadaisical in there, and I was really young, so I didn't know what the fuck that meant, and I looked it up, and I already knew what it meant ahead of time. So, I mean, I don't mind reading my RPGs and having an expansive vocabulary. So I guess games can be educational without trying.
Right. I mean, like, you could take something like Xenogears, which had a lot of religious and biblical thematic elements and narrative in it. It was a lot of fucking text and it was a lot to read. But you come out of that, you know, being young and not quite knowing what you're reading, but realizing those same themes when you get older and seeing, like, the narrative significance later in life. And in that way, a game can be educational and entertaining, where you may not even realize it, but it could do something that, you know, gives you a little bit and makes you come back, like, come out of the game a little bit smarter than you in it.
I'm unfortunately, as far as my vocabulary, I was that kid, like, when we all hung out, we were all young, I was the kid that was like, yo, guys, check this out. And you're like, what? And I'm like, fuck. And they're like, oh, my God, did he just say it? I'm like, bitch. Oh, my God. And they go home and they tell their mothers, and the next thing you know, their mother's calling my mother up going, you're said fucking bitch, and he's fucking bad influence on my kids. So, you know, my vocabulary is pretty narrow, but the fact that you're correct, a video game can expand people's vocabulary that way, and that's an avenue they should look at.
Mm-hmm. Right. Like, I know a lot of people who learned English as a second language because they were playing video games that interest them. And they sat there with the dictionary and
I just hope they weren't playing one of those poorly translated Japanese games.
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of my friends, a lot of my friends were playing, like, Final Fantasy and stuff like that, where they had a localization team, but, you know, like, they sit there with the dictionary and they try to figure all the shit out, and it's slow as shit, but, you know, they come out with a vastly expanded vocabulary, like, just because they really wanted to play that game.
No, all right. Now I got everybody here, and we're all on all sides of the fence. So I'm going to start ladies first. We're going to make an educational game tonight. And I'm going to start with, what type of game would you make it? Role-playing, fighting game, quest game, shooter up?
What? Educational?
It's going to be educational, but what is the play style of the game going to be?
It would. I mean, I think to teach people things, it'd probably have to be an RPG.
Okay, so we go from an RPG. Mr. Fifth, who's the first character we putting in this RPG?
All right, well, first off, we got a black character in here.
Yo, this is not Barry.
Now we got to get this down. And you know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna write this game down. And when we get this all down, it's gonna be fucking. We're gonna do a Kickstarter. And we're gonna make this shit happen.
Make it early access.
All right, so Kickstarter. All right, RPG. First character is a black man or woman.
Yeah.
You tell me, black man or woman?
Transgender.
You know, we're gonna play it safe and call it a woman.
Okay, black woman. Now, what type of black woman is she? Is she an island black woman? Is she American black woman? Is she straight up African black woman?
Pam Grier? Because, like, Pam Grier needs to be in the game.
Well, it depends on how he designs his character.
Let's make it an American black woman because you don't really see too many of those in the video game.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're always like just bitter.
What type of now, guys? Keep in mind this is educational. What does this American black woman's role play in the game?
I would just make her an adventurer, just like you'd make any other person.
We're educational. We're educational. We're not run around Laura Croft.
Let me see.
I think there's education in that, though. The fact that she can be black and do stuff, and her racial identity doesn't have to be at the forefront of who she is as a person.
Zellian, shut up. This is Fifth's character, and Fifth gets to design what he wants. You have your character coming up next.
You could have her have it start off as her in college, like getting out of college, and then that's how the game could start from there.
So loosely based off of the Huxtables, going into a different world.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Does she have weapons, or is she the type of character that heals? What does she do?
She can be a support character.
All right,
she helps. She's the healer.
Okay, so we're gonna leave her right now with the sport character, American black woman sport character. So now, Zellian, you have a character that you can enter into this game.
See, now that it's my turn, I need a minute to figure out what I
want. You're creating his character.
You weren't thinking the whole time, like the rest of us.
No, I've been just kind of listening and just providing input.
So, you want me to skip over you and come back?
Yeah, you can skip over.
Okay,
me and come back.
Raptor. Okay, Raptor. What do you want for a character?
All right. Screw. Let's have him be Aroma. Okay, you guys are gonna wonder what the fuck's Aroma, but
yeah, I'm kind of saying
what the fuck's say this word really. Gypsy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Aroma is. Gypsy.
Okay.
Like something that doesn't need to be said anymore. But have it be that immigrated to America, also getting out of college, and just have him be like an archer type.
College archer type. So we got two educated characters right now. Now, is it a woman or a male?
Let's have him be male and homosexual.
Male, homosexual. In or out of a relationship?
In, because there's not enough positive homosexual relationships in media. They're always bad.
Yeah, very bad.
And he's an archer type. Okay. So now, Zellian, you good now?
Yeah, I got a basic idea.
What do you got?
We don't really have a time frame, a setting, but I would make like a robot,
every party needs a robot.
Yeah, not like an android that has a discernible human look, but definitely like a robot. And I would say make him the tank, because robot tanks are cool.
Okay.
Like the tank character.
Oh my god, it's like Robo from fucking
Chrono Trigger?
Exactly like Robo, like from Chrono Trigger. Yeah.
Javon.
You.
What? I need a character.
Alright, well, let's put a Middle Eastern person in this game because we need a hero from the Middle East, not just, a throwaway bad guy from Call of Duty.
Good. Very good. With all the stereotypes that go out with Middle Eastern right now, a hero would be a good role.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll be a little bit stereotypical. We'll make him the mage since we don't have one of those yet.
Yes, we need a mage.
Yeah. And we have how many female characters already?
So far, we only got one.
Oh, okay. Then we'll make her a female character.
Okay, Middle Eastern female.
Yeah.
I seen a really smoking Middle Eastern female girl wearing the full garb today, and you just want to tell them, can you just take that off for 5 minutes?
Isn't it a little hot outside?
That's what I kind of was thinking. All right, so Big Tank, you're up.
All right. My character would be a wise old transgender sorcerer.
Okay, F to M or M to F?
He hasn't decided yet, but he's gonna bridge that gap at some point in the game.
So it's either MF or FM.
Yes.
Yeah, and at some point in the game, they come out as being transgender.
The player decides what he becomes.
Okay, that's not bad.
But he starts out as male.
Yes.
Britain.
Never mind.
I was about to say Zell shut.
Well, because we're gonna go back to that. Britain, we need a character.
I would say, let me see, and I like a midget.
A midget. Nothing wrong with that. Midgets
Yeah.
are not represented in video games.
Yeah, I would say a midget.
Midget, male or woman?
Let me see. I prefer a female.
All right, so Bridget the midget. I know her very well.
Thank you. Yeah.
And what can
And I
what can she do?
She would probably be like the I think she'll probably be like a tomboyish midget, the one that likes to play tough and doesn't really care about everybody else's opinion or anything. She's pretty much used to be a rebel, but now she finally convinced to join as a team and fight with everybody else. Those type of characters.
So she's kind of like a midget woman version of Wolverine.
Pretty much something like that. Yeah, that'd be a good. Yeah, like she was a rebel for all her life, and now she decided to do something positive, by trying to help out others and and accomplish their goals, and when she gets happy, her happiness is seeing somebody else get happy, because she's the one that actually helped trying to get them succeed in life.
Yeah, you thought about this shit a lot.
So now, this is the point of what I just said. I know I cut you into Zellian when you were getting in between the gender transition, but you all came up with characters, okay, and you all made them sound interesting. Nobody made a character that I was just like, really? Nobody sat there and said like, all right, I'm going to make a character, and she's a lesbian, and she wears flannel, and she's trying to grow a beard, and she's trying to lose her boobs, she's trying to go through a change of life. No. You made a character that actually contains qualities that are not seen in games, but kept the character still interesting. Now, if you look at the way we just designed this team of 6 people, we need to put them, where are we going to put them? So we'll go back to Lily and go, is this RPG in space? Is it on Earth? Is it on another planet?
All right. The big decisions here, big decisions. I'd say, well, if we have a robot, then it has to be like somewhat futuristic, and especially if like some people are getting out of college and things like that. It could be on a planet that's not exactly Earth, an Earth-like planet, but it doesn't necessarily have to be on Earth. And maybe there's even like colonies that they can like go to, like little space colonies maybe. I mean, we can do whatever the hell we want with this, so maybe they have some colonies in the sky.
Okay, kind of a Final Fantasy type.
Yeah, well, kind of, I guess.
Floating cities.
Yeah, like Chrono Trigger with Zeal.
But like, yeah, like that, but like not organic, non-organic.
Yeah.
Industrialized?
Yeah, it actually kind of reminds me of Gundam, because they have the colonies, and a lot of them, like once you go see the colonies themselves, they've got like manufacturing or like different types of things like that.
Except the Gundam colonies are in space, so this one is actually within the planet.
So now, 5th.
Yo, what up?
We're on a planet other than Earth with floating cities, non-organic, industrialized. I need these guys to get around in something. How do they get from point A to point B?
All right. Well, we got from the small stuff such as like hoverboards. That's stuff like that. Moving up a little bit to something more like a car. We can have
What kind of car?
well, not really cars, but let's make it into like a ship, like a little small
ship.
Verse ship, yeah.
What is it operated by? What kind of power?
Let's see. We can operate it either solarly, where it's the sun giving it light, or let's see, what other good energy source is there that we can...
Water.
What? Yeah, but
You can use. I mean, this is our game. We can make it whatever. We can power the ship off of fucking Skittles if we want.
That's all right.
You can power happiness.
Maybe you can use your will, maybe.
Yo, like
maybe, yeah, like maybe instead of sorcery, like the magic characters use like psychic powers and stuff like that.
Psychic.
Yeah, I like that. No, I like that though. Willpower.
So the ship's power, willpower. So Zellian. So Zellian. All right. So now we're on this planet. We got hoverboards. We got small ships to get around. Here's the tough one. Who's the bad guy?
As tempting as it is to say the white man, I'm not going to say that.
The white ghost.
Sorry, that was my first mistake.
Is it from up the corner?
I was thinking of a redneck.
It's just...
I don't know. I tend to like man versus institution stories. So I would say maybe like a government system, or or like a party, or like a corporation, something like that.
Government corporate.
Yeah.
And why are they bad?
Are they what?
Why are they bad?
They're not necessarily bad. It's more of a matter of viewpoint. Like, it's one of those situations where if we were to make a second game from the perspective of the government corporate entity, they may not look like the bad guys to the player. So it's kind of ambiguous. It just looks like the bad guys from the perspective of the people that we're playing as right now.
So we might be bad.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so that's actually a good 50. We'll call it a 50-50 on the bad. It's based on perspective. All right. So now we got the overall bad entity of what is considered or feasible to be the bad. I need a cast of bad people or other people that could be portrayed as the bad guys. So we'll start with Raptor, and I want the head honcho. Who is he? Actually, no. You get the because we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 bad guys. You get the lowest man on the totem pole. The lackey, the troll, the snake.
Shit. I would have him be Damn, this is hard. I gotta think about this for a sec. Yo, come back to me. All right. So we'll go to Javon. We'll give you the second. His bad guy is gonna be your bad guy's bitch, but there's gonna be 3 other bad guys that can spank your guy. So you're not top dog. You're not little dog. You're in the middle man.
All right. So I'm thinking like a police chief of some sort, or like whatever they have as police, but he's just kind of like a dick who abuses his power. One of those guys who became a police officer just so he could wave around his badge and his gun. So yeah, he's just kind of a dick who picks on the people, under him. He's not that high up, but if you're just a normal person, then he can mess you up if he wants to.
Now, this police dick, I'm kind of going with the whatchamacallit? What's the Mockingjay movie?
Oh, Mockingjay?
No, what's the movie?
Games?
Yeah, the guy that was whipping her boyfriend in the center square.
Yeah.
Are you thinking something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically a super dick.
Super dick.
Not just a dick, but he's a super dick. Alright? Which means, that don't mean he's got any power. That just means he's an asshole.
Yeah.
And then you wind up finding out one punch to the balls and he's on his ass.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so now with this character, what is his object or his goal besides just being a dick? As far as the crew of good guys that we made. Is it just apprehend them? Does he want to kill them? Is he in love with one of them? He's got to have something that ties him to that group that he wants to fuck them up for.
Maybe when the group starts, they're not like, you know, the most wanted terrorists in the world, but like one of the, like, they start making a racket and one of the high up guys is like, you know, just get rid of them. Throw them in jail, kill them.
Yeah, but he has to have some sort of
like a personal
agenda.
A personal agenda. He needs a personal one.
Maybe somebody
he's
did
like,
something to him in his past, and he just trying to take it back on him, like something like that.
Maybe he's like,
maybe
kinda fucked
maybe
up in
someone in his family needs like some sort of medical procedure, and if he's able to, you know, clean up this problem, they promised him a raise and maybe a higher ranking or something.
Okay,
like that.
that's cool. Blackmailed.
Yeah.
Blackmailed for family, which is good because going back to these guys earlier, we didn't say that these guys are good or bad. So that really puts him in a neutral role. Where it's like, you know, he might be being portrayed as a bad guy, but he's doing it for a selfless reason. So he kind of is becoming the Mockingjay, per se. Just now you're looking at it and going, well, he's a dick to everybody, but nobody's going to know, well, should I say they'll learn within the story that, wow, this guy's being a dick for a good reason. So you're going to which is going to kind of, what it's going to do is pull you from the story of the original 6 characters where you're like, oh, these guys are all fucking the heroes. And you're going to go, wow, this guy's not a bad dude. So now let's go to Tank. I need another dick, one above this super dick. So you're going to be super duper dick.
I think every group of bad people needs one of those really tough, strong, but really stupid, like, meathead kind of people who just beats up on people who are smaller than him.
Like Batista in Galaxy.
Yeah, he's just some huge, really stupid person who just, like, punches people for no reason if he walks by him.
Now, again, male, female?
A bald male.
Alright, bald. That's actually kind of typical, but it's cool.
Yeah.
And why is he
with
being...
a comb over.
And with a comb over.
Damn, he's like, fuck.
Now, why is he around? Why is he such a dick?
Let's say he is the son of the head guy, the top guy.
Okay, so top chief son of head guy, and he's just a go-do type dude.
Yeah. He's the dirty worker.
All right, Britton, we need a bad dude. Now we got super dick and we got super duper dick. So you need almost Grand Pumbaa cocksucker.
Okay. All right. Let me see. I will make this one into a like a presidential, or no matter of fact, like a democratical person, in the sense of like a dirty government official, in the sense of like she has something against the main member of our team of something that happened to them back in the day, and she's just pretty much trying to end their whole team going on because of the fact that she did something to her in the past that made her had a big grudge about it in the first place, and she just want to take her out for good.
So now you've already given us the she.
Yeah.
Is she black, white, green, blue, purple?
I'll say purple and gold.
Purple and gold.
Purple and gold.
Yeah, she's purple and gold. She's pretty much, and she's not stocky kind of. She's like I put her as a tall woman, in the sense of like.
Is she like sexy?
Yeah, in a way. She's above average. Like she can get it. But that's pretty much.
I'm gonna put that in the cliff note to the manual. She could get it.
Like when they introduce the character on the screen, it'd just be like name. She can get it.
So now, because I already designated our black American black woman as the leader of our team. So now, did our dirty Democrat, did she go to school with her? Because she's out of college now.
Yeah.
So
I think she went to school with her. Well, like what? Pretty much. Let me see. She probably have a big grudge against her because she probably wanted to be valedictorian, and they probably had like one slot left open, and the leader of our team probably ended up getting that spot before she did. But she knew that she was better than her, so she felt like she had a big grudge about it, and and she just feels like she wanted to take revenge to prove a point that she's better than her, like better than her, smarter than her, and like probably more classy than her as a woman than she is.
All right, so let's go back. Let's go back to Raptor now. You got your character ready? Remember, you're like baby dick. You're like you're like 3 inch.
I'm middle management.
You're millimeter monster. You're not even like on top level dick there.
Yeah, I'm just above homeboy trying to like save his mom. Alright, gonna have it be a dude the dude comes from like money and everything, but he's never been able to like really like take charge of his life because like he doesn't really have that much motivation. He's actually not that good at most stuff, so like he's stuck just being in charge of like maybe like the police force or something like that, and it's pretty blatantly corrupt. Like he's like everyone else in like this crew could probably have like good qualities. This dude just doesn't, because he's just mad bitter at like everything.
So now your character, so basically a spoiled, talentless little brat.
Yeah.
Black guy, white guy, Puerto Rican. Well, we have to go specific to Spanish.
Let's go with an islander.
Now, when you say an islander, you mean like a
Pacific
black island guy?
No, like Samoan.
Samoan. There you go. Hey, you don't see too many of them except for The Rock.
Yo,
Usos, man.
Yeah, it's all about the Usos.
Yeah. All right, Lilith. Lilith, I need a bad. I need the top cocksucker. I need the primo of bad motherfuckers.
Okay.
Yo, make this motherfucker an alien.
Like,
I mean, we already got a robot, so.
Oh, wow.
The top cocksucker is going to be a woman.
No pun intended.
Yeah. Okay. I know. Fuck. Shit. She. Not any minute. She's gonna be a crazy bitch.
Now, when you say crazy, you mean like schizophrenia crazy, or like just outright fucking lunatic?
Maybe like very bipolar.
Okay.
Like the Mona from Gargoyles, like she's controlled in most spots, but underneath she's just like losing it.
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah. Like sometimes like you said, she's kind of crazy. So you think like she's all right, and then she's just kind of like.
Yeah, behind closed doors, just losing it.
Yeah.
So she's like a Dean Ambrose or AJ Lee.
Oh, great. Now I'm just picturing her like pushing a hot dog cart.
I know, right?
She's very she's like a huge opportunist. She definitely like plays both sides of the fields, but is very like authoritative. People love her because they don't know that she's like a psycho bitch. You said if she's like the leader chick, then people love her. She's an authoritative figure. She's like the type of chick that can make herself look like an injured deer when she's really the lion. She's manipulative, but she's beautiful and looks innocent. So people don't think that she could be that way.
All right, so we've now, let's just zip down this. We have a black woman from America, obviously college grad. Uh, she's got the sport athletic side to her. We got the gypsy male who happens to be homosexual, who's an archer type, as well as a college guy. We got the robot with the tank the tank attribute. We got a Middle Eastern female who takes on the hero role and also a mage. The wise old transgender sorceress or sorcerer, depending on the time of day. We have the midget woman who's a tomboy, has a Wolverine type attitude. We're on another planet other than Earth with floating cities, non-organic, more of an industrial build. We have tools like hoverboards, ships that are powered by anything from solar, water, happiness, psychic, or willpower. We have a government corporate 50-50, which means depending on the perspective of the person playing it, they can walk off and say, you know, these people are the rebel rousers, and the government kind of is on the side of the people. We have a dude who's the first of our lackeys, who's a spoiled, talentless little prick who basically is an Islander / Samoan who controls the police. Then we have the police dick, who's super dick, who's blackmailed into basically trying to apprehend the people that are portrayed as the good people. Then you got the tough, dumb, bald, white, typical comb over, son of the head, which would actually be the crazy woman, and just does what she tells him to do. Then the top dog that's right beneath the crazy woman is the dirty Democrat, who she's purple and gold. She's a tall woman. She's also college, and she's basically loved by the people. And then obviously at the end of the game, we got the bipolar crazy woman, who plays both sides of the fence, and people love her, but nobody's really sure why they love these people. So now we got the characters on both sides. We got the planet. I need weapons. What type of weapons do we have to offer these diverse group of people? Start with Lilith.
Well, I know one of them mentioned that one of them was like an archer and a mage and thing like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then some people are brawlers. So, I guess do you want me to do one character specific weapon, or do you want me to
any one of them any one of the characters that you found yourself going, I like that one, even if it's not your own.
Okay.
No, I don't think Nintendo's gonna license this.
They'll fuck it up.
The transgender again.
All right, transgenders weapons.
What was the transgender shop?
Transgender
sorcerer.
Sorcerer.
The sorcerer.
You sound like you're far away, by the way.
Sorry. All right. The sorcerer is gonna have these little floating robots that he can control. They don't do much damage, but they help channel his magic abilities.
Also like a sentinel.
Yep. Like little sentinels without power.
The sorcerer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So she took the sorcerer. So fifth, pick a character, give him a weapon.
All right. Well, my character, the chick, she can be the regular, sword and shield type. No, too boring. All right.
It's the future, man. It's the future.
Boring. All right. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Oh damn. What in the hell could I? I really don't know. Well, damn.
Well, let me go back. She's a black American strong sport type of woman.
I swear to God, if you give her a spear.
I was just gonna say, don't give her a spear.
I know something. I'm like, give her a spear.
Don't do it.
She can fight with a tennis racket.
Oh fuck! I was gonna say that.
Can I give her a basketball?
Her name
Damn.
Give her a baseball bat.
You can give her any weapon you want.
It's the future, man. Come on.
And remember, this is educational.
It's educational. All right.
I'll give her books. She can throw them.
She can throw books at people. Let's see. We could give her something laser-like. Let's see. I would say laser sword, but I don't know about that. Or all right, we're gonna be real weird. We're gonna give her laser nunchucks.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah,
I was just gonna go like this. I was gonna go like this. I'm gonna give a laser like this shit, like I'm shining into the stream right now.
Oh, like laser nunchucks would be tight.
Okay, laser nunchucks, not too shabby.
I
All
just
right.
want to point out that our animators will fucking hate us.
Oh, I know they're gonna. So Zillion, pick a character and arm them.
I'm gonna pick the robot, and I'm gonna say that the robot creates all type of weapons from the parts of the enemies that you defeat. So like, if you're fighting machines, it can pick up like scraps of machines. But if you're fighting like humans, it could take like leftover body parts from the humans, and it crafts its own like really weird organic mechanical weapons from that. So like all sorts of shit.
You've been
Just
watching
like
it, Carol?
Hey,
You've thought of this before.
No,
let's make that a human.
no, I actually I had an idea for a character, like a bad character that was kind of Akira inspired, and this just kind of came from that. So maybe.
Okay.
All right, so Raptor, arm somebody.
All right, which ones are left again? The one I came up with, and
You got the gypsy. You got the Middle Eastern. You got the midget. You also, if you want to arm one of the bad dudes, let me know you want to arm one of the bad dudes.
all right, I'll arm the. I'll arm the bald bad dude.
All right, the tough guy.
Yeah, the tough guy. And to kind of play with it a little bit, I'll have him use like an electrified like laser whip or something like that. Maybe the character is like a little bit on the psychic side, which is why they keep him around despite him being an idiot, and he can control it with his mind.
Okay, electric psychic.
Yeah.
Javon, pick a character and arm him.
I was actually thinking about it. I'm gonna pick my Middle Eastern female character.
Okay.
And we don't have like a differently abled character yet. So I'm thinking that she might be like an amputee, maybe missing one of her arms.
Okay, that's cool.
And maybe that gets replaced with some sort of like, I don't know, one of the like parts of like the engines that we use to power like friendship and shit. And like her magic comes from like willpower, so like her own sense of self and stuff like that.
From added parts from ships. Okay, that's actually pretty fucking unique. Tank.
Has the midget been taken yet?
Nope.
Alright, I'm gonna give the midget one of those stereotypical oversized anime swords.
What the fuck was that?
Not bad. I'm a ringtone.
Oversized. So like when you say oversized, you mean like
a 7-foot sword.
So like a Zweihander, like what fucking Nightmare has.
Yeah, one of those giant things for the midget.
And how does this midget have the ability to pick this sword up?
I don't know. She uses willpower.
PMS power.
She siphons it from the cars and then uses it to hold up the sword.
All right, Britain. We got Who do we got left? We got the transgender sorcerer that goes between male, female, female, male, and all the bad guys except for tough, dumb, bald dude.
Well, let me see. I would probably go with the transgender.
Okay.
I would give the transgender like gloves. You know, see Viper gloves from Street Fighter 4. I give her gloves like that, but instead of the ability to have like electricity, she'll have the ability to have like Green Lantern powers. In the sense of, you know how Green Lantern's powers is, the fact that he uses it from the ring, it should be the same way with the gloves. But she won't do like, go overboard with it, like, make gigantic ass tanks and shit. But she'll be like, let me see, I just had it in my mind, but I forgot.
Make like simple walls and stuff like that.
As Arcade Go says, are these like knuckle gloves or are these like Michael Jackson gloves with some glitter on them?
That actually would be a good idea, but it's just like, I was just thinking of Sea Viper gloves, like the way her gloves actually look. For instance, I know a good way I can explain it. If you guys ever seen Boondocks, you know the glove that Huey had.
The Black Power Fist.
Yeah, a glove. She'll have, but instead of having one, she'll have both her hands, and like both her hands will have the gloves on it. I mean, both of his hands will have the gloves on it instead. And he could be able to control the power from and he'll be able to control the power from Courage. But the thing about it is, since the fact that he's transgender, he'll be able to go, like, depending on the battle, he can be able to switch powers on man or female instead of just being one whole power.
That's actually pretty unique. So depending on which way she or he goes and identifies with at that battle will give you different types of powers.
Pretty much, yeah. And then later on, he'll probably discover the ability how to use both powers at one time.
where the transgender identifies herself as one and the same. Gotcha.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
All right. So now we got back to Lilith. We only have 5 more bad guys. So you need to take any bad guy besides the tough guy, the tough bald, dumb, tough bald, typical dude. Mm-hmm. So you got the crazy woman, the Democrat dirty. We gotta arm them. Yeah, we can't just have them running around yelling at people. Yeah. This is educational.
The politician, right?
Yep.
A Bad Tales series fanfic. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. Is it bad that I guess I want him to be like a sorcerer because and I want sorry, I want him to be a sorcerer and maybe he can use this person has a book, so maybe he can use like I don't know, maybe he can use books like spell books or something, or sorcerer? Encyclopedias, I don't care. Yeah.
Spell book? Can he get spells out of the encyclopedia?
Yeah. He just grabs books and like
uses powers from like the story and the words to create things.
Yeah, like he just grabs books and uses them as objects to channel his powers and shit. But only he can only use books.
Okay, only books. Good. Like a typical fucking politician / lawyer. They don't know how to fight, but they can throw a book at you. So, fifth, I need... Actually, hold on a second. You know what? I gotta open my door a second. Somebody's knocking.
At 2:16?
This game is so educational.
Yep. Right?
No, it could be. It could be.
We're educated to be open to anything.
I'll probably say this will probably be my first RPG game. The only RPG game I think I ever played.
What the heck would this game teach people?
Oh man, I think the only RPG game I think I ever like actually sat down and played, never beat, was Legend of Dragon on PlayStation 1.
That's a great game.
Yeah, The thing about it is, I didn't even own it. I had my friend. He had a copy at his house, and I was living with him at the time, and I was like, "Hey, let me try this."
It's actually really funny. My landlord just knocked on my door, and he's like, "Dude, I'm listening to your show, and these fucking guys are coming up with some crazy shit." So, all right. So we're back up to 5th.
Yeah, well, they need to hire us for like these next video games. Hope gaming companies are watching this shit.
So 5th, you have the spoiled little money talentless prick fuck. You got the police dick, super dick, and you got the crazy woman who's the head cheese.
Let me get the head woman.
Okay.
What's her weapon? Let's see. Something dick, like something an asshole would use. Like, I don't know.
Toilet paper.
Like, shovel. Like something really assholeish. Like
toilet paper.
A PBR.
No.
That's the only thing my asshole uses.
She uses a can of Natty Boh and calls it
like.
She has one of those anal bead like freaking tails that the Japanese are always sporting, except when she pulls it out, it's a sword.
Oh, what if she uses chains?
Just regular plain outright chains, or electric, or
like these chains are alright, kind of like, you know how Kratos has like, I don't know if you play God of War, but like those chains where it's like a effing, it doesn't have to be like a sword or anything connected to it, just like
knives.
Knives. You can make it to where like, let's see, what else could you check? It could be like hook something,
like a lead weight or something.
Use tampons.
Yeah,
yeah, use tampons. Perfect.
Little boys are gonna play this game like, what is that?
That's what you can educate them on.
Stay away from the used tampons.
Oh my god.
Alright, so we got chains. What are we putting on the end of these chains?
We could have hooks. We could have snake heads. Let's see.
So she can. We'll say she can change through them. Like she can actually, like each wave that she comes out, like because you're gonna have to fight her at the end. It's gonna be like one that she just has the hooks, and she'll get some snakes, and she'll get some knives.
You have to fight this boss like 8 times, and each time like something different. Like she'll have like a different power, or like another power will happen, like something like that.
So are used tampons ever going to be one of the powers?
She shoots blood. She's bare blood.
Oh no, that's disgusting.
Yo, someone in the chat said super absorbent, like the tampons should just absorb all of that.
See, she could.
And none of the female characters, it doesn't affect the female characters because they
Venom. Like Venom can be like one of her powers. Since we have willpower, like as one of the powers that we have, the opposite of that could be like fear.
Hate.
Let's see what else. Books. We could have. If you guys want to put tampons, y'all go ahead. I mean,
no,
this is your weapon. We don't. Nobody's stepping on anybody else's ideas.
I think snake heads would be real cool, cause they would like move and like,
and they also double up because they got the venom.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to Zellian. We now have left for you the dirty Democrat or the police super dick.
The super dick is the cop, right?
Yeah.
Let's make the cop like super twisted, and let's make him wield a child genius. Like, he doesn't do his own fighting, but he has like a child genius with like psychic powers that does his own fighting, and the kid looks exactly like Rudy Huxtable.
Rudy.
Oh my god.
And when you first fight him, and when you first fight him, of course he's got to do the Rudy line to bring Rudy in.
Yes.
Rudy.
Oh.
All right, we got the dirty Democrat left. So, Raptor, you gotta finish this dirty Democrat off.
All right, so this person's a dirty Democrat. We gotta give him mind control powers. And like the whole time we're fighting him, he's just like mind controlling innocent people to do his fighting for him.
Mind control of people to fight. All right, now here's where it gets.
I still can't get past Rudy Huxtable.
almost spit my cereal out.
So now we've established the location. We established the main characters. We've established partial to the story. Now what we need to do is we got to spin this education.
Oh, jeez.
Now, the reason I say this is every character you guys came up with, you came up with. Now, to look at a game like this and say, I want to keep it educational, but at the same time, from slinging used tampons and everything, and Rudy Huxtable coming out. But, here's the key to this, and this is something that a lot of developers don't do. Because a lot of developers, when they look to design a game, they just go, education, education, education. Oh, yeah, let's put this in there and make it fun. You guys built these characters, which are predominantly characters beyond the robot that you don't typically see in games. Now, you need to spin this where it still remains fun but educational. So now, how is it that these characters are going to, because we're doing an RPG, how are we going to do it where these characters interact with one another and other characters in the game where the education part actually plays part?
Well, we said like at least three of them like just recently left college, right?
Yes.
Well, you could spin it like maybe like right after maybe there's like some type of environmental crisis or like there's some form of discrimination going on. You can tie that into like educating people about stuff like that. Because when you do an educational game, it doesn't have to be straight like, yo, you beat these guys up by solving 1 + 1 = 2.
No, because that would bore the shit out of me in 10 minutes.
like look at a game like Spec Ops: The Line, which did a really good job about teaching people about things like PTSD and like war and violence's effect on soldiers and stuff like that. It's a fun game. It's also pretty educational and has a pretty strong message. Like we have a lot of different types of like marginalized people in this group. Maybe the people that are like run the evil corporation are like they feel that humanity has to get stronger, so they have to like weed out like weaker people or something like that. I don't want to say they're going full Hitler now.
I was just gonna say, are we talking Hitler mentality?
Yeah, we're not talking going full. We're talking like maybe something closer to like Gattaca or something like that, where like people that have like genial based like deformities or stuff like that. They're being changed through like technology to make them stronger and able to like survive out in the universe. But there's people that don't, want to go through that because that's their deformities or their problems are part of what makes them them. Like maybe being homosexual is seen as something that it doesn't help people, like survive out in the world or something like that because it's abnormal.
Okay.
Like stuff like that. That's the way you can spin into educational.
Transgender, the arm thing, the midget.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like taking time to delve into every character's like backstory and focus on their development as an individual, that would provide education and still be interesting.
I mean, we got to admit, we put a pretty motley crew together here. I mean, we got a American college sport.
We're gonna get along.
What's that?
as like you mentioned like, oh well, they're all very different. How the fuck are they all gonna get along?
They all like the same
That's
food.
usually the best part of like an RPG, seeing like how they all end up getting along.
Now we would have to we'd have to do is, in order to make them all get along, we'd have to build this. This is not going to be no 5-minute RPG. You know, you're going to open up with, say, the American sport black woman girl, who somehow is going to get forced into a situation that's going to lead her to the gypsy male, who, unfortunately, I'm going to do this. His boyfriend got whacked by the government.
Damn.
And
got to kill his boyfriend. So now he's already the one that's going to start this, hey, the government's fucking with us. And the black woman, who's kind of like this up and coming athlete, she got her things going on, and she starts hearing him, and at first she's saying, yo, you know, you're just a crying ass homosexual, leave me alone. But then the government's got to do something to her. What could the government do to her to make her side with him and put them in a situation where they're going to build a common bond against the government?
Maybe the boyfriend was like a family member that she didn't even know was like homosexual or something.
It was her brother.
Yeah.
Damn. Ooh. Damn. Yo, when you go deep, you go real deep.
So her brother never came out. Her brother never came out, and the gypsy male is basically trying to convince her, and she's got that mentality. No, not my brother. No, not my brother. And then, obviously down the road, he'll explain to her situations and stuff, and maybe a dimple on his ass that she knew was there that, nobody else did. And he go, how did you know about that? And then it's that want moment. So now they join
but how
forces.
does she know about that?
Alright, so now...
Maybe they were twins. Maybe they were twins.
So now you got these two walking along, and they're trying to get to the government, and this motherfucking robot tank comes around. How does this robot tank get involved with them? Or did he have his own agenda? So what got this robot tank to join this group?
What if he was what if the robot was actually part of the government? He was actually part of the government itself, and they probably found him like trashed down somewhere, and they picked him up and like probably reprogrammed him to join their side.
Discarded, very good. Discarded. It's a robot because in the future, the robots do have feelings, and he feels the feeling of isolation and being kicked to the curb by what was supposed to be his crew, and now he's got that bitterness. So it would be a pretty easy convince for the other two once they rebuilt him and said, hey, we want you to chill out with us. And he says, oh, initiative 999 63.25, I'm supposed to kill you, but you saved me, so I'm with you. So now you got the three together. Now we got the Middle Eastern female. How does she get involved with them?
She admires the athlete, and she was out eating steak once, and she met the athlete, and the athlete's like, yo, come with me. And she's like, you're my favorite athlete, so I can dig it. And that's just how she got involved. And then they later realized that she's actually talented and useful.
Okay, so now we got the four together. Now, how do we get the wise old transgender involved with the crew?
One way I think you can do it is to, like, also tie it in with the midget, the dwarf. Is that like, because you said the dwarf was like rebellious and everything like that. Maybe like the two of them have been fighting like the corporation like this whole time with like some group or something. Like he's a figurehead in like some rebel faction, and she's been working with him, and like the other four end up meeting up with those two.
So the wise old transgender and the midget were already working together.
Yeah. Like Han and Chewie.
There you go, Han and Chewie. Who's Han? Who's Chewie out of that?
Old dude's Han.
Okay.
Little one.
You're a
little Chewy.
Chewy does sound like a midget name.
All right. So we've now unified our team to go after the corporation. Now we've built somewhat of a plot and a story. We've given them all weapons. We've roundabout as far as creating characters, created a very diverse both sets of parties are very diverse. So now we got to go back to the bad one, which we're going to go to the crazy woman. Why is this crazy woman? What is her motivation to all of this control? Start with Lilith.
The psycho bitch. Well, she likes authority. She's like very authoritative and likes order and things like that. And I guess like she kind of sees her own flaws and feels like people shouldn't be flawed. You know? Like she sees her own problems and kind of covers it up by like trying to project that on other people, like perfection, because she just tries so hard to be perfect in her own way. That's why like she manipulates things and shit like that. Does that make any sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Tank, you got to drop out. So before you drop out, I need you to give the evil bitch motivation to be an evil bitch.
Well, I mean, she's already evil. Maybe she just hates people in general. Maybe she just hates all of humanity.
Why?
No one loves her?
Yeah, maybe she was rejected as a kid.
We can't do that because we already told that the people love her.
Okay.
The people that don't fall for the government love her.
Yeah,
maybe like she was always pushed by like her father and stuff like that, and like he never really loved her. He just wanted to always push her. Like maybe she got love, but she never got what she felt like was like real like care and admiration because people just kept pushing shit on her.
Yeah, like you can have people love you, but that doesn't mean like it's like
that the love is healthy
and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
it also doesn't mean you love them. So.
Yeah. Like they could worship her, but that doesn't mean like she has anyone close that really loves her.
So she pretty much have like the mindset of like how old girl was in what's that movie? Not movie, but cartoon. The Avatar. Remember when
Azula?
Yeah. So for kind of like that type of attitude, y'all trying to say, like when she became the queen of the Fire Kingdom or some shit like that, and when her dad put her in charge, and how she started acting like how she started acting, she just started saying, you're banished, you're banished, you're banished. She just started being a bitch towards everybody, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got turned up real quick.
Yeah.
Alright, so we've wound this girl up now, and we're gonna fucking pull the ripcord and let her run nuts. Now, we obviously know good has to overpower evil, inevitably. Now, in the beginning, we said we're not sure who's good and who's bad. Is the government going to be the bad role throughout the whole thing, or are we going to throw that whacked out twist to only find out that we've been terrorists the whole time?
Yeah, maybe one time like they don't like you have to like make a big decision. That also teaches people like what you may think. It could be educational thinking, what you may think is the best option might actually end up hurting a lot of people. So like maybe they do something that had really good intentions in mind, but they end up harming the public that they're trying to like help.
Kind of like Shujinku in Mortal Kombat.
Oh my god, please shut the fuck up. I really fucking hated that so bad. I hated it.
I'm just doing what the gods told me to do, man. Like a fucking robot. I'm just doing what I gotta do. And next thing you know, he's like, oh yeah, haha, you woke up Onaga, bitch.
I know, yo, I was so fucking salty. Like, I was like, I just did all this dumb shit.
All that bullshit spent to get this special moves.
Yeah, I felt like
what idea was that?
I'm old. I'm like old and ugly right now, and I wasted I felt like I wasted my life doing this shit.
Hey, at least it wasn't as bad as like MK Armageddon Conquest mode where you play as Taven, you go through all that bullshit, you get its ending, you kill Blaze, and nothing changes.
Yeah.
All you do is start dancing the martial arts on the top of the fucking pyramid. That shit really pissed me off.
So now we've built the story. We've built the characters. Now we need to know style of art. Are we going anime? Are we going 3D? Are we going shitty ass 8-bit pixelated? We want to show these characters off here.
Well,
so how do we do it?
I can draw like character designs. I can do that.
Well, now here's the question: as far as the design of the characters would go for visual, would we do this in what style? Would we want to go anime, or would we want to go a American fusion with anime? Do we want to go?
Well, this is the thing: is that do we want to do concept art 2D and make it 3D, or like
I think he just wants a style, like just like an idea of
so
like, what it'll look like.
But that would be a 2D drawing. So the 2D plate, I'd say like an American mix with some Asian influences, but maybe like, I guess some people can look kind of fantasy, while other people can look a bit more anime. Like American fantasy art.
Okay, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Now now here's the thing. Now we're gonna go with American fantasy art, but we're not gonna do it for the whole game. We're gonna toggle. We're gonna give people a different look, and we're gonna do it by because this game is not gonna take place. Well, I'm gonna pick a year, 3011. That's the year. That's the year this game starts in. But the game is going to end in around 3075. So that's we don't age that bad like regular humans. We never said we're all humans. We said American and all that, but we never said we're actually like living on the rules of planet Earth. That's why we can make this game.
That's purple and gold.
We got a purple and gold dude running around fucking people up. So during that span, I think we should start with the fantasy and then go with as close as you can to a CGI that's controllable.
Yeah. Maybe have it look like Exerd.
Yes.
That way you can do a lot of different styles. It still has like a cartoony look, so like kids can look at it and be like, oh yeah, that looks cool. Or like something like Ni no Kuni, where it like has like kind of a storybook look to it, but it's still like 3-dimensional, and you can do like different styles in it.
So now the bad guys. Who's the first to get it?
Oh, the first to die?
Yeah.
We're not gonna work our way from the bottom?
No, that's the twist about our game. Even though fucking dude Money Spoiled Talentless was the low scrub, we can flip this. And we can, you obviously can't, off limits is the crazy woman. She's got to be the end all. But now, by the way that you kill these people off, it's going to change the story as well. So, for example, if you kill the dirty Democrat first, the purple and gold, which would be kind of fucked up because she's purple and gold. But if you kill her off first, that's going to set off a different chain of events as compared to killing the police dick or killing the dude with money first. But now you guys can only pick one, and we're going to kill each one of these off. So, Lil, who you say gets killed first?
The son.
Okay, so now the son, which is the tall, dumb, bald, typical dude with the white hair, white comb over, gets killed. Now, as a result of you killing the son off, you just made the crazy woman plus 1,000 in power.
Oh no!
From what she would be.
Yeah, she could use the.
You just motivated her by revenge. So now she's vengeful.
Yeah, and now in like the public eye, they see her as like she's a mournful mother. She lost her son.
She got her son whacked. See how the chain of events can change everything? Now, she's pissed, so now she just sent out the spoiled, talentless police island Samoan dude, the dirty Democrat, and the police dick to hunt yous down. So, Britain, who's the next one to get whacked?
Let me see. I would say the police officer.
All right, so
The dirty cop.
you killed the dirty cop. Now, the problem with the dirty cop that you just whacked out, and again, keep in mind, 5,000 is the maximum energy each character possesses. But because you did that, you just brought a wild card into this game. Okay, so now there's a skinless male who has 2 machine guns that shoot psychic bullets.
What the fuck?
Some meat shit.
Have you been reading?
He's
some
a plus.
nice
Wait.
era Marvel?
He's a plus. He not only shoots psychic bullets, he also has a sword that's also psychic. And that's because when you killed the police guy off, remember how we said at the beginning, all he was trying to do was be a squirrel getting a nut, helping a family member that was sick? Well, you just turned that sick person into a fucking killer. And he's 10,000 health over all your 5,000s.
What about the Rudy Huxtable child genius, child slave that the cop had? She
I
did.
think I should have picked her ass.
maybe she ends up dying. Maybe she ends up dying too.
the skinless male with the machine guns now has Rudy Huxtable as his sidekick. So now you just amplified. You guys are making this the last couple of this team. You get to kill one more, and that goes to 5th. You got the spoiled dude. You got the dirty Democrat, and actually that's it.
Dang.
No, the
Spoiled. Maybe the spoiled dude.
You're gonna kill the Samoan. You're gonna kill the poor Samoan. Alright, because you killed the Samoan, there's no repercussion. Because he's spoiled and talentless anyway, nobody likes him. But now you guys are stuck. You guys are stuck now dealing with this skinless male with 10,000 hit points. And the crazy woman has, even though I said 5,000 is the max for you guys, she was a 20,000 hit point, but you made her 21,000 by whacking her son out first. So now, every good story needs to have a sad moment in it. Who of the good guys do we kill?
the old man.
The transgender?
Nah, we can't kill the old man. The old dude always dies.
You can't kill the black people either.
No, you gotta kill the old man because, like, he's like the wise person that everyone got to, so that everyone feels like really lost because they're like, well, there goes our fucking wise person.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right, so you kill the wise person.
You're killing our Mr. Miyagi.
Which because you killed the wise person, here comes betrayal. The midget blames you for and go and joins the government.
Dang.
So now you guys are left with a black American sports athletic woman, a gypsy male homosexual archer, a robot tank, and a Middle Eastern female mage. Your weapons are an amputee who can pull parts from ships and use them, a robot who fucking collects body parts and other machine equipment to make weapons. Your sword and shield American, with your laser nunchucks that sometimes double up as used tampons. And you gave up the transgender who had the Viper gloves, which were powered by, I can't even read my handwriting down there. It was what?
Yeah.
Psychic power?
Yeah. Yeah.
So now, how do we turn this educational? Now, We made a clusterfuck of a game. Now keep this in mind. This is the whole point to this, and there was a point to my madness. All of you guys, do any of you know each other?
Nah.
Not really, no.
You just sat here in a half hour, 45 minutes. You laid out a whole game. And in the game, you designed characters that you thought would be appealing. Now, the way you put these characters out there, you didn't put days into it, you put minutes into it. And you came up with characters that people on the stream were like, yo, this is pretty interesting. It's going somewhere. And it's because all of you, and I do mean all of you, basically looked at educational and at the same time were trying to make it cool. When you look at the games that are out there, can anybody tell me an educational game that's actually fun?
Spec Ops: The Line. That's about it.
And how much thought went into that game compared to other educational games?
I don't know. It was in development for a while, so like I think they were working on the story for a minute.
It went on.
I think you would count The Last of Us as somewhat educational. Somewhat.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, like,
I like
just a lesson.
Cooking Mama.
I think
This shit taught me some shit.
I think what is it? The remastered Tomb Raider was a little bit educational, in my sense, and kind of fun a little bit at the same time. Like with the whole Stranded Island thing and learning. It actually had like some type of like real life events in it that was actually I didn't know anything about that they pretty much just put in the game to make it.
Plus they talked about a lot of mythology and stuff like that I didn't know about. That's like actually used to be real.
The God of War series.
Now, let me get to the last part of this and then we're done. We need to name our game. I want each of you to give me a name and then we're going to have to agree on a name. Lilith, what do we call this smorgasbord adventure?
Oh my god. I'm so bad at this.
The name's the
can I
hardest part.
I know. Can I go last?
Who has something in their head?
I would name it Perceptions.
Not bad at all. Next.
God damn, B-Wiz is so fucking mad.
Yeah, I know. Hold on, B-Wiz. I'll put you in a minute. You know what, B-Wiz? I don't see you. Message me on Twitter. I'll let you. I mean on Skype instead of fucking crying in the wind. All right, we need another name. Perceptions is actually a good name.
Man, I can never name a character when I'm playing D&D, man. I have to use like a generator for that.
Same with me when I'm creating characters on freaking WWE. Yes, I still play. Yes, I still play those. I can't think of no character either.
Ah, fuck.
Ah, fuck? No, that's not a good name. I mean, I'd like it.
Well, in a sense, at the end, you kind of will feel like that.
I know, right? when people are asking you how this game got made, that's your response.
Like, fuck. We were on an episode. We were on an episode of the On Blast show, and we were just fucking making shit up. And you know what? But that's how half the shit in this world gets done.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And wait, all right. So when y'all were thinking of fatalities, from Mortal Kombat, where y'all just like, well, let's see, let's have one dude take one dude's toe, shove it in his eye, and like y'all just sit in the room, and be like, damn, that look cool.
I actually have to say, yeah.
I feel like the conversation was, yo, wouldn't it be cool if this happened? And then everyone was like, yeah, like, that'd be cool. And then just they put it in the games.
For me, the three biggest ones were on the Mortal Kombat 1, when Nintendo made us change the fatalities last minute. And
blood to spit.
Yeah, and I said, you know, it didn't work out as well as I wanted it to, but I was like, yo, How about Johnny Cage kicked the guy in the chest so fucking hard that his lungs come out his ass? And they were like, what? And I'm like, he kicks him so hard in the chest that his shit just fall. You just knocked the fucking stool out of him. And originally we did have the stool pop out, but it got that again had to get cut out. Then with the Raiden, with the crumbling of the dust, that one's the only one that worked out like right.
Yeah, the Raiden one was better than the original one in my opinion.
And then for Sub-Zero, I kind of said, I was like, look, I said, Sub-Zero's a dick. He'll always be a dick. I said, nobody uses those in-close moves. I said, so how about he freezes them and he just walks up to him like an arrogant prick and just gives him the fucking backhand and shatters him. Because they didn't want the blood, they didn't want nothing. So what can you do literally with that short amount of time? And what kind of sucked was we had finished the game and Nintendo's rule was plain and simple. No decapitations. That was the only rule they gave us. Then we sent the game in for final approval, and which basically said, by the next month it would be out for everybody to buy. And they came back to us like a week later, which we were already assuming it's gone, and they said, oh, we're not comfortable with Kano pulling out the heart. And we're kind of like, what? Well, yeah, we can't pull out the heart. I said, we got no time to change it, so we just took the heart out of his hand. So he just gives you a purple nurple and fucking sticks his hand up, and that's it. And that's the reason why it's not. But yes, B-Wiz, if you want to get on, fucking message me on fucking Skype. I see you all angry in the chat.
Maybe B-Wiz is trolling.
Nah, he's not trolling. He's angry. He's drunk.
Yeah, B-Wiz is just mad. He's
drunk,
mad, general.
drunk, angry, Raiden looking motherfucker.
B-Wiz. He's still mad over the Raiden teleport nerfs.
Yo, Raiden's gonna body people in this fucking new one, though.
Yo. Tell me about it, man. Tell me about it.
I was just telling someone about Raiden. I was like, the fact that they gave that man that orb, that I think is like which one of the
traps.
The trap things. That shit is gonna be too damn good for Mortal Kombat.
It's a trap.
Quanti's ridiculous.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
Quanti's ridiculous.
I didn't grow up the biggest fan of Mortal Kombat, but those new playstyles for each character look mad hype. Like, I am excited as shit for that. It's actually adding something new to the genre.
Oh, that type of thing's been done before in Multi Blood and Samurai Showdown. Like the variations and stuff. I do like how they're doing it in MK a lot though. All three, the Kanos, they look so good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you know what, yeah. Kano, I'm telling you now, all these Kano dick riders already are going to be unhappy because he's going to get nerfed down some.
Probably.
I see all the people that actually get their hands on it, and it's the first character they're grabbing now.
Yeah. I was worried about the island, the zoning one.
Just wait for Baraka.
That's all I know. Dreads in this game.
I don't care if he had. I actually would like that version of Baraka from the original Legacy trailer.
First video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I'm a fucking doctor gone mad.
I like that.
So did I.
Yeah, that was legit.
He surgically implanted the blades in his hand. I'm like, I could deal with that.
Yeah, I liked it.
I don't know what the fuck he's putting. Really I don't know what he's putting metal studs in his face for. But you know what? I see dudes walking around the village like that now.
I was really hoping Legacy was going to be like that first trailer because it was something different, but it looked actually pretty cool. And then we got,
honestly, I liked a lot of the first one.
Yeah, the first season I liked it. I didn't like anything with Kitana and Melina because they couldn't really act. The only part of the second season I liked was Liu Kang and Kenshi.
Yeah, I like and Cyrax when they showed.
Yeah, yes. Cyrax and Sector were pretty cool, and they gave you that shout out to Hydro.
Yeah.
Sector is actually going to be the teacher of Daredevil in the new Daredevil series that they're running.
They're doing the Daredevil series?
Yeah, they're doing a series for it.
Oh, I didn't know that shit.
Yeah.
Wait, did anyone see that Flash series?
Yeah, I watched it.
I didn't see it tonight. I wanted to watch it, but I didn't fucking feel like it.
Is he fast?
Apparently, one of my friends, he watched it and he was like, it was pretty good. And he was like, it's pretty much like you said. I think he told me that the first episode you saw Arrow for like a couple minutes and then he didn't show him no more. I was like, oh okay. So
I like that it wasn't all like dark and serious. It was actually, it felt like a Flash like comic. It was kind of goofy, a little bit on the cheesy side, but it was fun, which it should be.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna head off. I gotta do some stuff early in the morning. So thanks for having me on, James. Can you hear me? I don't know where the hell he went, but yeah. All right, guys.
Yeah, see ya.
It was nice meeting you.
Peace. Yo. All right, peace. Yo, one
Alright.
thing, you guys. One thing I
splitting.
can say about the MK 10 that's coming out. The whole different variations of the move sets. I like that because if you guys think about it, think about this once. When the other Mortal Kombat games, like pretty much what NetherRealm Studios is pretty much doing. If you guys really pay attention to it, if you're really Mortal Kombat fans and you understand the Mortal Kombat mechanics, they pretty much just remaking all four of the 4D versions and just putting them in 2D games.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, they're going back to like old movesets that characters used to have, or like characters that probably won't ever like make into another MK because they suck, and making them variations.
Yeah, that's what they did, and I'm telling everybody because could think about it because I'm not bragging, but like when Mortal Kombat 9 first came, when I saw the trailer for it, I was like, oh, I know I'm going to be good in this already because I knew off the rip I was like, I'm going to be real good in this game because they doing everything from the 3D games, like the whole bounce system that came from the 3D game. Like what I mean by bounce system, I mean like when Johnny Cage does 4-4 and he does that little bounce animation. That shit came from that came from the 3D games, and I was like, oh, I used to get a hella combos off of that shit, and pretty much knew it. You get a hella combos off of Mortal Kombat 9. So I was like, oh, well, this is pretty much the 2D version of the 3D games. But then with the whole different variations, I feel like they doing the whole chain of moveset. Remember back in the day they had the chain of movesets, like everybody had like 2 different movesets and then a weapon.
Yeah.
So I think that's what they're doing with the variation too. At the same time, I think that's what they're also doing with that. But like at the end of the day, I like how they did it. This, you get to pick it before you instead of being in the whole match at one time, you can just pick it. And I feel like that'd be way more entertaining, and it'd be like way more fun to learn. And I feel like it'll be a 50-50 for everybody. I feel like everybody have like a 50-50 matchup against each other.
The TY forms are going to explode.
I think what's going to happen is the styles are going to clash a lot, which are not going to allow characters to be labeled as just fucking tier horse. Because when you pick a character, say competing, you're going to be locked into your style too. Yeah. You're not going to be able to use styles as counters. So if you pick fucking ninjutsu, that's it. You're stuck with ninjutsu until you fucking lose.
I don't know. It might end up being like with Melty Blood because there you could switch between the phases because like each character had 3 phases, and each one of the phases had like different system and like character move mechanics.
I don't know, like you went around. I wouldn't let you because it's so diverse. It's like if player A picks a style that's a spam style, and you're locked in on a style that's a grab, you're not getting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think having different style changes but character locks would be interesting because there's no guarantee that a character's 3 styles are going to counterpick someone else's styles.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that's really gonna turn this into a 75 character fucking matchup. Which is gonna make
I hadn't even thought about that.
Which is gonna make it really hard. And this is back in the day when I was good at the MKs, and it was only because I had 8 to 12 guys to choose from, and what you see is what you got. Now it's to the point where, you actually got to know each of these matchups. You're gonna have to know all 3 of Raiden's versus all fucking 30 guys and their 3 styles.
Yeah. Oh man, that was like the worst thing at times in Melty Blood. There was sometimes I just ran into like a character variation I had no experience with. I was like, that's an overhead, that's a low. That's a command grab.
Yeah, but at least it keeps the metagame interesting because you'll have all sorts of undiscovered tech.
It will for a little bit, but after a while, like certain variations are going to be settled on. People are saying like you're going to see like a lot of variation differences like late into the game. it's going to be constantly evolving, even if they don't patch it or if they do a good job out the game. Like, no, it's going to be like all games that have like all these choices you can choose. It's going to plateau, and people are going to choose like specific ones and stick with it after a while. Like you're going to see a little bit more variance if NetherRealms does it right, but even if it's really balanced, you're still going to see like maybe Ninjutsu Scorpion will be like the best one. So that's like the main one people play for the most part. They don't really mess with the other ones. You might see a character might have like one or two variations that they might switch between. But I think for the most part, you're just going to settle on like one variation that's really good.
Yeah, I mean, but that's kind of standard as far as fighting games.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't
it's going to be
necessarily
harder.
say
It's
that-
going to be harder to tier one. Is what it comes down to. I think every style out there will have at least one counter to it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it depends because like Sub-Zero, from what I heard from people that played it so far, like while you might lean more towards Rushdown or turtling on one, ultimately for the most part you're still kind of playing the same. But like then you have characters like Raiden, where like each one of the three is really really different from each other. Some characters have variations that are similar, some have ones that are like really fucking different.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. It's definitely.
Yeah, I can't wait for it.
I think you guys should kind of keep an eye out for the new Smash, only because they have custom moves for each character, and it has the potential to kind of have the same setup where you can have characters with different moves and have completely different play styles.
Yeah, but the thing is, I can really see that being like the same thing. Like people are gonna like already starting to settle on like specific moves that are just like better than like ones in that set.
I thought about that too, and the sense of like the matchup base. I just like the idea of the fact that this, from the way this game looks, this actually may be our first like 2D style game that really does not. It's gonna be really really hard to just base it off of just matchups, if you think about it, And I looked at it like that, and I was just like, this may be like one of the first 2D games that. You can't just win off a matchup basis.
No,
anymore.
it'll bring you back to the old school feel of, at a certain point, like people used to ask me, well, what's this matchup in this one in MK1 and 2? I'm like, it don't matter. It's me versus. No, it didn't.
Yeah, like, pick like say like Reptile and Melina. What's gonna happen?
Reptile's gonna win.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. Reptile sucks.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to me? How about this? What are you gonna do to me if I don't jump and I duck the whole time? You're gonna shoot your ass size at me. You're gonna eventually have to try and get in, right?
We didn't have good normals though. Like, what's Reptile gonna do off of a hit?
Roundhouse.
Is too low.
Or for your teleport kick, I can do anything. Or for your ball, I can do a roundhouse.
Mm-hmm.
You can, and this is the thing, and this is one of my problems with playing the game. Like, I've played kids at some of the tournaments, and every time I jumped at them, they just kept roundhousing me. And I'm like, really? And then I would repeat it the whole match and just jump at them. And I'm like, does this make you feel good? That you can find one move? Well, you shouldn't jump. I said, I could be a dick too, but I try to showcase the game at the same time as competing. But, the FGC has gotten so I would rather lose 100 matches in a row doing a 90% combo only to get fucking knocked out from 100% to 0, but I showed you a combo that made you say, what the fuck?
I don't know, man. It's been like that since like way back in the day, like in ST. Like, people would pick like Vega and, they loop you, or pick like Osaka because they know you play Honda and you're like, well, you got to hold that. Or if you play like T-Hawk, they pick Kame at you and just like do like jump medium punch.
Yeah.
That's nothing new. It's always been like that. Or like people play Alpha 2, be like, hi, you're playing Charlie. I'm going to sit at like max crouch strong range and just like mash the fuck out of it.
Yeah. I mean, they're playing to win though. So.
Yeah.
And so am I, but, again, this is like where we...
I mean, if you want to play to win and look entertaining while doing it, play Melty Blood and Arcana Heart. Play Melty Blood and Arcana Heart, because you can do that.
But my thing is this, and isn't that, like, do you want to win by fucking doing a down 2 the whole time?
How much money's involved?
Yeah.
Pennies. There ain't no fucking tournament that's paying out big bucks.
There is nothing better when you're in tournament or just playing casuals where you can just beat someone with one move. That feeling is so good. It is so good. It's like, damn, you are so mindfucked right now. I can just use this one option.
See,
I don't need to worry about nothing else.
Now, here's the difference in our generations. You would have gotten the shit kicked out of you in the arcade.
Dude, I know about that. Like,
You know, I mean, literally, you'd be like, the guy's gonna turn around and be like, yo, good game. And you're like, all right, cool, he was happy with it. And then you're gonna be walking outside, and you walk outside that arcade, and clunk, I got your wallet.
James's generation beat up people for throwing in Street Fighter, though.
I was about to say, God forbid. So, I legit went to an arcade that had a 2-throw maximum.
Yeah, we had. If you accidentally throw, you give it back. That was the mentality, because it did so much damage, and it made it look like shit when you see somebody throw 5 times.
Yo, James, you remember getting thrown by a Championship Edition Balrog when there was no limit on the headbutts?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yo, what's up, Mr. Wiz?
He could whip a button and then grab you again.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we hear you. What's up?
Oh, you hear me? Oh, what's up? What's going on?
I don't know. Why are you so angry?
Why am I so angry? Because the reason I'm angry is because, like, motherfuckers disrespect me. They don't understand that I'm the rating of the fucking universe. You know what I mean?
Yo, what about Perfect Legend, though?
What about him? He was in a couple of matchups. Like 1 or 2 matchups, that's it. I never seen.
I just love bringing that up to rating players. It's always great.
I had a strong hate towards that guy.
No, James,
2 years ago.
I'm just angry in general. You know, I'm just fucking. I don't know. Right now, I just want to chill, like kick it in the OBS chat and just kick it with y'all and shit. You know, if that's cool.
Yeah.
No.
All right. What is this? Hold on a second.
Yeah, that's right. Exotic Abuse. B-Wiz is on here. That's right. Know who I is.
Oh, it's just, man. This is actually my first time being on the On Blast show. I actually wanted to be on it a couple, like a year or 2 ago. I just never got around to it, but,
Yeah, this is my first time, too.
I feel like after I made that video in my Mortal Kombat community, like I was just so pissed off at the community, just like, dude, what the fuck are y'all doing to my group? Like I sit around here and I'm like, I want to see people evolve in the game, and y'all sitting around here posting up pictures talking about Popeye being in the fucking Mortal Kombat 10 and what character can fuck what character. And I was like, dude, I can't take it no more. So I made like a 20-minute video in the group and was just like, if you motherfuckers are not interested in learning this damn game, get the fuck out now. Like, I can't take it no more.
Hey, I'm just saying right now, I'm going to be the best rating in fucking Mortal Kombat 10. There ain't no denying that. There ain't nobody more passionate about that character than me.
No,
have any of you guys...
Perfect. It's going to be the best rating.
That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying it right now.
I think I'm gonna play with Cassie Cage because to respect of Johnny Cage because he was my main character from day one until Kung Lao was introduced in Mortal Kombat 2. But at the same time, since Johnny Cage, I know for a fact is not going to be in there, and they killed my other nigga off, I have no choice but to play with Cassie Cage.
Hey man, you never know. Kung Lao can show up, man. Quan Chi talking about how we got an army of zombies.
I don't know, man. Look, my characters always get killed off in every fighting game I play. For Christ's sake, I've been playing with Armor King and Tekken since Tekken 1. They took this man out of 4 different fucking games. Then they brought him back, and I don't even know if he's going to be in Tekken 7.
I don't think he's in Tekken 7. They gave King a lot of Armor King's moves.
Yeah, I don't
That's what I'm saying. Who was your other nigga?
I don't even
You
think
said he
Marduk
killed
will
your other
because
nigga off. Who was your other nigga?
King has Marduk, a bunch of Marduk strings, man.
He has Armor King down 3. He has Armor King's down 3, and he has Armor King 4, 2, 1. I was like, he has 2 of Armor King's best moves. What the fuck?
He's got Marduk's back 1 too.
Exactly. What the fuck is he that for?
Yeah, I think they're doing that just to like trim down the cast list.
I want to see, and that's another thing I hate about fighting game communities. Like, niggas bitch too much in the sense of when it comes to learning a game, they bitch too much. I mean, like, people been bitching about Tekken for years in the sense of, oh well, Tekken has so many characters, we can't keep up with the game. I'm like, well, learn. Okay, this ain't like Marvel vs. Capcom. You can just pick the game up in like 3 hours and you're gross. Okay, I mean, this not like that. And think about MK. I mean, like every character in that game, they pretty much been the same for years. I think the only new character they brought out in Mortal Kombat 9 that was old school that they brought back out was Smoke. Smoke was the only new character out of the old school character to me because he had the shit he was doing in MK9. He never did any of that shit. I was like,
Fifth, you got a split?
Yeah, man, I got school.
I hear you, man.
All right, peace, man.
All right, GG's, y'all. Later.
All right, good game. Good game.
Yeah, I hate to blame it solely on them, but a lot of that complaining about fighting games came with the Street Fighter 4 crowd, and it's never been the same. I've never heard people complain about having too many options in a fighting game.
Well, like even like OGs and stuff like that for both like Street Fighter 4 and like Tekken that have been around forever are like, yeah, there's just too many characters now. Because it's not only is it like a too many character matchup thing, it's like also the characters have suffered. Like look at characters like like June compared to like Asuka, like they had to like rip things from one to get to another, and like both feel kind of incomplete. Or like, because for the most part, a lot of the clone characters, that's exactly what they are. Like Anna to Nina and stuff like that. They're not different enough.
Yeah,
like not all of them are like Horong and Bake. Yeah, it was, but like, what's the point of having all those characters if you're not going to do enough to differentiate them?
I think the thinking was that they had clone characters so that people who didn't want to learn a second character can just play the clone of their first and still have two characters.
Yeah, that's good for tag, but for like a not tag game, like you got to trim it down a little bit.
I mean, but think about it though. The only really, like, check this out. The only really clone character they actually had in Tekken was pretty much the Capoeiras.
And Violet, yeah. Oh,
Violet.
The Capos, Violet, and like, dude, Anna and Nina have so very little differences. I
mean,
but Bake and Horong, they're different enough. King, Armor King are different enough. But even like Jin from T4 and on, he still basically plays like a Mishima. Like his stuff looks differently, but it's all basically the same. Like I didn't even realize it till a friend of mine like pointed out to me and explained it. Because other than like his delay strings, like on like 114 and like down back 223 stuff like that, he just has a Mishima moveset that just looks different.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I mean, like I think the reason why they did that because of the fact that the thing about Harada as a game developer, he put so much in depth into that game, like. Pretty much the characters are like you can have like a realistic, you can see like a realistic vision of them in the sense of like he got certain characters in the game are left-handed, some are right-handed. You know, like he used a storyline mechanics. He used a storyline with the game because if you ever like, I'm gonna give a good example, Marduk. When Marduk first was introduced in Tekken 4, he was a crappy ass character. I mean, I'll tell everybody that motherfucker sucked. And
what? Oh, he was so good because Mount was fucking busted. And he had like Mount 3 and stuff like that, down back 2 and all that shit.
Couldn't he like throw people in the ceilings and stuff?
He wasn't Jin, he wasn't Nina, but he wasn't bad.
I mean, but check this out. I understand what you're saying. I say, okay, I wouldn't say he was like bad. I would say in the sense of like he was on that level. Like the only thing he had was Mount. That's what I mean. Like the only thing he had in T4 was Mount. But then when you play the game with Marduk and then you play the storyline. And then you see his character in 5, he was a completely different character. We was like, whoa, what happened to this motherfucker? He was nothing like this before. You know what I'm saying? Like Harada actually uses the character storyline and actually used a storyline in the sense of making a moveset. Another good example, Brian Fury. When Brian Fury was out in Tekken 4, Tekken 3, 4, and Tag 1, he fought nothing like that. The way he fights now, he fought nothing like that back in the day. And then when they introduced...
Basically still fights the same. It's just that they made the taunt useful.
Yeah, I mean, they made the taunt useful, but I mean, like in the sense of like they made his strings a little bit more slicker. You don't fight too much through.
He's safer now. Like he doesn't have to invest as much anymore, which makes him dangerous.
Yo, in T7, let's make Brian back 1 just like it was in T5.
No. Yeah.
Back 1?
No. No, if that's the case, then let's bring back let's bring back that cheap ass move that Nina had in T5. I forgot what it was.
1-4.
1-4.
I think that was it. Yeah, the one where she's like jumping in the air or some shit. She like jumping in the air. Yeah, that's right.
As long as Paul is good, I'm happy. But then again, I'm your typical white adolescent male gamer, so I guess I would be happy with somebody like Paul on my 10 string.
Oh, shit. I don't like.
I don't know. I personally don't play Tekken, so I'm feeling a little bit out of the loop here. You know,
Oh, okay.
I'm
Sorry
an
about
MK player. It's all good.
Yeah.
Is
I play
MK,
both.
is MK still a game?
I mean, yeah. I think about it. Me is like in my group, I'm trying to bring it back because I don't hear nobody. I feel like everybody just trying to talk about it because MK10's coming out. But at the same time, I tell everybody, it's not too late to learn. I tell everybody, I don't think they're really gonna change the basic mechanics of Mortal Kombat in the sense of
I love when the Injustice people say, "Oh, they should remove the block button." Then it's not Mortal Kombat no more. I know I sure as hell won't play it.
Dude, fuck no. Dude, fuck removing the block button, dude. That's like a staple of the Mortal Kombat series since number one.
I'm a huge fan of back to block, but there's no reason to put a block button in MK. There's no reason.
But then again, it's very simple. People want the games to become what they want. And look, I could play Street Fighter. I could stop the cross-ups. I don't know.
Yeah,
75%
of
of the time. In Injustice, I can't stop shit.
Yeah, the cross-ups in Injustice were so ambiguous. Like, I don't even think the game knows how you're supposed to block half the time.
Honestly,
like if you went to debug mode, the game itself would just shrug its shoulders. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. The only cross-up that struck me as like hell fucked up was like fucking Batman.
No, trust me. Batgirl's cross-ups are pretty fucked up too.
Batgirl.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Cross-up 50-50. It's either 50-50 high or 50-50 low, and either way you get nailed into a vortex, and basically you're gonna get fucked.
Let's not talk about the corner damage. Let's not talk about the corner damage.
Yeah. So she's Street Fighter 4 then.
Yeah, she's like Cammy with the Cabri and fucking Fei Long thrown in one.
Yeah.
See that, and that's one thing that's like really stupid because like when people be talking about the block system in Mortal Kombat, I was like the way when they put Scorpion in Injustice, that was a prime example of why they should not take the block button out of Mortal Kombat. Like when he got introduced in that game and his like seeing a Mortal Kombat character with cross-ups was already weird as it already was in the first place. Like Scorpion was his voice, he had MK9 vortexes with a cross-up. That's pretty much what he had, and I was like, okay, that was broken.
I think a lot of stuff with Scorpion was just like people not having a chance to get used to it because it was the first time like a lot of people who played NRS games were playing a back-to-block game, and they put in Scorpion. Like we overreacted mad hard with Scorpion.
Yeah, or they went OD on Scorpion. I bet Scorpion was fine. He was a dick. But he ain't no more of a dick than Batgirl is now.
Like some things needed to be changed on Scorpion, but the teleport, it really wasn't one of them. Like after the first patch, that character was fine. I don't even think he would have been top 10.
I mean, I personally think Scorpion was kind of fucked up, like when he was first released. Like,
his jump buttons were the busted part. That was the dumb shit. It wasn't the teleport.
He was really good, but I don't think he should have been nerfed as hard as he was.
Yeah,
because now
he got the Kano treatment, man.
Characters in the game.
Now he's virtually untouched in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
and from
he's Kano after that last patch.
From somebody who doesn't play Mortal Kombat competitively, like. NRS was looking mad like Atlas and Arxis, like nerfing their characters and just changing so much with these new patches. Yeah. It was just like all of a sudden this is a completely different character who's like not viable at all.
It's like I'm gonna turn a character that's an attacker into like now you gotta fucking run. And it's that's you turn him into a counter character, and it's like, I mean, I don't mind the diversity. I'd rather him be able to do it either way. I don't see what's wrong with having a character to be able to be played any way you want to be able to play him. But if somebody's got to take it hard, you don't think it would be Scorpion, who's like the staple of the game. Their goddamn logo's got Scorpion on it. I really would have been like, yo, in our universe, Mortal Kombat characters kill every DC character. You won't allow us to kill them. So then at least let us make our character better. But the community, I mean, because they won't allow you to kill. That's why even in like the versus DC, you weren't allowed to kill them. Superheroes don't kill. Okay, well I guess I read comics wrong because I seen superheroes killing motherfuckers.
Yeah, exactly. And villains, especially the villains. I mean, it wasn't just the heroes in that game.
I don't know. I think Scorpion got nerfed mainly because a lot of, Hollywood top players, quote unquote, in the Mortal Kombat community bitched hard enough about him, and word got to the developers somehow because they're, quote unquote top players, therefore he got nerfed. Even though I used to play against a guy in my local scene, he used to use Scorpion against me pre-patch, like, before they, nerfed him into oblivion, and I was actually, doing all right against him. I kind of figured it out. I just feel like people didn't give Scorpion enough time in that state where he was.
No, they knee-jerk reacted to it. It's
Yeah,
just like
they knee-jerk super
just
fucking hard.
just like when the game first dropped and everybody's like, Deathstroke is bullshit.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. I played Deathstroke, but a lot of that shit needed to go.
Nah. No, it didn't. All it is a matter of time. People didn't want to put... Listen, you bought the game. You own it. NRS is not going to break your door down in the middle of the night and take the fucking game away from you. Put the work in, you'll figure it out. Everything in a game has a counter to a degree. There is a level of stupidity. I mean, I call it Under the Negro Light, You Kneel, whatever the hell that game is.
Under Night and Birth.
Yeah, that thingamajiggy. People are telling me fucking two hits fucking, or a hit into a command gram 80%, and it's like unstoppable full screen. I'm like, really?
No. What?
No,
Who the fuck told you that?
Yo, wait. Under the Negro Light? Under the Negro Light, though?
Really, James?
I mean, like, there were like no Negroes in that game.
Why not? Why not? It's a racist game.
Yo, you got that ebony Gordeau color, man.
Yo, check this out. Now think about it. Think about it. What arts game has any Negroes in it?
That's kind of true.
Oh wait, yo, Guilty Gear has Venom.
Venom's black?
Yeah, Venom's black. Have you never
I
taken
didn't
a look
know
at
that.
him? And then Potemkin.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Potemkin.
Yeah, I forgot about him. But
wait. What was the name of what was the name of the character you just said?
Potemkin.
Oh, okay. I thought you said.
What did you think I said?
I thought you said a token. I went, wow, really? They put a black guy in a game and called him a token?
Was it South Park all over again?
Like, damn.
Hey, but you know what's funny about the black thing though? Soul Calibur had their first black character. He only lasted for 2 games.
Samuel? Yeah, Samuel. Yes, Samuel.
I was so mad Zasalamel wasn't in 5, man.
Oh, like, what was the fucking point of y'all creating him? Like, that's what I'm hating about these fighting games now.
He's immortal too.
Ares is black?
Ares is black? Who the fuck said Ares is black?
I don't know.
He is black.
What, you mean his armor is black and you're calling him black?
That's right. No, his skin is literally black. I'm talking darker than Wesley Snipes.
You're talking like not black like skin pigment. You're talking black like burnt underneath the earth for 1,000 years type, or are you talking like a black man?
I'm talking blacker than the blackest black hole in space.
Yeah, you mean like black at heart, right? Not like black in the skin necessarily, but like black in his heart, right? Like I don't know.
What?
You mean Blackheart from Marvel?
Yes.
Is he black too?
Well,
he's got dreads, so why not?
Exactly.
Why? What are you saying? A white man can't have dreads? Fuck that! I'm growing my hair out and getting dreads now.
They can, but it's never good. Have you ever seen a good white person? A white person that had good dreads ever in your life?
No, I always look at the white person with dreads and I'm like, you must have just went to the island, man.
I've seen one, but she was a model, so like that doesn't really count.
I know one white guy with dreads. He come to my job all the time with a lot of money and buys a kid's meal.
It's like, what was that? True Romance. Fucking, who the fuck is that actor? Gary Oldman played the guy that fucking. Anybody see True Romance?
Nah.
Really?
I've seen it.
Gary Oldman was like the white black guy.
Yep.
But
wait, so he was an Oreo?
He was an Oreo, yes. He was an Oreo.
Shut up.
Fucking Oreo.
I think that's the opposite of an Oreo, but okay.
That's a Oreo.
Yeah. that's just kind of like an uh-oh. Like there's no Oreo about it. That's just an uh-oh.
Rob Zombie has good dreads. That's true.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
All right, so one white guy got away with it. Let's fucking build an award for him for that. But, I mean, it is kind of odd how Mortal Kombat always seems to be as close to a diverse game compared to the rest. And and again, I'm not jumping on the MK wagon and saying how great it is, but the difference between Mortal Kombat's always been every version you went to, even in the Dirty 30, the Dirty 3D days, they always tried to bring something really uniquely different to the table, no matter what version it was. But you look at games like Street Fighter. It's never given you. I mean, it's always left you with the absolute same taste in your mouth to the next version, with one slight modification.
I don't know, man. Third Strike was a completely different, amazing beast. Street Fighter 4 is kind of ass, but
yeah, same with Alpha too. Alpha was really different, and like same with EX. It's just that Street Fighter 4. They were like, we gotta get the Street Fighter 2 fans. We gotta get those people. So that's why we ended up with that.
Third Strike will probably be by far one of the best Street Fighter games that actually gets any credibility. But the point is, the reason why this new generation of Street Fighter players don't like it because it was hard to play.
Like Street Fighter 1.
That's kind of relative, though. I mean, it wasn't harder than like Super Turbo.
Yeah, I've never really heard anyone say Third Strike's like hard. Third Strike's a pretty easy game. Like
it's hard to carry.
Tough to play, but at a high level, I'd say like in Street Fighter 4 about the same like level of difficulty at like a high level. Just Third Strike's easier at the start because Street Fighter 4 is actually not like a new player friendly game. It's not due to being based on links and stuff like that. It's not friendly to new people at all.
Oh no, you kind of correct on that one. Yeah, I would just say it in a sense of like for my over the years of me playing Street Fighter 4, then me also playing Third Strike. Like when I was playing Third Strike and I was understanding the mechanics in the game, it took me a long time to understand. It took me like a while, and I had to sit down and study and practice it. And then the fact that it also had a parry system that kind of slick made the game more easier, but at the same time still made it harder.
It made it harder when you got to high level.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
Everything you do, and all you see is blue flash, blue flash, blue flash, blue flash, back and forth, and you're like, wow.
What high level matches are you watching? Like you watch like high level matches, you don't see that much parrying because it's still kind of risky.
Yeah, I mean,
like you'll see like blatant moves like parried, but for the most part you don't see that many. It's just that due to the fact that it exists, it influences the mind games a lot.
Well, it makes people step back and say, well, if I jump in with this, they're gonna fucking do it. If they're not gonna, if I stay back and they try to jump in, I can do it. And it slowed it down to a degree on the competitive side, but then at the same time, some people went with the attitude, yo, I'm just gonna go all out nuts and go in.
It definitely gave you something different to look at each time, as opposed to Street Fighter 4, where like if you've watched one tournament, you know how each character is gonna play like once they get a hit.
Yeah, you know how like the matchup's probably gonna go.
Yeah. Like, if you get knocked down by Cammy, to just kind of sit the fuck down and know that round is kind of over. Or like Sakura or some shit. Like if you get hit by Sakura low forward, that's pretty much the round. Whereas in Third Strike, you gotta kind of constantly mix it up. I think that what happens with Third Strike though is that people look at high level play and then they get intimidated. And the fact that it's old, so some people are really good at it, they seem to assume that it's more difficult than like Street Fighter 4, and that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, it's like the same thing with like Tekken and Virtua Fighter, and like basically like every game. People have been playing it so long, people get intimidated trying to get to like high level play, which is why I find like Street Fighter 4, like I don't like the game, I don't like playing it, and like, but I really love watching high level play, especially with like the newer players. Because it's amazing to see like how far they've been able to progress in like a relatively short amount of time compared to like your Justin Wongs, your Rickies, and stuff like that.
Yeah, like people like Smug get everybody hyped just because he's new, and the type of risk he takes are like stuff that old school players would never fucking do, and the fact that it pays off so often just makes him entertaining to watch.
Yeah, and then you got like newer guys like Filipino Man who they play like the older players, more patient, more reserved, and it's like. The fact that you were able to learn how to do this so soon is amazing. Just stuff like that.
I mean, that is another thing too. I do notice about the Street Fighter community. All the reason why I really personally don't like the game is because it rewards too much. It has like a lot of reward risk in it. Like you can get away with a lot of stuff that you normally wouldn't get away with in Street Fighter. Like,
that's why I like the Ultra. Like you can't do DPF EDC anymore and get away with it. The Sanford Special is dead.
That's
I don't know,
exactly.
man,
That's another thing that makes me mad about Street Fighter. Like I feel like after all these years of you waking them off the ground doing an uppercut, you would die for that. Now you can just do it for no reason to get away with it.
Yeah.
I'm like what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what makes me really mad about Street Fighter, because doing an unsafe move is not a problem anymore. Like you be like, I'll do it. I can just cancel out and don't have to worry about anything. Like, I'm like, what the
It's
fuck?
a problem
What?
now though, because like you can't do DPF ADC and get away for free. You get punished now. Like you can get straight killed for it. Like I saw someone try to do it to Sanford, and they try to like backdash to make it safer. He's like, nope. He carved a tiger uppercut, caught the backdash, and ultraed him for it.
Holy
He's like,
shit!
you can get
Yeah.
fucked.
I do feel like, though, compared to old Capcom games and pretty much compared to any other major game on the market, the new Capcom games, like the fundamentals are so less important than like any other game that's played competitively right now.
It's called idiot proofing.
Yeah,
Yes.
like
it's to
Focus
make
kind of
it-
messes
they-
with
These companies, again, like I stated, these companies do not give a shit about the competitive scene. Yeah, they can have a Capcom Cup till they're blue in the face, but if you do the math, for them to care about the competitive scene means you just don't want to make money. Because how many people, we've all been to events, how many people come to these events? A couple of hundred?
A very small fraction of the people that actually buy the game.
Exactly. So if you're going to make the game, I gotta say, I need to appeal to the mass, not to the fucking FGC players.
I don't think
they
they're
gotta
mutually-
hit that balance now.
Yeah, I don't think they're mutually exclusive though. Like I don't think you have to appeal to one or the other. You can make a game that's appealing to the general public, but offer enough depth and balance to
I don't think
where
nobody's.
competitors
I don't
can
think nobody's done it right yet.
I don't know. I think like Melee was an accident, but I think Melee did that pretty well. And as much as I don't like it, I actually really fucking hate it. KOF 13, like it did it. It just the problem is SNK sucks at like.
KOF 13 you can't even put in the casual because KOF 13 has that SNK burnt in engine of doing moves and stuff that to play it as a casual player, first of all, not a lot of people even know what KOF is.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's what I was
Exactly.
gonna say. Like the big difference is it's not like how hard or like how much they go for like catering towards competitive or casual players. It's all about like how much they push the game, advertise the game, stuff like that. Because look at a game like BlazBlue. BlazBlue is super popular with casual players, like over in Japan, and it's pretty popular over here with casual players in America. We still hear a lot of people say it's like, oh, it's complicated, yada yada yada. It's all about how you advertise and what you have there to like appeal to casual players. Which is why I love to see like more like fighting games have like better single player content, because as much as like pro players want to say it doesn't matter, it matters to a lot of people. Like hell, even me, I'm a competitor first and foremost. I still want a good story mode.
Yeah, story mode is utmost important. Story mode separates me from a game being played after the story or not.
Like I still play Soul Calibur 2 right now, like Labyrinth mode. Like I'll be like, all right, let's do a couple runs just for the fun of it.
Yeah, I mean, you'll definitely get that with BlazBlue and like other Alexi's games, and you'll also get that with Mortal Kombat, which is something that like you definitely have over Street Fighter since like Alpha, because like Street Fighter's story hasn't really been engaging across a subset of the series since Alpha.
Yeah.
Like 3 had interesting stuff to the story, but they didn't really take it anywhere.
Yeah. Like the only game. Oh, feedback.
You're feeding back, Waze.
My bad.
All right, like the only games that like haven't been making like road to like improve single player really are like Street Fighter and Virtua Fighter, and it makes me so mad with Virtua Fighter because I love that game so much.
I like VF, but the problem with Street Fighter, again, I said this earlier, put some motherfucking shoes on, Ryu, make them a little older, do something.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
really
watching
want them to
it's
make
like
them older.
watching The Simpsons. It's like the motherfucker's
Yeah.
been in third grade for how many fucking years? 24 years?
Well, look at what happened when they actually did it though in like Third Strike. They made him look older. They like moved up the timeline and everything, and like people got mad. That also didn't help that Capcom didn't advertise Street Fighter 3 worth shit.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the reasons why the characters in Third Strike are in Third Strike but not Second Impact is because people complained about not having certain characters and not being able to do certain things and things like that.
Yeah, that's
So-
why we got Akuma and we got Chun.
Yeah, that's the point though. Like, but the point for them even putting Chun at Third Strike didn't even make any sense because she wasn't even supposed to be alive around that timeline in the first
No,
place.
she was still alive. She hadn't died.
No.
She was. No, she hadn't died in the storyline or anything like that. She was just taking care of kids in an orphanage. That's where Yun and Yang are from.
Killer. Fucking
no,
author.
fuck you, man.
Fucking
That's my
author.
character. That's my girl.
Fucking author.
I hate.
And she was pregnant when she got killed. And it was fucking Ryu's kid. And that sends Ryu into his fucking evil Ryu rage.
And the reason why he's walking away so much with the backpack is he's trying to avoid child support.
Child support, exactly. Fuck that.
What? Yo,
I mean, we already. I mean, fucking Ken's fucking wife got tag teamed by DJ apparently. So I mean, you might as well fucking make the storyline relatable to real life dramas. Straight up white trash dramas and shit. Be like, yo, fucking, let's say fucking, who's Bison's kid? Let's give him one. We do now. DeCabri. Fuck that. It's his kid. And the reason she left is because he touched her inappropriately as a child, and now she's coming back for revenge. You know, you need to put some real thoughts into the story. Because
Balrog got gambling debts. He's a gambler.
Fucking addicted to gambling, probably a boozer, and he's probably back on his child support too.
Yeah, now he's got that kid that he found in Bison's base when it blew up in 4.
And that's why every time he loses a round, he says my child support money instead of my fight money.
Oh my god. Yo, real talk, I would watch Street Fighter telenovela edition. I would.
But the thing about it is, James has a point. Like, Street Fighter storylines are pointless. Like, if you look at it, even from the movie, like the movies wasn't even really that damn entertaining. Like, they were entertaining because of the fights, but that's pretty much it. Like the Alpha movies, like that whole Akuma being reused dad, and now all of a sudden Akuma's not reused dad. So I'm like, okay, what is it? Which one is it? I mean, like, okay, which one is it? Like, is he the father or not? Like,
that's why Street Fighter 2 V was so cool, because they just said, fuck it, we're actually giving Ryu a different personality, and we're just gonna have fun with it. I don't care what anyone says. Street Fighter 2 V was dope.
Yeah, is it? Hold on, which one was that one? You said 2.
It was Street Fighter 2 V. Yeah, it was the anime series.
Oh,
not
the
a movie.
anime. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is Vega gay or is heterosexual?
Vega's just fucking crazy.
We just made him homosexual. He's homosexual, and the reason he's raging is his boyfriend left him. That's the only reason he's raging.
Yo, is Zangief going to be gay too because he has that picture of Vega in his room?
You know what? He has a crush on him. But he doesn't want to come out because he's embarrassed. He's afraid. So he's just staying in the closet, and he's an alcoholic because he drinks vodka all the time.
I'm cool with that. Like, as long as Akuma's gay because he misses Wolverine from Marvel 3, like, I'm down with it.
We can't. Come on now. Don't get stupid.
No,
we can't cross these stories.
There was a picture that was circulating around from, like, it was like Wolverine from the X-Men, and he was like pining after this picture that was Jean, but someone photoshopped Akuma in there because like Akuma and Wolverine were so good in Vanilla Marvel 3.
Oh, I think I seen that picture.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it now.
One.
Is that the one where they were laying in the bed or some shit?
Yeah, he was laying in the bed.
Yeah.
That shit was hilarious.
All right, so what's the deal? What's the deal with Sagat now? What's his problem now? Because he went from this evil badass guy to helping kids too.
Yeah,
like everybody helps
the
kids
most legit
now.
story there.
Yeah, he actually has a pretty interesting story, so you can actually leave him alone.
All right, we'll leave him alone.
Like same with Gen. Gen has a pretty cool story, so you can leave him alone.
All right, let's go to Blanca. This motherfucker ever gonna find a cure for his stupidity? I mean,
not the green shit, just the stupidity.
Yeah, fuck the green thing. You know, we gotta do something. Give him some intelligence. Give him some riff or some kind of books to read or something. Or
can we just have him keep being friends with like Dan and Sakura, because that is the most random fucking friendship like they came up with in Street Fighter 4. Like, yeah, Dan, Sakura, and Blanca, they just kick it all the time.
And what's the deal with Dan? Please change that nigga's storyline up. Like, who cares that he looks like Robert and fights like fucking Ryo? Do something like, damn, who cares about that?
Give him a point in life. Give him a point in life.
His main story is real stupid, but there's actually a lot of implications in his fighting style that kind of suggest that, like, a lot of cool things, like how he has Muay Thai roots and things like that, like based off the type of blows that he has, because like he failed out of like the Ryu Ken style karate, and he ended up having to take his training elsewhere, so he's got like this cool mix, but they just like never explain it.
Yeah. I mean, I thought his whole purpose of the storyline was Scott killed his father or some shit.
Yeah, but then they just like dropped it just to make him a troll character.
Oh God.
Street Fighter V ending for Blanca is going to be he makes a remake of fucking Two Girls in a Cup.
Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
Speaking of which, but I mean, they don't. Yeah, is Poison a girl or a guy? What's Poison's story?
I know the story behind it. She was originally. I mean, either one of us can go. All I know. Oh well, I know from my experience was originally when Poison originally came out, she was actually a female. The only reason why they changed her was because of the fact that when a game, she was introduced in the game called Final Fight, the beat 'em up game from
Capcom.
From Capcom. But the reason why they dropped it, the reason why they changed her up and made it to a transsexual, because America had rules that they didn't want to make a video game with you beating on women. Because in that game, she was like a random ass person walking around hitting you. But they didn't want to make her into a female because USA didn't support, walk around beating up on women like that. That's why they made it into a transgender.
We still don't.
Exactly.
But now all of a sudden they could have, I mean, I'm cool with it. I don't care. But it's like you got to be able to give the story. Again, it comes down to the story. You're basically, as I said, your canvas is a CD, and you have the ability to tell an interesting story. But unfortunately, it's the same story over and over. Ken has a kid, Ken gets a job, Ken's family's rich, Ken's family broke, Ryu's walking around barefoot, he found a shoe, now he's looking for the other one. It's like, come on, give these guys concrete stories. Either officially end it, and this goes for Mortal Kombat too, by the way. You gotta put a finishing touch on some of these characters. Let them be dead and never come back again.
Thank you.
Maybe give him a side scroller. I mean, even in Tekken, it's like, this guy's the mother, this is the son, this is the cousin, sister's the aunt's uncle, this is the best friend, this is the father. It's like, yo, wait, you got thrown into a motherfucking volcano. Why am I looking at you still?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of people would miss having. I feel like a lot of people would miss having characters that they play if they died off in the series, but a character doesn't have to be a part of the story to be in the game, per se.
Just give them that fighting style.
Yeah, or just have them in there. Like, nobody cares that much.
No, but give the story a finishing touch, and do the one-player story mode and make it concrete, and then continue the guys in there. But then when you come to Tekken 8, he's not going to be in the story. He'll still be a playable character. If you kill off Jin, let's say. You kill Jin off, Jin's dead. That's it. Pop fucking whooped ass. That's it. He's done. He's gone. The next story mode you get in the next version, the story's going to revolve around something different. But obviously Jin, being that he's a popular character, would remain in the game. He just wouldn't have to be in the story. You don't have to put... I don't see Roger in the story. Where it's like he's a focal point of the story. Yeah, Roger, fucking kangaroo, fucking training in a lab or some shit.
Yeah, nah, he's just busy hiding out from his wife.
Yeah,
that's his whole story.
Doesn't want to pay child support. Another one. The fucking kangaroos.
Exactly. No, I think the only legit storyline they actually had in Tekken was when they brought back Armor King, because when originally Armor King was killed. The only reason why Marduk is even in Tekken in the first place was because he killed the original Armor King, and King to fight him in the tournament. So King beat his ass, but he beat his ass so bad that he put him in the hospital, and so he went to go try to kill him off, and he didn't want to kill him off. So the next tournament they ended up fighting each other. King became friends with the nigga, and the older brother Armor King found out about it, and he got into the tournament instead and just embezzled. But then Marduk is right here freaking out like, wait a minute, who the hell are you? I thought I killed you. And then later on in Tekken 6, it tells you who the second Armor King was. So I was like, okay, thank you, a legit storyline. Like, that storyline made sense. Like, I don't know what they're going to do after that, because, like, how the hell you going to be friends with a motherfucker that killed your homeboy? You know what I'm saying? But, I don't know how that's going to lead to. It's just that to be honest, I think that was the only legit storyline they actually had in Tekken that made sense. Besides the main storyline with the Mishima brothers, and I felt like they just.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, and I just felt like they just added Lars in there for the hell of it because Lars wasn't even originally a Tekken 6 character at first. Only reason why he got put in Tekken 6 because of the fact that the original Tekken 6 was so broken that they had to patch the game. So when they patched the game, they added 2 more extra characters, which was Lars and Alyssa, and that's how they were able to become a Tekken in the first place.
And they're disgusting characters. I don't even like them. I mean,
Alyssa's cool as fuck, man.
Fuck out of here, fucking
fuck
chainsaw
out of
bitch.
here. Fuck out of here.
What's wrong with Lars? You know, like let's try
Lars, really? Every time I hear the name,
stand Lars.
Every time I hear the name, I'm like, I start singing Metallica songs and shit. I'm like, yo, and the motherfucker got his Bon Jovi hair on there and shit. I'm like, yo, get the fuck out of here.
I was so mad watching the T7 low test and be like, God damn, all these dirty Lars pickers, come on.
Right away.
I was like, why don't you pick Steve, please?
Nope.
Yeah. I feel
But,
like it's kind of dumb that like he was supposed to be Swedish or whatever, but they tied him in to be Japanese anyway. Like why?
Yeah, he's half Japanese, half Swedish.
Yeah, like why?
Like, I was just like, why is he even in a machine? He's supposed to be a machine, but you know, he doesn't fight like him. And then when you play Tag 2, you know what I'm saying? Like, Tag 2, and you in the storyline of that one, Lars has a dream about he's eating lunch with the whole family. And to me, I think it was stereotypical. I feel like that was the most stereotypical racist one to me because they were trying to basically say, if you ain't Japanese, you can't keep up with us eating. That's what I saw. I don't know if anybody else saw that, but
I
that's
didn't
what
see
I saw.
that. I just saw that as like all of them trying to like outdo each other with eating because they all crazy.
Exactly.
That ending was great.
That's the one where like he tried to get the dumpling or some shit, right? And then for the last one they like broke it in. Okay, yeah.
Like, I don't know, there's some other cool stories in Tekken, like the rivalry between like Yoshimitsu and Brian, because Brian's fucking crazy. And then the stuff with Anna and Nina's cool, and also like the little storyline they keep hitting to with Steve and Nina. So now she's his mother.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential, but
which kind of doesn't make sense.
What?
Steve and Nina, that whole thing. I'm like,
they look the same.
They don't look too much different in age.
Yeah, that's because like when Steve was born, Nina got frozen. That's why she didn't age between T2 and T3.
Is that how they explained it?
Yeah. What about Anna?
Really?
That's the show you got to be
like, yo, Anna was like, yo, I'm not, yo, she's not gonna get older. I'm gonna do the same thing because I ain't gonna let her be better than me.
Yo, she's off that willpower from the RPG. She just willpowered her way to not aging.
Yes,
I can dig it though.
Anna got herself frozen too. Like I love their storyline because their endings are always great.
Like you know what I want? I want a character like some dude that's just like terminally ill, and he's like, fuck this shit. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna kill motherfuckers. I don't give a shit if it's fucking Mishima. I don't give a shit if it's a bitch. I don't give a shit if it's a boxer. I don't give a shit if it's a fucking Japanese robot samurai motherfucker with a sword. I just want to kill. And just leave it as simple as that. And that's still better than some of this shit that you see that they put out. And I'm like, really? Fucking between Christy and fucking Eddie, and then they're nothing together, then they are together, and this nobody has anything concrete where it stays.
Yeah, I mean, they could.
Brian is exactly what you were talking about. Brian's exactly what you're talking about. He just wants to beat people up and kill people.
Yeah, but he's still part of the corporations per se, with his enhancements and all his other shit. Come on, I saw the first movie.
They keep trying to tie everything into the Mishima storyline.
I want to tell you, I haven't watched it, the second one.
Why did you buy it, man?
I didn't buy shit. Come on, I'm a torrent motherfucker.
Right, yeah, torrented. Like it's really obvious too. That was not going to be a Tekken movie. Then we're like, just throw the name on there.
Yeah, it was. I look at it and I'm just like,
they fucked up a lot in that movie so much. As a Tekken fan, I was just like, because everybody, cause, ATL is known for Tekken. And, we pretty much watched that movie and we were so disappointed. We was like, wait a minute, why the fuck is Jim white? Why the hell is Christy white? Why the hell is Kazuki doing no electrics? Why is he having threesomes with Anna and Nina? What the fuck is going on here? Why is Nina losing to Christy?
Speaking of being white, shout outs to the KOF movie, when Kyo is like 6 years old. No. He's Asian, then he turns 21 and he's white.
Well, that actually, I used to be black, and when I hit 16, I turned Spanish, Then by the time I was 21, I couldn't speak Spanish no more, and I was white. It just happens, you know.
That movie needs a tagline: "White, what every minority wants to be."
Yeah, damn. Oh yeah, I forgot. Shane Tsung did play Hihachi.
Yeah.
The guy that played Shane Tsung in the Mortal Kombat movie, he played Hihachi in the Tekken movie.
I haven't gotten him on the show. I haven't gotten him on the show. I got to get him on the show again.
Wasn't he going to be on, but like something happened or
No,
some
that
shit?
was
Wait, no,
VXG.
that was VXG. That was
Yeah.
VXG.
No, I had him on the one time actually a couple of times. He came on like twice, 2-3 times. He's actually a pretty chill dude, but he just went MIA.
Yeah, the guy that played Johnny Cage in the movie, he actually stays down here. He lives in Marietta, up the street from this. Like you guys remember the
Which one, Lindsay and Ashby?
Yeah, like remember the tournaments we used to run down here called Battle and Brew? We used to do like every Thursday and stuff. Yeah, he used to stay like right up the street from there.
Hey, let's. What happened to your ATL scene down there for MK?
Man, be honest with you, everybody started playing Injustice, and like to be honest with you, only reason why I don't really know too much about it, I'm not going to try to throw it in there. I'm just tell you what someone told me. I was out of the community. I was out of the community for a while because I had a lot of family issues. Like one of my kids, like my second child passed away, and like my first child, she had moved. You know, like the mother of my child and her child, they moved away, so I was handling like a lot of personal stuff. But I was still getting information from the MK community, like people like Trey Pound and Pick of the Hut and the both of the twins, and they were telling me stuff that was going on in the scene. I was just like, wow, they pretty much the scene was still going on, but pretty much everybody was just telling me that Pig got big headed, and I was just like, what do you mean by that? You know, they were just like he got big headed, he just didn't give a fuck about us anymore, and they was just like, since he didn't care no more, then nobody want to play. So I was just like, you mean to tell me you guys let one man stop this whole scene from growing?
Man,
you know,
that's some bullshit.
Yeah, so I was really mad about that. Like I still am to this day. I was just like, you guys let this one man run, like set the whole scene up, you know.
That
And
means
all
the
the reason
scene's
why
kind of dead anyway.
Exactly. You know, like there's not even a Mortal Kombat scene here anymore. Like I can't even go ask somebody if I used to play Mortal Kombat with, like, do you want to play Mortal Kombat? They won't even want to play with me. Except for like Trey Pound. Trey Pound's like the only friend I got. And like the MK community still, the Katana player, he still plays with MK with me every now and then. But you know, now I'd have to revert to the fact I have to start playing people online now because I have nobody to play offline with. So it's really messed up. That's like I said, I'm going based on what I hear. I'm not known for fact. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm just going off based off what the community has told me themselves after like when I was gone for that short period of time. So
Well, that sucks.
yeah.
That sucks. I mean, I try not to get involved in the internal squabblings of locations because, it's not something that I can correct. I can't say, hey, pig, be nice or be gone. Because you know what? Every person that you tell to leave basically is one less person in the scene. I would rather hear people say, hey, you know what? If I'm being a dick, let me change my attitude. But I mean, it's unfortunate because I know, like, what was it, like 5 or 6 of you guys originally?
Yeah, it was like the original MK crew in the community was at first it was from our experience it was the East Point house. The main members of East Point that was good in Tekken. I mean not Tekken, but Mortal Kombat was it was me. It was me. I was known for my Kung Lao. ATL Red was known for his Liu Kang. Clint was known for whoever. Clint picked up a character, he was just good with him. Clint the Beast. And but when he first played MK, he was good with Reptile. Like he was real good with Reptile. And then after that, we went to a random tournament that they hosted. That Pig hosted. We didn't even know who Pig was, and he hosted this tournament. And we actually went over there to go see it. Gonna find out he started the tournament. He already had started the tournament. So we met Pig and we met his other friend Lord of the Fly, and they was really cool. And then they started coming over to our house, and all of us just started playing. And we was like the best 5 in the state at the time. It couldn't every time we entered the tournament, we was always top 5. One of us was always in grand finals against each other. But then after that happened, every time we went to Mortal Kombat tournament, the scene just started growing and growing and growing. Like new people just started coming. We started meeting more people. We got more people to play the game, and we were just shocked. We was like, oh my god, the community got bigger. But the thing about Georgia is, Mortal Kombat has been hated over the years to so much that it's so hard for that game to get any type of respect that it is. I'm glad that it's finally got the respect that it's gotten now, but like over the years.
Hold on 1 second, Britton. Hit Javon, you got a split?
Yeah, I'm gonna go off the bed now.
All right, brother. If you want to come on again, hit me up.
Definitely, and thanks for letting me, get on my side of the Gamergate stuff.
Yeah, see, two, 3 people, not all on the same page, can get along. If maybe the both of these other sides could do that, then maybe they'd get somewhere.
All right, man. Later, guys.
All right, man.
All right, man. I'll catch you later.
Which was kind of ironic if you really think about it, because it's like you got both sides of Gamergate making a fucking educational game, and they didn't even know it.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy when we did that. I was like, wow, I was shocked because I couldn't even think of that. I was just thinking of the top of my head. I was like, fuck it. but just like how you was explaining earlier, that's pretty much how video games are made nowadays. Anyway, they just go off with the first thing that comes off in the front of their head. And that's how these games get made.
The next step would have been that we would have gone to the timeline of that we have to complete the game. And then we'd have to chop out a couple of things and say, all right, this can't happen, this can't happen, this can't happen because of the simple fact that we don't have the time or the budget. And then the next thing you know, we're going to say, let's do a Kickstarter. And hopefully we can raise enough money to get everybody paid a little bit. And then hopefully we can get a game out there to make some money and we can recoup it back and start game number 2, which would be, what do we call this game? Perceptions.
Yeah, Perceptions.
So Perceptions 2, Electric Boogaloo. Starring Turbo and Ozone. The sad thing is I saw that in the theater.
Oh man.
Come on.
I never seen any of the electric. I need to. Everybody keep telling me because I'm a dancer myself, but I never seen any of those. I never seen the movie at all. I seen like clips from it. And somebody told me that was the reason why people started pop locking was because of that damn movie.
Beach Street had the New York City Breakers and Rocksteady in it, so that's what really started putting it on the map mainstream.
Oh, okay.
And then Turbo and Ozone, I don't know, the movie kind of sucked ass. I'd rather watch the Disorderlies with the Fat Boys. It was more entertaining.
All right, man, I'm gonna dip out.
All right, brother. You always
That was fun. Hope hop on again one of these days. Just talk some old school games.
You got it.
All right, peace, man.
All right, man.
All right. Well, I'm probably gonna say one more thing too, Jazz, before I leave. But pretty much, I'm gonna just tell you how the community down here started. Like, what made me make that group in the first place was because of like I said, MK and Georgia is like really disliked. Well, at like a mug, and Georgia have their own community called the GAFGC. And pretty much, it's like the community down there, if you posted any type of game if you posted any type of thing else about any other game besides Street Fighter or Marvel, they shitted on you about it. They just started talking shit and like, nobody care about that game. And so one day I was just like, you know what, this shit is just called the fucking Street Fighter 4 and Marvel 3 only community. Like, what's the fucking point of talking about anything else if y'all just gonna shit on it? And they was like, well, you need to get your group up there. You need to make your own type of group. And get your community up to play the game. You can't get mad at us because that's how we feel. So I was like, okay, then fuck it. I got my community up, and and when the community got up, you see how big it's gotten. But at the same time, I just feel like people just need to grow up in that group because what you were saying earlier is really pathetic. Like I love that group to death, but at the same time, it's still pathetic because out of all that hard work, I try to get people to learn the game. I feel like don't nobody care. They just care about storylines and that's it. They don't really care about trying to learn no more. I feel like nobody even care about trying to learn how to play games anymore nowadays. Like they want to care, but they don't give a fuck. Everybody just want to play casually and give two shits about tournaments.
Literally the questions that you see are, wow, have to give miracles can live. Wow, this guy fucking knows breaking 2 Electric Boogaloo down to a T. So, for me, it's like I see things where it's like, if Sonya has her period and she does her leg grab fatality, is it her blood that gets on him? I'm like, really? Is that really what you're just asking me? It's some of the questions they ask. And I feel bad because, like, I see who's the biggest fan. You're not a big fan unless you have a trophy. And these are guys trolling, which are actually kind of funny because other guys get, like, really mad. And they're like, oh, are you telling me I can't be a fan because I don't have a trophy? and then they take that guy's picture of a trophy and take it for themselves. And like, I got one now too. You know, and it's like really, really immature, dude. And I'm like, that's why I start to think like, you know, and you could see if you look through with the stats, myself and NaTaS like are pretty much up there besides you of pretty much approving just about anybody that asks. And it's like, you know, I look at the people sometimes and I'm like, nah, he's not 9. You know, I try not to add like little kids. So I'm like, listen, I'm adding adults and shit, and they are fucking out of their mind with some of the stuff that they say. You know, it's really like, come on now, you know, fucking, hold on. You know, it's really sad to see that TKO, wow, Autobot 2000, man, this motherfucker still on that movie. It's all about Beach Street. It's about spit. Spit in Beach Street. Tag. He would write spit over anybody else's tag. He would just spray paint it like a douchebag and wreck whatever you painted all night. But until he got electrocuted on the 3rd rail with Ramos. But
yeah, that sounded fucked up.
they were fighting. Ramos tagged, and then he was leaving, and he hears in the corner, and he turns around, and they're writing spit over his thing he just tagged, and they start fighting, and they both fall on the 3rd rail and die. But,
my God.
You know, I don't know how to police that, because you don't want to kick nobody out of the groups. You just want them to actually like have some sense of direction. And again, it's not just your group; it's any Mortal Kombat group that's on Facebook. But I don't want to tell people, yeah, you want to learn how to do it, go to TYM, because that's just as bad. You know, I mean, it's like you just want people to act kind of civil, and they argue about the dumbest shit. Well, you know, like Sub-Zero's sister. I'm like, Sub-Zero don't have a sister.
Oh.
What are you talking about? His sister.
That red scorpion, though.
The red scorpion one. There you go. Perfect example. People are going ballistic over a troll or red scorpion, and I'm like, who gives a fuck? Talk about the game, but you know, try to meet the people that have a common interest with you.
Yeah, I just think it's funny that people are arguing over characters that don't even fucking exist.
I got into an argument with a guy over fucking stupid fucking Earth motherfucker. What's his Tremor? And I'm like, Tremor is not going to be a character. He was a spoof making fun of him in fucking the ladder for the what's the handheld?
I think it was.
No, for the handheld in 9. In 9, they made on the handheld fucking whatchamacallit system.
Vita.
The Vita. Yeah, the Vita. You know, oh yeah, look at the Chrome shit. Yeah, that's a whole nother one. Chrome. You know, I'm gonna make a fucking character and I'm gonna call him Glade. And it's gonna be a goddamn.
Who is Chrome? Who is Chrome?
I don't know. It's Cro-Magnum or some shit.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna make a can of Glade fucking air freshener and say this is a character, man. He's a ninja disguised as a fucking can of air freshener, but he's really a ninja, and he has the ability to
be hilarious.
You know,
that sounded really retarded.
Yeah. You know, but it's like that's what they come up with, and you're like, dudes, really? You know,
exactly.
I understand you want to make up characters. Listen, nobody in this community is going to make up a character that's going to ever be a character in the game. You know why? Because then they'd have to take the fear of if the game made money, you coming after them suing.
Yeah, that happened with Skullgirls.
Oh yeah.
Not exactly, but like a guy conceptualized something like on a Facebook feed or something, and then Mike Z put a hint of that into the game, and then there was all these like little issues that nobody talked about, so they had to end up removing it and scrubbing all the references and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's typical. You know,
that's why the game didn't last.
Damn. No.
Damn.
No, it had nothing to do with that. It had something to do with gameplay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But about the Atlanta scene, I did want to say before you left. That I grew up in Atlanta in high school, and that's where I learned how to play fighting games. And like one of the things that, or the couple things that were defining about the Atlanta scene was that nobody had money, nobody had cars, Marta's shit, and like nobody played anything outside of Capcom games. Like even back then, like the early 2000s, nobody really played anything outside of Capcom games. And Tekken. So.
All I know is my friend used to own a titty bar down there called Tattletales in Buckhead, and I used to like to go there.
Tattletales.
It was a great fucking bar. It was the only
With a
thing
name like that, it better be.
That's the only thing that I got out of that's the only thing I got out of Atlanta, and Coca-Cola. But they originally, it's funny because a lot of people don't realize they held E3 there 1 year.
1 year.
Really?
Yeah, 1 year. When it first opened up, because they wanted to do it 2 years 2 years like they used to do CES. They used to do it twice a year, a winter CES and a summer CES. And when it first moved over and E3 became its own entity with just games, the first place they did is Atlanta. And then they realized this sucks ass, and they went to LA.
Yeah, because
I mean, there's not a game development scene there, like at all, especially not back then.
But it's not about the game development. It's about the
audience.
No, not even about the audience. It's about the convention center and the prices and the unions and all the other shit for these guys to set up. Because they're looking for a midpoint, and it was right around the time that the Olympics were down there. So it was booming. It was booming. It was trying to pick up, so they put it there. But it was only one time. After that, they said, nah, this ain't going to work. I don't know why, but actually, was it once or twice? No, once.
Well, actually, I mean, the only place that you can even hold any type of convention in Atlanta is the Georgia World Conference Center.
That's what it was.
Yeah. And it's pretty sad. And I see what you're talking about because, as big as Atlanta is supposed to be, we don't really have a lot of places for anything.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of tourist stuff. Maybe that's changed since I've been there, but there's not like a lot of tourist attractions either. Like for a whole bunch of people to travel.
Only thing a lot of people come to Lennox. People come to Atlanta to go to Lennox and Buckhead area. There's nothing else. Like everything else on the south side, the east side, and the west side is pretty much shit. And everything on the north side of Atlanta is where everybody shops at. Everybody only be in the Atlanta area. I mean, everybody only be in the Buckhead, Sandy Springs, North Springs, and perimeter area. That's it. Because them like the most sophisticated areas to go to and the most cleanest areas to go to. That much. Everything else is like the hood, and that's nobody really comes to.
That's because of the colleges. Wherever there's colleges, it's always hoods because colleges get built in economic. What do they call those? Economic fucking something zones. So they get their discounts on the land and the property and the school and all that shit. That shit, like, if you really think about it, look at every school, including like Harvards and Yales. They're always like really close or inside the hood because they save so much money. So, wherever there's a hood, there's a college. And unfortunately, Atlanta has like, 4 or 5 colleges over there.
Yeah, we got Clark Atlanta University, we got Georgia State, we got Georgia Tech.
Spelman, Morehouse.
Yeah, Spelman, Morehouse. That's pretty much it. Everything else is nothing but community. Like Atlanta has a lot of community colleges.
Are they in nice areas?
Well, Georgia, no, they're not. Well, Georgia Tech is kind of in a nice area. Only reason why I say kinda is because it's like at the beginning of the north area. Like it's in the middle of downtown. Like if you ever come to Atlanta, the way MARTA is set up like a big ass like a big ass cross. And like I said, the east, west, and south side is like the worst stops. But then when you go up the north trains is pretty much where all the nice shit at. And that's pretty much where Georgia State is located at. Like Georgia State actually has their own train station. Exactly.
Hey, Batman, were you at final round 2012?
Let me see. Yeah, I was at 2012. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I actually went to Atlanta in 2012. I'm from Arizona. If I remember right, I recall you like popping off, screaming at the top of your lungs and shit, like when Pig of the Hut was playing or whatever in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, that was me. And I lost my voice. Yeah, I lost my voice the next day, and I had to go to work the next day. So, Yeah.
Yeah,
The fucked up part-
2012, 2012 was my Cantaloupe days.
Oh, yeah,
wow.
yeah. I went to
Yeah,
Atlanta back then. but yeah, I know what you're saying. Like one area of Atlanta looks like ghetto as fuck, and then like I was riding on the little light rail or whatever they have there. Like
Yeah, the
one
MARTA.
area looks ghetto as fuck, and then like all of a sudden it looks all like richy as fuck, like rich as
Yeah.
fuck, you know.
Once you get to Marietta, Cobb County, which is where they're
Exactly.
moving everything out to. So
Yeah, it's like on one hand, like all you see graffiti everywhere and like ugly ass looking apartment buildings and shit, and then all of a
Yep.
sudden you're in nice ass neighborhoods and shit. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Well, luckily me, I don't even really live in Atlanta. I stay outside of Atlanta now. I live in a small town out of Atlanta called Forest Park. And Forest, because I work in another small town called Morrow, and they right next to each other. Because I used to work in Atlanta. I used to work in a pizzeria. I think y'all probably seen it on my video, but I work at a pizzeria called St. Sabaros. And the one in Lenox got shut down, and I got transferred to one out here where I'm at now. But at the same time, like where I'm living at, it's nothing but Mexicans. And I was I love living around these motherfuckers because I actually stay in a house full of. I'm like the only black guy that stays in this house.
Hey, you can't tell me nothing about Mexicans. I live in Arizona.
Oh, like there's nothing like I was like, hey, like I said, there's nothing wrong with them. You know what I'm saying? Like they look out for you. They make sure everything is okay. Everybody look out for each other.
yo, the
'Cause-
parties are great. The parties are great.
Oh yes, they are.
And they make kick-ass
Right now, I'm trying to
tamales,
learn
and they
Spanish to fucking adapt to my environment. Like, I'm not that good at Spanish yet, but I know like shit like yo entiendo un poco and shit like that. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to get fluent in Spanish, pretty much just to adapt to my environment.
¿Por qué usted no sabe español? Usted vive en Arizona.
Wait, you just said you don't understand Espanol, but something Arizona.
I said, why do you not understand Spanish if you live in Arizona?
Yeah, I
don't know,
that's what I'm
because
saying.
I'm just a ghetto white boy. I'm a ghetto white boy.
Ave
just
Maria,
not-
maricón. Usted habla mucho mierda. Tranquilo.
Damn, he
Yo,
hit you with him.
James, you probably know more Spanish than I do. Holy
I
shit!
should. I've been fucking one for 13 years.
Well, I just started fucking my first one for the
I learned that. I learned all that by injection alone.
Oh man.
Damn.
Oh,
Yo, even in the back.
I just heard a girl in the background go, me.
And man, I'm taking the Pimsleur approach and shit. You're like self-taught, like.
Yo, but
Yeah.
he is totally correct about the parties. Like my girlfriend, she's Hispanic, and her daughter just turned 1, and they threw a party for a 1-year-old. That party was like a fucking club. I was like, what the hell is going on here? This for a 1-year-old baby?
It didn't end till 8 a.m. either.
Yeah, and you right, it did it, and I had to go to work the next day. I'm like, look, I can't be doing this, man. Y'all tripping.
Hey, bro, real talk, be whiz. Like, if you want to learn Spanish, I bet you if you look, there are plenty of people like out in Arizona who will teach you Spanish for cheap, like college kids or like people that just want to make a couple extra dollars. So, like, if you really want to apply yourself, go do that because they'll teach you real Spanish, and it's a lot cheaper than like trying to find a class or some shit.
Man,
And, like,
I ain't got money for that shit, dude. I'm just a broke ass white boy right now. I'm just trying to fucking learn it by myself on my computer. You
Watch
know?
Sesame Street.
Like
the soap
James says, I'm your typical like ravioli eating like fighting game like fucking nerd or whatever. You know what I mean? So like,
Oh man.
I mean, I'm just fucking like I downloaded a couple of like audio programs on my computer or whatever. I'm just trying to learn it off that. Like, I ain't trying to pay for it or nothing. Fuck that.
Well, that'll
The
work.
Internet store.
That's what I'm trying to do. Cause I'm trying to get my
Download
daughter.
the
'cause I'm
Wares
trying to
version. Download the torrent version of Rosetta Stone.
I have Rosetta Stone. I have Rosetta Stone and I have Pimsleur Spanish. But I honestly I fucked around with both of them. I think the Pimsleur approach is a little bit better.
Go to Craigslist and get a Spanish hooker.
That definitely will work.
I've went on Backpage and got a hooker a couple of times, but it wasn't Spanish.
yo, the back page though.
The Backpage.com.
Hell yeah.
I would like to be wrapped in saran wrap and beat with sticks with Crisco on the end. Do you think you can make that happen? Go to Backpage. It'll happen.
Dude, that's a crazy ass advertisement.
Yeah. Hey, yo, James, I think I'm gonna head out, man. It's 4:15 here, so
Yeah,
I'm
so
trying to get some
it's
sleep.
4:16 here. Where are you anyway?
I'm in Florida. I just moved to Orlando.
Oh God, you're in fucking CEO County.
Yeah, I'm black
Oh.
in Florida, so like, pray for me.
Hey man, I'm from Florida. I was originally born in Florida.
My girlfriend, who's Korean, is like still kind of scared when we moved down here because she's like, they shoot black people in Florida.
What's she worried about? She's all right.
She's worried about me getting shot.
I thought you were white. You sound white.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Yeah, you do sound white.
So as long as you're on the phone, on the 911 call, they're gonna come. Just remember that.
Yeah, I'm in a nice part of Orlando too, so you know I've got that going for me. But when people see me on the street, you know, so.
And I know it's a little too early for it, but don't worry. Zimmerman's tied up right now with a lot of his own problems. You don't have to worry about him coming around.
Yeah, that's true. Always, there's no shortage of psychos though.
No, you know what? Florida's notorious. I used to date a chick, and fucking, I wanted to reach out to her, just to fucking, like, hey, what's up? After, you know, whatever, 15, 20 years of not seeing each other. And, like, you know, you Google somebody's name, and they always say, like, you could see the arrest record. So I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Let me see if this is her. Yo, it's her. And she's a meth head. She's a meth head in Orlando, actually. And bitch got no teeth. She, like, every picture, it's like this picture, she's like, because she had, like, she gets arrested, it looks like every 2 weeks. And for some reason, Florida likes to put your picture on the internet. Because every picture
does the same shit.
Every picture of her, it's like arrested on, you know, October 8th of 2014. Then I go to the next one, arrested September 13th, 2014. Arrested June 13th, 2014. I'm going, wow, this motherfucking bitch get arrested a lot. And she's getting out over and over, which is
Hey, do
kind
you
of
have her number, James? Do you have
You can find it on Backpage, but you don't need the number. You just need to bring a little fucking method. You're good to go.
Oh, hell yeah. All right.
Try to find Heisenberg while you're at it. I forgot he's dead. Damn, spoiler alert. My bad. If anybody didn't watch Breaking Bad.
Just don't give it none of that crocodile shit. Any of you guys see that shit?
Dude, fuck that shit.
The crocodile?
Yeah. I'm like, yo, dude, not for nothing. Fucking, why would you do a drug where your limbs fall off?
Yeah, for real.
Then and that shit like also like eat your flesh. Yeah, like what? That's a bad life.
Your limbs actually fall off. This motherfucker's like, you could see through their calf. I'm like, and now at this point, I would want to do nothing but be high. Once you look at yourself and you're like, yo, dude, I'm fucked. I can actually I can actually take a fucking a stick and put it between my fucking calf muscle and my bone. That's not cool. You know, or fucking my fingertips fell off. You know, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, if you do crocodile, whatever they call it, does your penis or your pussy fall off or fall out?
Maybe if you like shoot it into your dick or something.
Nah, this shit eats up everything. They're not shooting it into to the limbs. They're just doing it. I think they smoke it. I don't know if it's a smoke or a needle.
No, I'm just confused. Like, does it just like eat up the area they shoot it in, or does it like choose where it fucking like eats you up at?
I think it just randomly selects it. It's just it's up and start.
Oh, it's like just like a random select kind of thing.
I think from watching Breaking Bad, that show right there, and like watching other like documentaries of meth, they can do it in two different ways. They can like sniff it and smoke it. Like they can like chop it up like cocaine and crack and sniff it, or they can just put it inside this little thing and smoke it. You know how you, like a crack pipe?
Yeah.
They can put it inside one of those and smoke it like that too. It's really weird.
Wait, if they sniff it, would that like erode their skull and like expose their brain or something?
No, I think at that point you die.
Yeah.
I think at that point you're actually just done. I don't know how long your brain can actually take the air hitting it before it just says, I'm done. I'm retiring. I'm out.
Yeah.
I think like the only drug that actually does that, if you sniff it real hard, is that what is it, heroin? Yeah, like
Oh, I don't do drugs. I just know from watching movies. Like I know when I watch Pulp Fiction, old girl snuffed that hair. She snuffed that shit inside was it John Travolta's shit, and she started going ape shit. So what was that, heroin? Right? I forgot. It was so long since I watched Pulp Fiction.
I mean,
So,
EBT says if you shove it up your ass, you get a faster high.
Wow.
Yeah, you do that.
I'm not gonna do that. My asshole will fall out. Fuck
oh
that.
man.
It's some crazy shit. But it's like, as we're talking about, educating and all this. Look, I'm all for the whole equality of everybody and all that. But before we do that, we kind of got to get the kids off of these fucking drugs, dude.
Yeah,
this
for real.
80s war on drugs failed. So what makes you think it got any better? It got worse, dude. I see 13, 14, 15-year-old kids doing heroin. I'm like, when did it become like? Look, I'm gonna give you guys a breakdown of the white suburban view of drugs. Heroin is for the degenerate. Crack is for the poor black man. Marijuana is for the hippies / secret smokers. Daddy has a 9 to 5, but he has a shoebox in his closet where he smokes his weed, and little son sneaks in there every once in a while and steals a dime bag out. Cocaine is for the rich motherfucker. And then everything else is pill popping and all that. That's what use it for the housewives. Somewhere along the line, all these lines got crossed. And, when I was growing up, there was a couple of kids in high school that smoked weed. There was 1 or 2 that did coke here and there. But now they're doing heroin. And they say it as if it's nothing. Like, it's like, hey, we're going to... Like, when I went to school, we went out and drank beers on a Friday night at the bleachers and bullshitted. They're like, yo, let's go get some heroin and chill out tonight. I'm like, really? That's like your mentality? 14, 15 years old? So, that's something... If somebody wants to deliver a message... that's actually positive, start worrying about these kids, because look, we didn't have kids shooting up our schools. We didn't have half the shit that goes on now. And obviously something has dramatically changed. Now, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you and say it didn't happen. School shootings have been going on for a long time. But it's not at the rate like you see shit now. I mean, you got Columbine, you got the movie theater, you got fucking Virginia Tech. You got all these. You out of here, Zelion?
Yeah, man, I'm out.
All right, brother.
I'll catch you next time.
You got
I'll
it,
try
man.
to get on here when Scott comes on the show.
You got it.
All right, see you.
All right, man. You have, you know what? The public service announcement stuff on drug. This is, again, it's fundamental differences between myself and others. I believe if your kid's bad, you smack the shit out of them. I'm not saying go rice and fucking, and start pummeling the shit out of them. I'm not telling you to burn your kid with a hot iron, but there's nothing wrong with corporal discipline to a degree.
I agree.
To a degree. And people say, well, you don't want your kid to fear. Yeah, you do. In certain aspects of life, you do want your kid to fear. When you turn the stove on, you want your kid to know when that thing's red hot, it's going to burn his hand. That don't mean you turn around and put his fucking hand on it. But you know what? He going to do it on his own one day. Oh, is that hot? He'll never do it again after one shot. I mean, I don't know anybody that's, unless they're a sadomasochist, that would put their hand on a stove hot the second time and think there would be a different kind of effect. But you look at kids today, and everybody wants to me, gimme, I deserve, quiet time, go in your room, play with your iPad, and don't come out, you're being punished. Really? Fuck, I wish I got that kind of punishment. Go into your room where there's a Nintendo and Xbox, an iPad, a computer, social media, and I don't want you to come out. I want you to think about what you did.
Shit, I didn't even know about the internet when I was growing up.
I've known about the internet for, I guess since 83, 84 is when I started on going through BBSs. Yo, what are you, electrocuting yourself, or you fucking shaving your nose hairs?
So basically, you knew
Oh,
about the internet
hold on,
before
Britt.
I was even born.
Britt, are you shaving your nose hairs?
I think he is.
I think he's shaving his nose hairs.
Or his nut hairs.
Maybe he's shaving his nuts. You shaving your nuts, Britton? Uh-oh, he stopped. Uh-oh. Yo, Jay, all right, Britton, I can't hear you, so... Britton, you there?
Oh yeah, I was gonna call and let you know. I'm probably figuring it ahead. I gotta go to work in like
No,
5 hours.
were you just shaving your nuts or something?
No,
It sounded
I
like
was-
very delicately shaving your nuts with like an electric shaver there for about a minute.
Oh no, that was my phone making that vibration noise.
Oh, okay. Yes, I was on Usenet back in the day, and it was just the first browser that came out that was actually usable was Netscape. And then
I remember that.
And then then they came out with Netscape Communicator when they decided to put a package together, and everybody was like in it.
AOL days and shit.
AOL days, fucking not even CompuServe days. You know,
Yeah.
I was on that shit for forever and a day. But anyway, Britton, I'll let you go.
Wait,
All right,
that was like
I'll hit you guys up later.
1984, 85.
Pibes, tranquilo. Usted habla mucho mierda. Por favor.
Wait, what? Say that
Exactly.
again. Wait. Say that again. I'm trying to understand it.
I said silent because Britton was saying goodbye.
Oh, my bad. But yeah, like I'm fucking 29 right now, and I didn't really know about the internet until I was about 13 or so.
Netscape was a good browser, Champy. Hey, Britton, you're back.
Yeah, my bad. I don't know what happened.
You just dropped. I was like, wow, you got mad.
No, but, I'm trying to. My phone said it was still going on. My bad, but I'll catch you guys on the next show though.
All right, man. We'll talk later on the on Facebooky.
All right, we can do that.
All right, man.
All right.
Adios. Damn, I just guess it's you and me now, James. Shit.
Yeah, it's you and me. I'm getting ready to wrap this up in a minute too because I got to get up for work also.
Right.
But I mean, dial-up internet was beyond struggle. Not really, because you know what? For the times, it was fine. I mean, I went from a 2400 baud rate. Actually, it started out on a 1200 baud rate modem. Then I went to 2400. Then I went to 4800. Then I went to 6300. Then I went to a 12.6. Then I went to 14.4. Then I went to 1600, which still gave you only about 14.4. But it said it was faster.
And then 56K was like godlike.
Not yet. Didn't even get to that yet. 2400. From 2400, I went to a 2800. From a 2800, I went to a 36.6. And then we went to the 56K.
Okay, I used to play the first Diablo on like an old ass like shitty Hewlett Packard fucking computer on a 14.4K modem, and it ran like shit. Like I didn't meet the minimum system requirements and shit. And I was like in a clan in that game, and like my clan had like a rival clan, and my rival clan was like talking shit because they knew I was like on a 14.4K modem and shit. It was pretty badass.
I used to have access to a T3, which is 28 T1s bundled, which gave you a fucking ridiculous amount of speed back in the day. And it was great, because I used to just bring in fucking... But then again, we were only playing PC shit. We didn't have any systems at that time. No systems were really running online shit, except Sega came out with the... What's the fucking game...
Like Sega CD or something.
No, it came out... Did you ever get those cool-looking MS-DOS graphical viruses? Now, you know what? I've been pretty safe with the viruses. I never really got the viruses.
No, I got banned by Metallica though on Napster, like way back when fucking Napster was popular. I like downloaded a couple Metallica songs, and next thing you know, like I go on Napster and I'm trying to download shit, and it says banned, but you got banned by Metallica. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow, Metallica rock! They banned me. Awesome! Fuck you,
Yeah, hell
Metallica.
yeah. I mean, I was kind of pissed, but at the same time, I kind of, you know, understood their
It was the
position on
online.
that.
It was the exotic abuse. It was the online thing that they had for Sega Genesis. X-Band.
X what?
X-Band.
I don't know.
X-Band was the online service that was offered, where you could actually use a dial-up to play people online for certain games.
Oh shit.
And it didn't last long, but back in those days, you got billed on your phone bill. It wasn't like now with Cablevision where you just got a fucking unlimited fucking talk as much as you want.
Yeah.
You used to actually get fucking, for the longer you stayed on, your parents would kick your ass when they got the phone bill, especially if you were connecting to somebody and actually getting a good connection and you lose track of time.
Damn, they actually charged your phone bill on that shit?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you come home with a $200. You come home, your parents whoop your ass, and you're like, "What's up?" They show you a $200 phone bill. Yes, Sega
Damn.
Channel had it too. Yeah.
Damn, I wish I knew about that shit back then.
But yeah, I mean, times have changed. But I mean, going back to kids and shit, listen, I was a bad kid, a really bad kid.
Right.
And as I got older, I can admit it. Of course, growing up, I was like, my parents are so mean. But you never said that because, you were afraid that, like, somebody would hear it and call up CPS and get you taken away from your parents, and then you're really fucked.
Yeah.
But, it's society as a whole. Again, with this Anita girl, the fact that people are breaking her balls about the whole women's thing. Listen, I don't buy everything that's said on either party, but, reality is this has got to get resolved in a civil manner, and it's got to get resolved in a way that both parties at least feel like they walk off either learning something or gaining something. But it's not going to be an issue where one party dominates, because right now all the journalists are basically kind of fucking themselves, making a stance for something, and the gamers are doing the same thing. They're making a stance that's kind of fucking themselves. So the only way this is going to get resolved is to get people to sit down, acknowledge it. I mean, we made a game tonight that had transgender, it had a midget, it had robots, it had lesbians, it had African American women, it had white guys, it had fucking dumb guys, and we basically came up with a game that probably would be a pretty sick fucking RPG if it got put into play. That could actually be educational and fun, and that's the key. Education is fine, but it's never fun.
Right.
Nobody ever said, "Oh my God!" I mean, one or two geeks out there, but nobody said, "Oh my God, I'm going to go to school and learn something today." They went, "Ah, fuck, I got to get up and go to school."
Pretty much.
So I mean, if you keep it educational and fun, you can get your messages across. But again, you can't force messages down somebody's throat.
Yeah, that's true. That's mainly why I'm like non-religious, like Christians, like Jehovah Witnesses or whatever, knocking on my door trying to like force their religions down my throat and whatnot. It's like, I'm gonna believe whatever the fuck I want to believe. It's like, why are you trying to force me to believe something I don't want to believe? You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask you, and I've said this to a couple of atheists. I don't want to turn this into a fucking a pissing match. You believe in God? Yes or no?
It's more like a yes and no. I don't believe in God necessarily in terms of like the Bible and how he's portrayed in
But
the
you
Bible.
believe that there's something after?
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
I believe more in like the universe and in things like that aren't necessarily visible to the human eye, and multiple dimensions and whatnot, and like quantum physics and things like that. You know what I mean? Like I feel like there's something out there like that we don't know about. Like it could be God, it could be a higher power. Like God could be in everything for all we know, but
Exotic abuse said agnostic.
yeah, well, I don't know the term for it. I'm just telling you like how I see it right now. But the way I see it, like at the end of the day, like nobody knows 100% for sure what's after this life after they die. It's all, theories, but people like believe what they want to believe. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like people strongly believe sometimes about certain things when in fact, like nobody knows for sure what's going to happen when they die. That's just how I feel about it. I don't know if that's agnostic, maybe it is, but that's just like kind of how I always been. Like I never really been religious or anything like that, but I always felt like there was something greater than myself out there in the universe somewhere,
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just, when people lay everything out to science and say science is everything, and, especially when I find out, like, they're married, and I go, why'd you marry your wife? Oh, because I love her. What's love? Love isn't something that you can physically hold, you can touch. So if you can't explain love, how can you explain God?
I don't know. I think the answer would be like at some point in time they felt some kind of desire, like had a vision or like, put some kind of plan in motion in their mind, like having to do with the other person.
But so basically, like a carnivore, it was just it was, do I eat chicken or do I eat beef? And they chose to eat beef for the rest of their life. But it had nothing to do with a connectedness, because that connectedness isn't something physical.
Yeah.
And if it's something that isn't physical and you can't touch it, taste it, smell it, eat it, then it doesn't exist. If you go by the belief that there is no God, based on it's something that can't be proven.
I totally agree with that. Like, a lot of atheists or people that are like 100% scientific about things will be like, you can't prove it, it doesn't exist. But, I think like everybody on an individual level has their own experiences about things.
Yeah.
People experience things, on their own level to where like somebody else might not share that same experience with them, or they might have another belief or whatever.
Bowflex said, if God exists, why doesn't he? And in your eyes, if that's what you feel, then that's fine. Again, I'm not one that's ever turned around to anybody and been like, yo, you got to come to my religion and my church and my thing. Listen, my relationship, and this is what I told a bunch of atheists that got all up in my face.
Right.
It ain't my job to prove.
Yeah.
That how many times, I've had experiences where I felt God's presence was there or helped me. If you don't want to believe, that's up to you.
Right.
But,
yeah. I mean, it's just I don't agree with people trying to like force their beliefs down people's throats and whatnot. I feel like everybody should be entitled to believe whatever the fuck they want to believe in based on their own personal experiences and what they believe to be true.
And for me, like when the Twitter argument began, and all it was me saying, that I had an atheist guy come up to me, and I told him, I said, I'm not going to argue with you. I said, I'm just going to tell you, I believe what I believe, you believe what you believe. So, rather than just leave the conversation at that point, he turns around to me like a wise ass and says, well, do you believe in unicorns and fairies? And I'm like, one has nothing to do with the other. We've supposedly created unicorns and fairies.
I don't know. I just think it's funny. Like, I kind of understand like an atheist point of view. Like, if you can't necessarily see it, don't believe it. But like the way I see it, like, okay, like when you're connecting to the internet on Wi-Fi with your phone or something, you don't see the fucking Wi-Fi connection. You know it's there. There's a signal there. It's like you can't see it though, right?
Yeah, but that's something that is man-made. Now, Cammy Owens said, and I believe in Cammy Owens' theory, what do you got to lose by believing in God? It's like, if the books are all right and everything's right the way they say it, if you believe in God, you go to heaven. If you don't, you don't. So if I turn around and go, hey, look, there's a 50-50 chance that if I put a gun to your head, there's a bullet. But then if not. If I pull the trigger and there isn't, then you're good. If I pull it and you're dead, you're dead. Would you take that chance?
I don't know. My main issue is like various religions. They all have like various stipulations on, say, going to heaven. Like Christianity, like, oh, you have to accept Jesus.
But then
into your
again,
heart or whatever.
this is where I fundamentally disagree with organized religions. Is there is nobody, not even the Pope himself, can dictate to me how my relationship with God should be. It's my personal relationship with God.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
So, anyway, on the topic of religion, I got to wrap this up. And
All right,
I got to get my ass to sleep for at least a half hour before I got to catch a train.
Yeah,
So,
I feel you, man.
I hope you're feeling better. Your angry fucking rants in the stream all night.
Dude, I'm like passive aggressive. Like, I'm always on Test Your Mind on the forums. I never
That's your
post.
problem. That's your problem going on Test
Yeah,
Your
I
Mind.
read everything. I never vent. I never get shit off my fucking chest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it just builds up to where I just want to fucking snap. You know what I mean?
Well, anyway, let me let you go. Let me wrap this up, and I got to get some fucking sleep.
All right, James.
All right,
It was
brother.
good talking to you, man.
You too, man.
All right, later.
All right, guys. So again, we got to discuss at least a little bit about Gamergate. You hopefully learned something a little bit. I mean, I did. I'm not the all-knowing for this stuff, but at the end of the day, it's like it's something that hopefully gets resolved. Wait, what? What are you going to tell me, EMP? Ask FM? All right, let me go to Ask FM. Let's see what I got in the Ask FM world. Not too much. Don't flood me here, guys. Obviously, that means you asked some questions. When are you gonna have Dawn Hosey on and talk about sexism in the FGC? Come on now. She's always welcome on. Do you only like playing men in video games because you're a flaming homo? Really? That's the question? Delete. Would you bang Anita Sarkeesian? Would you put it in her ass or vag? Wow. This is the questions that make us look kind of idiotic. When is Triforce returning? That I don't know. I'm going to reach out to Triforce. How come some girls enjoy gagging on penis? It seems like quite a burden. Not for nothing, I agree with that. I don't know why they would wanna. I don't want to stick my hand down my throat. Do you prefer vintage or new? Obviously new. So, anyway, I don't prefer on gagging or anything. And if that's what turns them on, then hey, to each is his own. It doesn't hurt me. I just don't want you puking on my cock. Where are they now? We're going to do a Where Are They Now FGC edition. That's a good point, EBT. Anyway, guys, I do got to wrap this up because I got to get some sleep. Again, thank you all for coming as always. I'm trying to get some things going. It's just, like I said, it's been a little rough for me personally with my family issues. But, hopefully within the next week or two, things are going to get a little bit better. And, like I said, I want to start bringing some other guests back on, try to get some big name people. But with that said, guys, I appreciate all of you as always, and I'm out of here.